This part, I'm going to be talking about this certain person that started this whole unnecessary mess of the drama, none other than Alduin Gijinka. Now, before I'm going to say my opinions towards this horrendous joke of a video, let me just say that before the video was even made, she was acting such a troll by saying stuff like, "So is that fucking real?" with a long of wink smiley faces on my community section 2 or 3 times.
My god, do you people have a shit sense of what trolling actually is. Okay, pro tip, leaving a comment is not trolling. If I were to, say, leave some sort of coded comment that alludes to the fact that I'm covering your video and say hexadecimal or something, that's not being a huge troll, that's viral marketing. Not that you won't take the video down and re-upload it anyway.
That some people might confuse for an actual virus.
Can we not talk about viruses so much?
Why?
Touchy subject. Anyway, as we gonna see throughout the video, this type of comment actually alludes to one of the major criticisms of you. Oh, and what you're doing right now, this thing right here, it's gonna bite you in the ass later.
Wait, so does she just start trolling this Alduin person?
You'll see.
I don't like it when you say things like that.
Sadly, I can't provide evidences because I consider and still consider her as a troll and didn't want to give her my reaction as she obviously wanted or expected me to give. So I removed the comments she made. More details on that later.
Wait. So you didn't want to give a reaction, which is the reason you can't provide evidence, but instead you're providing a reaction to the comment in the form of pointing out how trolly it is while not providing evidence?
That is also gonna bite you in the ass in, I believe, the next couple of minutes.
Oh god, this is one of those videos. And it's an hour long?
Ah, yes, of course. Boon Cannon the Movie Part 4.
There's been 4 that are this long!
Now, let's talk about my overall opinion towards the video before going on with my very first commentary, actually. It has got to be one of the worst videos I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
But boom, it's definitely a cliche.
Oh, yeah, totally. Hell, I even Tony Schiavone it up by calling things the worst X ever. But the cliche counter in and of itself is a cliche that's dumb and doesn't really address what the video is actually saying. Besides, if it's really her first one, give some leeway on the writing. I do have a problem with this, though.
Is that so?
Yeah, she just straight up starts giving what amounts to final thoughts at the beginning of her video. I mean, well, technically you can do that. I don't find it a very good practice overall, because you're really just poisoning the well, especially the way she's doing it here. See, when you front load the summary of your findings from the video, then what you show in the video comes across as you confirming your own bias to your audience. In fact, most commentators will simply explain who they're covering and what they're talking about at the beginning. At worst, just say it's bad at the beginning. Again, you totally can give detailed thoughts on the video as a whole at the beginning, but when someone like me comes along whose job it is to take everything you say with a grain of salt, or when someone who doesn't agree with your interpretation notices that you're just seasoning the water with hate, that looks worse for you than if you displayed the evidence of the conclusion before the conclusion.
And I'm not even exaggerating when I'm saying this. I am dead serious.
Okay, maybe we do need the cliche counter?
The video is supposed to be a quote-unquote commentary and correct my wrongdoings, but I can't call this a commentary. I can't even call this a rant video. This is straight up a troll video.
And what did you just say about why you weren't showing her comments?
Sadly, I can't provide evidences because I consider and still consider her as a troll and didn't want to give her my reaction as she obviously wanted or expected me to give.
So, you know, you can't show evidence of a troll because that would be giving them what they want by giving them reaction and drawing attention to what they said. And yet here the McFuck we are with you about to do an entire video on what you call an attempt at trolling. Premise fucking destroyed. We done here?
Nope.
But
it gets worse.
oh god.
The video is supposed to be a quote-unquote commentary and correct my wrongdoings, but I can't call this a commentary. I can't even call this a rant video. This is straight up a troll video. I mean, seriously, how can you expect me to take this as critique?
Yeah. Ruth, I don't know if you saw the title of the video, but it was mostly about complaining about Sonic games and why their characters are handled so poorly in the story. It wasn't a video praising Silver's personality and what they like about him.
And she does that throughout the whole video. It was really hard to sit through.
Okay, yeah, I guess constant sarcastic condescension is really hard to sit through and overly mean-spirited. But to say she's not providing a critique is...
Yeah, she's lying.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, if she's gonna front load some bullshit, then so will I. She's straight up lying about the overall tone of the video.
I mean, I'll see for myself when the video starts, but that would take bringing the final thoughts to the front of the video feel less like an accidental structuring issue and more like an intentional obfuscation. But why should I believe you?
Aight. You passed the first test.
So she's not lying?
No, but you decided you wanted to see for yourself instead of taking my word for it.
Okay. This is weird.
It was so offensive, not worthy of my or anyone else's time to watch for that matter. And it was literally 44 minutes of
blah 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 blah.
As opposed to your 1 hour and 13 minutes of it.
And this video's 3 hours of it? Look, let's be real. We all know how my videos are.
If the video was supposed to be the source of what I did wrong for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, why do you feel entitled to act like you're better than me?
Because she thought you were being a piece of shit. I mean like a real piece of shit. Like if a piece of shit took a piece of shit and that piece of shit took a pee and shit, you're that piece of shit.
Yeah, but it's not the best way to handle something like...
If you're going to call someone out, you have to reason with them, give them constructive criticism, not attack or harass them, and most importantly, have proof of their behavior. That's what I did with my Kai Dilia and Yoshiri 1 rants.
Alright, time for me to break down the sentence you just said and debunk every word of it one by one.
Jake, you have clearly underestimated the nerd.
Let's start with you have to. Bitch, no she don't. Notice that when I pointed out you front-loading your final thoughts the way you're doing now, I did not tell you that you had to do it my way. I recommended a better practice and explained why it was a better practice. I didn't give you fucking orders. Reason with them. Yeah, unless they've shown themselves to not be reasonable in private conversations, hell, the reason it tends to reach a call-out stage is because you have tried reasoning with them in a more private manner and they didn't listen. Now, I will agree that being reasonable is generally better, which is why the fact that your call-out in this video starts with orders and labeling a critic as a troll comes up as straight-up hypocrisy. Give constructive criticism. So, here's the problem with constructive criticism. Most people who I've heard actually use that term aren't giving constructive criticism themselves when they actually ask for it. Like, okay, for instance, demanding the person you're talking about follow your rules for their own content? That's not constructive criticism. That being said, you don't have to play nice when you call someone out. That's what a call out is. If you're calling them out, you are likely already in opposition with them. I feel like I said this somewhere before. Maybe it was like 5 seconds ago? Not attack or harass them. So, in terms of the attacking part, literally the thing you just said, attacking is oppositional, therefore not constructive criticism. And a call-out places you in opposition with them. That's just what a call-out is. I feel like I said this somewhere before. Maybe it was 5 seconds ago? As for harassing, you are aware that harassment is a rather nebulous term, and someone can literally just say they're being harassed solely because you gave them criticism. Of course, that just meets the definition in Webster's dictionary, which isn't the legal definition and really just defines it as a buzzword. Here's a rule of thumb. I'm not saying that you have to follow this. I'm saying that this is, like, generally a good way to handle it. In most cases, it's not legally harassment until you are asked to cease the behavior, and then you don't. You stated yourself that you didn't want to give any reaction to her, but giving a reaction is a legal defense in a situation like this. Also, trolling and harassing are not the same thing, you chucklefuck. If all you do is remove the comment, then that doesn't tell her to stop commenting. Have proof of their behavior. You know that trolling that you don't have proof of from the beginning of the video? Bitch, where?
If you're going to call someone out, you have to reason with them, give them constructive criticism, not attack or harass them, and most importantly, have proof of their behavior. That's what I did with my Kai Dilia and Yoshiri 1 rants. And Alduin Gijinka did nothing of that sort. Her video literally made me look like the bad guy without proper evidences, and even though she had so-called proof, they weren't actual proof, and her arguments were very weak, very insulting, and very repetitive.
Okay, first of all, real talk, now you're outright telling your audience what to think about the video before you show them the evidence. Which I can't fucking wait to get to at this point. So, I guess I'll treat this like your thesis. The things you stated as requirements before are things that you state are not done in Alduin's video. I've already deconstructed that thesis, so it shouldn't matter if I, say, happen to find examples of constructive criticism, providing evidence, or saying something in a nice way. Then there goes your thesis again, right? Okay. Noted.
Please don't show that to me anymore. Please get it out of here. Stop.
So, with all that being said, let me do something that Alduin Gijinka felt miserably to do, which is 1, give you proper proof, 2, not containing a whole video of just babbling, 3, not being mean-spirited for comedy relief, and we put humor at the right timing, and lastly, not deliberately harassing someone to gain their attention, which I will talk more about shortly. So, let's begin, shall we? Bet this is what Alduin was thinking. Yeah! That will teach Sonai 3 a lesson to not to quote-unquote bully someone by trying to gain a reaction from her instead of actually trying to talk to her and give her constructive criticism. No way! This is so much better, easier, and way more entertaining.
Right, so remember you talking about her talking down to you a few minutes ago? Remember how you said she can't do that?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Hey, was she dressed as a carrot?
This is one of the biggest reasons why I didn't even bother touching this garbage of a video.
Like you're doing now.
Before was just screaming for me to give her a reaction so she can use it against me to have quote-unquote more proof on my quote-unquote behavior and spread even more bad rumors about me. And the ex-friend was wondering why I didn't want to watch it.
What's this about an ex-friend?
Oh yeah, right. That's gonna come up later.
Okay. So yeah, not important right now. So, cold open jokes are offensive to you? Seriously, I don't see what's offensive to you about this joke at all. I don't even begin to understand your point. What, because she's showing your carrot hedgehog ship and then making a terrible FBI open up joke that makes no sense without the context of the rest of the video? Yeah. Yeah, that'll fucking show you, I guess.
If this doesn't scream, I want to piss you off and you to notice me, which she actually implied on my video when she uploaded it, I don't know what does.
Okay, I commented on this video though, in hexadecimal, at least before you deleted it and re-uploaded, which means I'm definitely gonna do it again when the video goes up. this one that I'm making right now. Here's a spoiler warning. I don't give a fuck if you get pissed off or not. To be honest, if you do, then the gloves will come off, I will become the BoonSlayer, and we'll go 10 rounds on Tarkir, but that's beside the point. Why exactly are you supposed to be angered by this? Because I'll tell you what someone trying to anger me did. Uploaded my work in its entirety, then tacked themselves on the end talking about how bad it is before going into their completely unrelated video. Or continuing to name drop me long after the beef trying to get me to respond again. Or leaving comments on my video telling me to kill myself. This is... Honestly, it's not funny. It's not offensive either. It's not really anything. The fact that you're reacting this strongly indicates to me that maybe her trying to make you mad isn't the reason that you're getting mad.
Also, why even bother making fun of a self-insert ex-canon ship when you yourself are shipping yourself with a canon character and possibly more characters? So that begs the question, Aldo and Gijinka. Why are you making fun of your own kind? Shouldn't we stick together as fangirls who likes to ship ourselves with canon characters instead of going against each other?
You know good and damn well why she'd be doing that. It's not about behavior in and of itself being wrong, it's... well, I'll let her explain that.
I'm sure most of the people who are involved in the DeviantArt community remember all the drama in the Sonic fandom a few years back. Notably, the fiasco involving Akai Dahlia, right? Of course you do. There was a plethora of videos talking about her and the antics she was up to on her old DeviantArt account. However, two YouTubers always stood out to me when it came to these videos about Akai, and those two were Sonic93 and Amy-chan.
Okay, a little nitpick. It's not important, but I just want to address this. I don't know the actual pronounce of Dahlia, so you can say Dahlia that way if you want.
Were you making fun of her for the way that she pronounces words? I don't think you want to open that can of worms. Oh, and more importantly, was that condescension I heard? But you're calling her out. You can't be combative. Your own rules, bitch.
And, yeah, it's actually pronounced Dahlia. Why would you assume Delia? It's an A, not an E. A's in English don't make an S sound. They make an ow, A sound. Sometimes sound, but very rarely an eh. More importantly, with the first name Akai being Japanese, it'd be safer to assume proper Japanese pronunciation, which
Would be
yeah.
Since when do you know Japanese?
Since when do you?
Look, not important. There's also the actual flower, which is pronounced Dahlia. That may be the basis for the name. So either way, you have two proven correct pronunciations, neither of which are what you said.
Hey, you ain't allowed to finish off.
Gay sex. I thought you were gonna say something else. Doesn't make me wrong, though.
But Amy-chan? That is not whether me or she, for that matter, pronounces her username. Sorry, it just bothers me the way she pronounces it, that's all.
So, Japanese bothers you? I'm kind of offended.
I mean, the Japanese language doesn't really have rules for exceptions to the way things are pronounced, other than involving the Romanized letter N and U's most of the time being silent. And chan is a real Japanese suffix used for a person who is younger. Or, you know, a girl, typically. Which would apply to the character of Amy in Sonic the Hedgehog, since, of course, the most cringy Sonic fans are also massive weebs. That fits. I know it's a proper name in this case, so the argument can be made that you have good reason to view it as Chan all you want, but it's not like there isn't a reason someone would pronounce it differently.
What I liked about their videos were that they were not only talked about her character, but also talked about her behavior towards others. It was honestly much more refreshing than people screaming, "Your OC is rigged!"
Wait, I'm sorry, was that her giving a compliment to yourself and Amy-chan? Weren't you just saying that the entire video was her being condescending and one thing that she didn't do was provide constructive criticism? Like, for example, pointing out what was good about your videos before going into what she didn't like now? Okay. So yeah, you're already fucked on the credibility department. What else in your first thoughts is wrong?
However, over the last couple years since I discovered them, they seem to have been doing their own separate things.
Yeah, that's kind of true because she told me she didn't want to make rants anymore, and I truly respected that. I mean, I wasn't really happy about it since I thought that was kind of our thing to make rant videos about things we both agreed on, but I understood that she didn't want to do it anymore. Not to mention that we talked a lot less and less. And it got so severe to the point that not only doesn't she want to make rants anymore, she's way too unavailable to even make videos overall. So if you guys are missing us collaborating, these are the reasons why. I'm not saying that I'm blaming on her for that, but it did have its effect, as you can tell.
So I'm fine with you expanding on what she said here. I do it all the time. But where's that condescending attitude you were talking about earlier? If she does it throughout the video, and that's all the video is, then what is this neutral sounding context that she's giving right now?
Oh, don't worry. She's gonna get to that right about, now.
Amy-chan is in a healthy relationship with her boyfriend Gmod Spartan, while Sonic 93 is doing something alright.
Who is to say that just because you're in a relationship, it's automatically healthy because they're not quote-unquote obsessing with the fictional character? Also, are you implying that there's something wrong with being single and they're losers or something? Are you saying that people who are in a relationship might not be in an abusive or toxic relationship just because it happens to be real life people and not fictional crushes? Not everything is what it seems to be. Looks can be very deceiving.
What the fuck?
Here we go.
Who said anything about obsessing with a fictional character?
No one yet, but Alduin's gonna bring that up.
Okay, fair, but what the fuck? Look, the only reason the implication of shipping with a fictional character being automatically bad makes any sense at all is because you planted it there just now.
Her very next sentence, which you're gonna play, so no need to add that in right now, explains what she means by what you're doing that's different.
Also, no, she's not implying that being in a relationship with a real person can't be unhealthy. Are you fucking telling us that you know something that we don't? Seriously, the way you describe it sounds more like you know something about Amy-chan's situation and aren't saying anything, which kind of makes you out to be the bad guy.
Duh.
And also makes it out so that you're making a claim without proof and only getting around your criteria by using language to not say it's factual when your words clearly imply you know something you're not telling us.
Yeah, side note, if you do know that Amy-chan's relationship is abusive and you're hiding it, then all you really doing is aiding the abuser.
Jake, you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
There's something you guys wanna...
No.
Alright, got it. Fuck me, I guess.
Sonic 93 is still doing rants, though to me, her personality and views have become something much to be desired.
What the hell are you talking about? My personality and views have become something much to be desired? I don't understand what you're trying to say here. It's really confusing with that statement without you explaining what you mean by it.
Then maybe wait a second for her next sentence to possibly explain what she means. You know, instead of trying to commentate on every single sentence that she says.
Yeah, I can barely stand how much he rambles on when covering a full thought. I'd kick you in the fucking shins if you start jumping at every half thought. Keep it in your pants.
I think that's the first time I've heard you say that.
What, kicking someone in the shins?
No, telling someone to keep it in their pants.
Look.
One thing that stood out to me was that during her old Akai rants, she demonized Jane for shipping her character with both Sonic and Shadow. But apparently she's shipped herself with Silver and Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Not only that, but she seems to dislike Blaze the Cat in the same manner Jane did years ago with Amy Rose, because the character gets in the way of their shipping.
There's a lot of things wrong with these three statements that I don't even know where to begin to describe how the lack of quality and proof all of them have.
Okay, but before you do that, statesmen's?
Oh, come on, man. English probably isn't her first language.
Nah, I already got that indication. I didn't say anything about evidences earlier, after all. But come on! If you understand the basic concepts of English well enough to assume that the plural of evidence is the same word with an S on the end of it, I think you'd get the plural of statements right. Even if you think it's 2 words, why the fuck would you pluralize both of them by default? Like, I know, kind of a nitpick, but if she can get onto someone's pronunciation of words when they pronounce the word fine, I can say something when it actually is wrong.
Like when she says debut later.
Because it's Latin?
No one's first language is Latin, you call my man a chucklefuck. See what happens.
Alright, let's take one of them at a time. Okay, she first claims that I was quote-unquote demonizing Akai for her shipping herself with both Sonic and Shadow, while I do the same with Soul and Raphael, aka she's calling me a hypocrite. It's okay, I get that. From what she stated, she has seen my Kai Delia rant series, though I am suspicious she didn't bother watching it again for an attempt to make sure what she's saying is accurate. Now, I don't have proof of it, but based on her attitude throughout the commentary and not providing an example of me demonizing Akai, I can't help but feel that way, and why it will make sense that I feel this way. And even if that was the truth, shouldn't you provide proof of where I have been so-called demonizing Akai for those who hasn't seen my rant series of her to make your point valid? Why should I take your word for it just because you have watched it?
Hey, remember when you said that people have to show proof of their claims? And here the McFuck we are. You know what would prove that she didn't rewatch the videos, or at least reasonably prove that she did not understand your point in those videos? Maybe if you fucking showed some clips.
Isn't this already long enough, Boon?
You forget who you're talking to. But yeah, blatant double standard aside, let's talk about another reasonable explanation. I mean, other than the fact that she didn't want to do the same thing that I didn't want to do and comb through 4 fucking hours of footage solely for a minor point at best. So instead of intellectual inhonesty, maybe she just got a different impression than what you intended. From what I skimmed through, you talked a lot about her hating Amy Rose. I'll analyze how your later points are either straight up wrong or easily understood as tying into what Alduin said, and well, about now.
I'm not gonna go in detail for my opinions of Akai shipping herself with both Sonic and Shadow, since I already covered that up in the rant series, but to make it short, it was how she A, portrayed her character when pairing up with them at the same time, not separately.
Yeah, and her examples with you of Raphael and Silver are from different canons, which means the only way they would have to be in the same picture together is you. And let me make this 100% clear. I'm not saying that your interpretation of the difference is wrong, because it's not. But what I am saying is that her interpretation of the similarities also isn't wrong.
Also, yeah, polyamory isn't a thing. Obviously not allowed. Who the hell are you? Don't worry about it.
B, how she treated each of them differently, and she always seemed to be into Shadow more than Sonic, or Maurice, as she likes to call him, despite her constantly drawing her with him all the time, including sticking close to Shadow's real personality, while Sonic's still too attached and obsessed with her.
Okay, first of all, if you're gonna list off your reasons with audio cues, that should have been 2 separate entries. Really would have made your stuff pop more and made it easier to follow, but that's beside the point.
What if the character is less into Sonic than Shadow? I mean, if the character is showing more affection to Shadow and not being pursued of Sonic, then why couldn't she just like Shadow more? Personally, I like Lorwyn better, but that's just me.
In addition, I can actually cite aspects of Sonic's personality that indicate why this would happen, namely his impatience and impulsiveness. He's also very passionate about what he cares about, as indicated by how zealous he gets in regards to injustice or unfairness, so it would stand to reason that Sonic, in a romantic situation, would be more inclined to fall for someone playing hard to get in a fashion like this. Or at least what he thinks is playing hard to get. And this is someone who agrees that this type of behavior is pretty out of character, by the way, but not outlandishly so, and indicates more that they've known each other for longer, and he's willing to make a move than something like with Sally Acorn in the comics.
And lastly, C. Her shipping with them was always something desirable and not really a headcanon or scenario, meaning that it's always something sexual and nothing about elaborating Akai as a character or how she be when pairing up with each of them. Not to mention that both of them are extremely out of character. I have nothing against Akai having these kind of fantasies and desires regarding Sonic and Shadow, but the problem is, that's all there is. Desires and nothing else.
Okay, so 2 things. For one, didn't you just show a picture of Sonic offering her flowers and her seemingly giving him the cold shoulder? That, I'm not sure if you knew this, that is not sexual. If the fact that it's indicative of a romantic gesture means that it's only a desire, then, well, very little actually gets past those qualifications. I have a feeling I'll be using this problem against you in the near future.
You will.
Oh, good.
She also just said Akai's work sticks closer to Shadow's personality, but then says they're both extremely out of character. So, which is it?
No, it can be both. They can both be extremely out of character, but Shadow less so. Unless it's just out of character because there's sex involved.
Which is dumb for a whole host of reasons that aren't even worth going into.
Are you just involved now? Didn't you hate commentaries a minute ago?
I never said that.
You kinda did, babe.
Huh. Well, fuck me, I guess.
Later.
And the first time I watched the video or listened to the whole Sonic 3 does the same with Silver Raphael argument, I thought it was so ridiculous when I saw the picture she used to quote-unquote prove that like Raphael from TMNT. It was so ridiculous, and I will show you why. More proof of how this video lacks evidences, and in this case, wrong evidences. Because first of all, the picture is not supposed to be a couple picture. It's supposed to be a friendly comfort picture. There's a difference. I know the picture might be too hard to see the text, but if you really pay attention to what it says, I named the picture Raphael and Ruth Comfort, not Raphael X Ruth Comfort.
So apparently it's not shipping if you don't use the letter X between the names?
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything though. By that logic, your earlier picture of Akai, Sonic, and Shadow proves absolutely nothing, since it has the names. Nothing related to being in a relationship, just all them fucking standing there like a movie poster.
Speaking of promotional stills, what about that comic book cover a second ago? The name on the cover says Shaddai, with the clarification that it means Shadow and Akai, not Shadow X Akai. The artwork does also indicate this is romantic, but look again. Sonic is in the background, not in the title, indicating that he is a relevant character, but not the main focus of the story. In other words, he's not part of the relationship in this story.
Yeah, so if her evidences is wrong because of a reason like that, then so is yours. I could go further into that, but, well, I have plenty of commentary to dunk on your ass.
Or, better yet, why not take a look at the dialogue? Does it indicate a couple picture to you?
Yes, but not because of the dialogue in isolation.
Remember how I said the body language indicated that the comic cover was indicating something romantic? Yeah, that can apply here too.
And if it can't indicate that here, then why can't it indicate that with the evidence of Shadow being close to the in character?
There's also knowledge of Raphael's character, as in every iteration, it's incredibly rare that he would state anything is bothering him. It'd have to be Splinter, or someone he is romantically attached to. Friendly my ass.
And secondly, maybe it's just me, but I really get that vibe that Alduin was in so much of a hurry to make the video just to paint me as the bad guy by, again, not making sure a point is valid and didn't even bother taking a further look on the video where she found the pictures from, because if she did, she would have found me saying that the picture was just me being friendly to him. And including 5 other way more convincing pictures to back up her claim. But since she used only one and the most non-couple picture, it just proves to me she wasn't serious when making this video. And again, wanna paint me as a bad guy.
Duh.
Yeah, you know what proves her wrong? Showing proof that she's right. I do this all the time, indicate why the person is right, but still point out problems with how they brought up the point, make the better point for them, etc. Doing that, though, takes nuance, and not proving the point you just made wrong. Yes, it can be interpreted that the picture is seen as non-romantic. It can also just as easily be interpreted that the picture is seen as romantic, and the reasons you give for the picture being non-romantic would also be used to prove that Akai's pictures can be interpreted as non-romantic, and you're just attaching your own authorial intent onto the author.
So in other words, if she's trying to make you look like the bad guy,
then it's probably because you're that bad type, make your mama sad type, that make your girl.
And lastly, the whole I hate Blaze the same way as Akai used to hate Amy Rose because they get in the way of my shipping. This is another proof of how she lacks evidence. Because she literally stated the exact same thing to me before making the video, and I was debunking her argument, and she just didn't take it. I told her everything when I stand for Silver, Raphael, and Blaze, and instead of asking me or listening to me, she just kept accusing me, but she makes it seem like this conversation never happened before. Or better yet, didn't even show this in the video.
Hey, yeah, that's the point of this video. Yeah, I know I got onto you for front-loading your overall opinion, but her video is a commentary too, and bringing up these aspects of your character is a way to show that this is what the evidence in the video is going to indicate as well. You even admit jealousy in your comments, so she has a reason to believe that you do dislike Blaze, in spite of the fact that you say that you do not dislike Blaze, with hate really just being a stronger term for the same sentiment in this case.
by the way, the fact that your own post says your opinion and interests have evolved, yeah, that's gonna come up later.
And she took one response I did out of context and somehow thinks I'm acting the exact same way as Akai used to Amy Rose, which I also debunked to her that we're not the same.
Yes, because clearly what you said there is proof of something.
All you really did was say, nuh-uh, my other friend says I'm not, so you're wrong. And it's not hate, it's jealousy.
Which, by the way, is the actual emotion we're describing, because hating a character for the reason of getting in the way of your shipping is, guess fucking what? Jealousy.
And everything I just told you right now, I said the exact same words to the person whom I thought knew me the best and would back me up for it. But when I showed this to her, she didn't see it as a big deal, but it was an actual attack against me, and she did absolutely nothing about it.
Honey, I'm a fucking superhero, and even I'm not gonna fight someone's battle for them like this. Come on.
Yeah, the way you're talking here indicates that you wanted her to confront Alderwin about what she said to you when that ain't really on her. And besides, that's how something becomes a bigger problem than it really needs to be. Ain't that right, Dylan Thomas?
Also, I can't help but point out something strange about this screenshot here. You see the solid colored block at the bottom there? To me, that looks like some sort of censor bar over part of the text. It doesn't fit in with the rest of the UI of whatever messenger you're using, so this leads me to believe that this was information that was actually being hidden. Now, there are two reasons that you would hide information in a context like this. First, it could be personal information, but I have doubts that it is based on the context of what was being said before that in the same text. Second, the more likely and more damning possibility is that this is something that you don't want us to see for evidentiary reasons rather than privacy reasons. And that, to me, indicates that it could be her doing exactly what you're saying she's not doing, fully admitting that could not be the case here, but, well, I can't look past it as a possibility. And no, saying, my IRL friend says it's true isn't evidence, no matter how many times you say it.
And on side note, my friend in real life, whom has not much knowledge of the internet world or wasn't with me when the drama happened, even thinks this is strange that she didn't do anything when I told her about me and Alduin's conversation.
Hey, maybe that's because he doesn't know much about the internet, according to you. Maybe that's because he doesn't realize that long-distance communication is different from face-to-face conversations. Maybe your description of the situation was slanted. Maybe they were just trying to make you feel better. Maybe my IRL friend agrees with me isn't fucking evidence, you piece of shit.
This is basically the my uncle works at Nintendo level of unverifiable hearsay.
And I don't mean to make her biased or say you should be biased just because they're close to you.
I mean, you can not mean to say it all you want. That doesn't mean it's not what you're saying.
All I'm saying is that you should stand up to your friend whenever they're in trouble or being attacked. And it's not about quote unquote defending someone blindly, but just simply be there for someone when they need you the most, especially when they're being wrongly accused.
So it's not about white knighting someone, just being supportive when they're in trouble. Okay, I get that. So the phrase, "she should be more understanding," doesn't indicate that at all. What it sounds like, based on what little evidence you've actually given us, is that because your friend didn't jump up and start defending your honor in glorious combat, you took offense. You know what that's called? That's called looking for a white knight.
Hey, you know what I just realized? This has like fucking nothing to do with the video.
Oh, I know. And that's what makes it worse. You went on this entire fucking tangent about how your friend didn't call Alduin a bitch on command while telling us that you don't expect bias. And again, there's also the issue of that censor bar. For all we know, she was being incredibly supportive, but didn't want to get involved in what was basically stupid drama that doesn't fucking matter. But I'll save the rest of that for my final thoughts. You guys thought I gave it to Alexander Kayford back in the day. You have no idea what's coming.
Who? I don't know. I think it's on like the TV tropes page or some shit.
There's a TV tropes page!
Whereas Jane seems to be improving ever since she rejoined DeviantArt.
I keep hearing people being so convinced that Akai has quote-unquote improved and quote-unquote changed, and it honestly annoys me as hell. Oh my god. Just because she doesn't cause drama as she used to, it automatically means she has become a different and better person?
Wait. So she hasn't changed in your eyes, even though you just said she doesn't cause drama anymore. That's something that we call a change. You don't have to completely 180 in order for there to be change or improvement. You just have to change or improve. You admitting that she doesn't cause drama like before is an indication from the outset that change exists.
From time to time, Akai has always proved that she's still the same person as back when I for the first time ranted on her and keep going back to her old routines. Hell, even recently, she has been called out from doing the exact same thing as I called her out for in the first place. Like, remember when she became famous for her Sonato comic, made Sonic all feminine and pregnant, acted like she liked Sonato and started to hate the pairing, and made tons of hate art dedicated to it, including a whole comic of it, and offended the fans of them? And she, quote-unquote, apologized to them because she was in, quote-unquote, influence of emotions and rage? Well, obviously all of that is a lie. I mean, I didn't fall for it because Akai is known to lie all the time. Because recently she has been bothering the Sonato fans again by spamming the comment "no" in different pictures of them, including bothering an artist for drawing Sonic transsexual or being feminine, when again, she herself used to draw him like that all the time, including him with a maid outfit, and even questioned the artist if that's a clone of Sonic and comment on a profile and ask the same question.
And this is the same? Expressing your dislike in the comments is the same as posting artwork against it? The answer is no, it's fucking not. You seem to have missed what her apology even said, as it outright stated that she no longer liked the pairing. Being judgmental of something others liked because you don't? It's a related can of worms. There are probably worms from the same fucking lake in there, but it is still an entirely different can of worms. She's also on a different page where she's not famous for the same thing. So an effort is clearly being made to not give people a false impression that her old attachments still apply.
The impression I get from what you're saying is that she's not allowed to have a different opinion on something that contradicts artwork she made in the past. Well, you, on the other hand, are what with the Raphael thing.
So, tell me, Alduin, how the fuck has Akai, quote-unquote, improved ever since she came back on DA, when I have from time to time proven that she's only saying these things so people can leave her alone and she eventually always goes back to her old self? With other words, all that she's doing is an act, but that doesn't mean her mindset has changed, and especially her behavior from the past. It's like I said to you in our conversation when you wouldn't stop bugging me and craving for my reaction. Get your facts straight before accusing someone to be a hypocrite. Thank you. And I'm giving a shout out to Sparkling Area for informing me this. So if you're watching this right now, I thank you for providing me the evidences and links.
So you pointed out that she hasn't changed, but you needed someone else to get the evidence for you that she hasn't.
Also, remember how you stated one of your main gripes with Akai was how out of character her interpretations of Sonic were?
Actually, that explains the clone comment, doesn't it? She's given Sonic and her artwork a different name to acknowledge the fact that he's out of character from the original interpretation of the character. And when people post Sonic in scenarios, she was called out for being incredibly non-canon. She asks if it's a clone instead of the original version. Is it a very good change to make on her part? No, not really, but it is a change on how she approaches these things, and a change in how you express your opinion is still a relevant change to one's behavior.
Now, the reason why I want to make a video talking about the Silver the Hedgehog fanbase is that, as a Silver fangirl myself, obviously at this point, I, have seen some interesting things coming from his fandom. Okay, I need to ask this, Alduin. If you really felt that part was not important, that you felt the need to speed up my voice, why didn't you just edit it out? Was it really that necessary to let it be there just to speed it up, to make it seem like I was just rambling? Now, I understand that you just want to get to the point of the important parts of a video, but the thing is, instead of just using the same segment, you could have just made it easy for yourself by editing out the parts that you felt it wasn't important and not waste your time with speeding it up. Do you realize that you'll miss out a lot of important information that, again, if someone hasn't seen the video, should know about and make their own interpretation? It's honestly very misleading for people who don't know the situation and will sadly blindly follow someone else's words based on how the video was made. Which is, if you ask me, something I expected from that certain friend to also realize.
Hey, I've got some advice for you. The thing you're doing right now, you really want to make sure that you have enough heft behind it when you're throwing Amy-chan under the bus so that she lands solidly on the pavement instead of sliding right between the wheels and ending up safe on the other side, making you look like an idiot like you're doing now. So I'd recommend that you lift with your lower back instead of your knees. Because I bet she's heavy, and you wouldn't want to blow out your knees, especially since you'll need them when I kick your fucking shins out from under you!
The first time I watched this video, I thought you were speeding up the videos, that we could actually tell Alduin playing your original from the current video that you have made. And this is a major production issue throughout, as it makes it harder to follow when you're saying something now, and when it's just a clip of what you said before. So to make up for that, I'm going to use Raphael to represent your older video, because memes.
So, as any Sonic fan possibly know at this point, Silver wasn't exactly the most popular or likable character in his first debut, which was Sonic 06. For many reasons, such as, oh, Sega, why are you making another new Sonic character? We already got enough of them. Why is his hair looking like a pot leaf or a peacock head? Why does he have an annoying voice? Why is he another hedgehog? You get the point.
Yeah, it's not like Silver's the poster boy for shitty boss programming, right? Silver debuted in probably one of the worst video games ever programmed, had 2 shitty boss fights, and his campaign was a clusterfuck full of shitty physics puzzle and agonizing story structure. And yes, his voice acting is fucking awful. Sonic 06 had some of the worst voice acting in any game I've ever played, and Silver is no exception. He was built up to be the savior of the future and prevention of the end time, and every line he delivers sounds like he's either constipated or whining.
Alduin? I don't understand what gives you the impression I would give 2 shits over your opinion towards Silver's debut and him as a character himself. And just because you have the same opinion as everyone else thought on the game, that doesn't make it factual. That's why it's called an opinion. And the way you're putting it, I'm pretty positive trying to make me sound like I'm this Silver fan brat who can't accept that he was hated or something.
Oh, this is gonna be hilarious in about a line or so.
Hey, more importantly, what was that about her condescending to you the whole time? And yet your original video addressed criticisms of Silver's character when he debuted in an even worse condescending tone? On top of that, she did list reason for Silver to be disliked at that time, other than what you were talking about. And
All I was doing was just summarizing how Silver went from being hated into one of the most popular Sonic characters. And how a level design and boss fight are made doesn't indicate a likability towards a character. I would know. I love Silver, but I ain't a fan of his does the puzzle part either.
okay, so who cares what your opinion of the level design is? By your own logic. She wasn't talking about what your opinion is. She was citing reasons she has to not like Silver for his debut game. Oh, and yes, shitty boss fight can be a reason to hate a character. Maybe for you, bad mechanics in the boss fight isn't a good reason to dislike a character. For you. But you know what that is? An opinion. You don't give any explanation to why a boss fight shouldn't be a factor into one's opinion of a character. So it's not like you're presenting an argument against that being a factor in someone's opinion, other than because I said so. So kindly fuck off with telling us an opinion isn't fact when you're treating your own as fact right now.
And as I have been a Sil fangirl for over 10 years, can you believe it? I've always hated it! I don't understand why Sil was so hated back then!
Your Honor, I'd like to declare a mistrial.
Oh yeah, right, you were here earlier.
Who are you?
I'm Sonic 93's lawyer. She hired me because I look like Silver.
That doesn't make any...
I'm aware. Look, my client clearly doesn't realize that she just incriminated herself by outright revealing evidence that states that she doesn't understand why people hate Silver.
I mean, she did, but this isn't a trial. Or a courtroom. And you're not even supposed to be in the series yet? Don't you come in like Volume 4?
Oh. Your Honor, I'd like to recuse myself from this fuckery.
Motion granted.
Well then. Yeet.
Well, that made no sense.
Sega would never make Sonic kiss a real human woman.
And if you kind of left out and literally the only Sil fangirl out there, that's how underrated Sil really was back then. But luckily, it wasn't like this permanently and turned out for the better. Silver very slowly, but very safely as well, gained more fans, and even freaking fangirls, as years went by.
Hold up. I have a point to make about your original video right now. Fuck you mean he safely gained fans? Okay, yeah, slowly, because it happened over a long period of time. Cool. How the fuck do you gain fans safely in that regard?
I would presume it's by not causing riots in a McDonald's over fucking nugget sauce.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that could work.
Now I consider Silver as one of the most popular Sonic characters. Maybe even consider the second most popular character after Shadow. Maybe.
Oh man, it's not condescending at all for you to play back your voice clip a million times to hammer home a point. I fucking love it.
I never confirmed anything.
Okay, cool. That's fucking great. I don't mean that if what you say is based on absolute bullshit, then it can't be called out, homie.
In fact, I can indicate why you would know that you used the word maybe to try to cover your ass about being completely off base. For one, second most popular behind Shadow. Yeah, I mean, for most people, it would be safe to assume that the most popular character in the Sonic franchise is Sonic? Because, you know, it's fucking named after him? I mean, even if Shadow were more popular than Sonic because Dante from the Devil May Cry series, Sonic is likely still in front of Silver. And that discounts characters like Knuckles, Amy, and Tails who have been around way longer and have more frequent appearances. Vector the Crocodile, who is the leader of the team that Silver's on in Team Sonic Racing, and Silver's the only hedgehog in that game that isn't leading a team, so what the fuck does that tell you? And even if you assume popularity among true Sonic fans or some bullshit like that, then, well, other than that, just being a means to disqualify any opinion that you don't like, that also opens the Scourge floodgate. And if you thought Shadow was popular for being Dante from the Devil May Cry series, bitch, try me.
Okay, more lack of proof time. And before I say why, I must say that you have a very poorly taste in music to set up the mood for this video. All the more reasons to why I can't take the video seriously, and he just screams trolling to me.
Did you just get onto her for not using music meant to incite a hate boner?
Who fucking cares about her using goddamn Mario music or some shit? It's a skip screen. It's pointing out that she's skipping over footage. Get the fuck over yourself.
Anyways, this right here is skipping an important detail of what I said about my overall thoughts on Valak's video. Now, since I unfortunately don't have the video up anymore and his video itself is nowhere to be found, I can't show you what I said in that specific part, but I do remember that I said along the lines of there were some things I disagreed on and there were some things he made good points on, but when he started to talk about Silver, he said some things that really pissed me off. And before he might say, that's what Aldo and Gajinka is saying too. No, it's not the same thing. Alduin is making it look like I immediately went ballistic as soon as he mentioned Silver because his opinions aren't the same as mine and missed the whole point of his video and just focused on how Silver can't be criticized and he's the perfect character of all time and no one can say anything bad about him. I'm his number one huge fan.
Because, you haven't been doing that thus far. Other than implying that implications were implied.
Yeah, the skip screen didn't say anything that implies anger. All it implies is that you felt his opinions on Silva wrong, which, well, you just said that's exactly what you were doing.
I find it very interesting that you told her to skip over something she found unimportant earlier, but then you wanted to say that she skipped something important here. Not because she actually said anything inaccurate, but because of an implication that you fucking created about it. And I also find it interesting that you conveniently don't have proof that the implication you presented is invalid, nor do you have any reason for her implication other than because you fucking said so.
They'll just make a character, expect the fans to like them, then the fans don't like them because their story and gameplay was handled poorly, and if all else fails, then they'll just make them a background character or forget them altogether. After Sonic 06, then they was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just forget about that one character. What was his name? Gold the Mink?
Okay, I'm gonna already stop him right here. So, according to the guy, the reason Silver is a quote-unquote forgettable character or barely used in the games nowadays is because the fans didn't like his debut in Sonic 06 and the gameplay and the story were poorly done?
Yep.
Therefore, he's just a background character? What? So, by that logic, literally any character who is barely used anymore had a bad debut and that's why they're background characters?
No! No, he's saying that this happened with Silver. He's also implying, by him setting up the example beforehand, that this has happened with other characters. But that doesn't mean it has happened with all other characters. For example...
Save it.
I'm sorry, what?
You have a whole big list of characters that weren't received initially and faded in the background, yeah?
I mean, yeah?
Save it. You'll need those later.
But I have to do the list thing.
Oh, trust me. You will.
Jake, Iran already got bombed. We don't need you to start World War III, okay?
You know, characters like Shadow and Blaze who happen to have a very likable and well-received debut Sonic games, to the point that that's the main reason Shadow is still around and even had his own game?
Dude, you think Shadow is always relegated to a background character? He got a fucking DLC dedicated to him in Sonic Forces. He debuted in Sonic Adventure Battle 2. That's like one of the best Sonic games in the fucking franchise.
Yes, Alduin, you are correct. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is known to be one of the best Sonic games ever. That is why it doesn't make sense how Valak states that Sega makes a character, expect the fans to like them, fans don't like them because the story and gameplay are handled poorly, and therefore they'll become background characters or forgettable altogether. His arguments are being contradicted because Shadow and Blaze, whom are incredibly popular, are these background characters as he states, but not for the reasons he gives, especially for Blaze.
Okay, but I would like to reiterate what I just said. Shadow and Blaze are not who he's talking about. He was not saying this about all Sonic characters. He also didn't say that Shadow and Blaze are background characters either, nor did he say that the characters, or Silver in the specific example he's working with were forgettable, but simply forgotten. Either being perpetually left on the cutting room floor like Bean the Dynamite or Bark the Polar Bear, or pushed into the background like Espio the Chameleon or Fang the Sniper. Don't fuck with me on this one! I am the master of obscure fucking references!
And the fans don't like them because the story and gameplay are handled poorly argument would have been accurate for Silver because he was a very hated character for possibly similar reasons, but he became more playable in other games like Sonic Rivals 1 and 2 despite that, and eventually became popular.
Hey, you know, this is actually a good method of interfering with the original video's point. Silver wasn't pushed as far into the background as implied. Sega did give him roles of varying prominence throughout most of his lifespan as a character, and although one could argue that puts him potentially into the push in the background camp, potentially, what with only appearing in the main series as a supporting, non-playable character, but it proves that Sega didn't push him into the background any more than characters that had been well received, like Shadow or Blaze. Well, I mean, other than Shadow, but...
And before Sonic Forces came out, when was the last time Shadow was actually playable and including a story mode, minus the spin-off games? And to be honest, the Shadow DLC really didn't contribute anything to the story and the gameplay. All it did was just giving a backstory of how Infinite became Infinite, and just literally gave Shadow 3 stages to play on. And why doesn't he need a DLC to be included in a Sonic game to begin with? Even so, the screen time Shadow had was very little for me to say that is not a background character.
Oh, so we're going there, are we? Hey, when was the last time Silver was playable in a main series Sonic game, including DLC? Answer, Sonic 06. Yes, I'm aware you're not saying that Silver isn't a background character, but simply that Shadow is. But I've got you beat there, too. With both the DLC and his role in the game before the DLC. Hell, you yourself bring up everything that makes Episode Shadow more than a background character. He's the only other character that's playable in the game aside from the Sonics and Rookie, and he actually provides relevant backstory information. But without the DLC, he's still much more relevant than Silver, and for reasons that are clear if you actually play the fucking game. Shadow is part of Eggman's forces. Admittedly, the twist here is that's not the real Shadow, but instead a virtual clone created by Infinite. Where the fuck are, like, I'm sorry, I just have to ask this real quick. Where the fuck are, like, Eggman's shadow androids? That would have made a little bit more sense, I think. They just brought back the shadow androids. But, you know what Shadow does? He gets rid of the clone. You know what Silver does throughout the entirety of Sonic Forces? Nothing! He calls Tails crazy, he gets his ass kicked by Infinite in the biggest dwarf moment I've ever seen in a Sonic game, and he gives vague-ass sequel bait at the end of the game. He literally does jack all that makes any kind of difference. And you mean to tell me the guy who dispatched one of your main antagonists while also being one of your main antagonists is the background character here? Okay, Felicia.
Especially when the rest of the game was all about Sonic like in every single game, and it makes everyone else's, including Shadow, a background character because they don't really do anything in the games anymore. And even if they do, Sonic is eventually always the main focus. Shadow's debut had a lot more impact to the story than he ever could in Forces, despite his playability being very limited.
Okay, true. Everyone is a background character compared to Sonic. But I'd like to reiterate my point a second ago that Shadow had way more impact than Silver in this particular story. And there's the role Tails played in Forces, and the importance of the fucking Rookie in the game. Those were not background characters, and Tails was primarily a support for classic Sonic. All three of these characters did way more than, well, most of the rest of the cast, not counting Knuckles, the commander of the Resistance, and the other major villains. Hell, Silver did more than Knuckles, in reality, so fuck me, I guess. You can have a primary protagonist instead of supporting cast that are more than just bits of background decoration, in case you haven't seen, well, most seasons of Digimon other than Frontier.
Please don't start the rant, we'll be here for hours.
This bitch better not try me then!
I have no idea what either one of you were talking about.
You know, now that I think about it, Mr. Hippo might be a fitting mentor for you.
Wait, who?
Don't worry about it.
And that is also know why Blaze has 2 Sonic games where it takes place in her dimension. And she gets less attention than Silver from Sega.
So you just stated that Blaze was one of the main stars in the Rush games, and then you say she gets less attention than Silver, who has no main games. What?
You do realize that Sonic Rush and Rush Adventure came out like a decade ago, specifically in 2005 and 2007. So it's not relevant to how much she gets attention from Sega today. And I wouldn't say that it was Blaze's main games just because it happens to be more centered around her. And at the end of the day, it's all about Sonic going on adventures. Shadow the Hedgehog is more fitting to that title since it circles around him and only him.
Okay, number 1. I'm going to say this one more time. A supporting character and a background character are not the same thing. Tell you what, I'll provide you with an example of the difference so that you can understand why your argument is dog shit.
It's not from Digimon Frontier, is it?
No, don't be silly.
Thank God.
It's from Dragon Ball Z.
God damn it.
At the end of the day, Dragon Ball's stories revolve around Goku saving the day in the end. Yes, other people are relevant at different points in assisting in that, but it's really Goku's story, even if Toriyama wanted to make it someone else's story at one point, but that's a whole different rant. The reason we don't see as much from the supporting characters is because of the fact that this is a video game, and not an anime. Watch Sonic X. Shadow actually gets plenty more there. Hell, Tails has a love interest, more than you can say about him in the games. And don't even talk to me about the anime unless you've read the manga.
Sonic has a manga?
Well, okay, comics, but same thing. Silver's given more in the comics as well because there's more room in the comics for an expanded character roster than in the video games. But this is starting to put together where you're using real facts to make a point that, well, is false. Yes, other characters had bad debuts and were pushed further into the background. No, this does not mean that every character that was pushed in the background had a bad debut. No, this does not mean that every character that had a bad debut was pushed in the background. Silver is still a character that had a bad debut that was pushed into the background. Your entire defense here is already based on a leap of logic, and the fact that Alduin didn't pick up on that is on her. But you trying to circle around and justify saying that Blaze and Shadow were pushed in the background while also saying that Silver was less pushed in the background not only makes my head hurt, but is completely fucking pointless. I debunked your original point better than Alduin did, I debunked Alduin better than you did, and I'm debunking you because I have a giant commentary cock so you can commentate on D's nuts, you pink dick.
Pink dick?
They're not all winners, okay?
No, I'm just like, do you have something against the color pink that you need to tell me?
And in that case, why aren't you counting Sonic 06 as Silver's main game, or Sonic Rivals, or Rivals 2? Or better yet, why do fans want Sega for Blaze to have her own game if you really think that's enough for it to be more noticeable than Silver?
Okay, so let's just roll with this fuckstick logic that both of you are using. If she equates you saying that Blaze had games that took place in her dimension as her having main games, then that would mean that by her logic, a main Silver game would take place in his own setting, the future, which doesn't apply to Sonic Rivals at all, and in Sonic 06 only applies to less than a third of the game, counting Silver's story. So, you know, by her logic, it's probably not a main Silver game either. As for the second statement...
Yeah, she ain't say shit about Blaze getting her own game. She just pointed out what she saw as a contradiction. I know what the video is actually about, so I know why a point like this could be in the video, but I legit don't know why you'd say something like that here of all places.
And I'm just here?
Didn't you not want to do this a little while ago?
Hey! Shut up! I made a Billie Eilish reference. I'm invested now.
Not to mention that a bunch of Silver fans, including myself, wants him to have his own game just because he's popular enough for us to want to know more about him.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Didn't you leave?
Hey.
I'm just saying. I mean, she didn't even manage to be in Sonic Forces, which was a complete wasted opportunity, because I bet she could have a major role in the game.
Then again, she'd probably end up just talking like everyone else. So you're admitting that even if she does get added to the game, she'll just end up being a fucking waste. Why would you want her to be the game then if you know that they're not even gonna fucking use her adequately?
A little question, Alduin. You claim that I hate Blaze the same way as I kinda did to Amy Rose because Sylvace gets in the way of my shipping, but you just heard and confirmed me saying that I actually want her to be in Sonic Forces. What?
Shut up.
I'm sorry. This bitch just say you can't hate a character and still want them in the work they're a part of?
She sure did.
Is he about to go Super Saiyan?
Wrong anime?
I'm not entirely sure about that anymore.
I'm about to end this woman's whole fucking career. List of characters I hate but still want to see in the work that they're a part of. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto, Byakuya Togami, Danganronpa, Bakugo Katsuki, My Hero Academia, TN, Dragon Ball Z, Death to Kid, Soul Eater, Griffin Kato, Rave Master, Squidward, SpongeBob SquarePants, Henry Wong, Digimon Tamers, Impmon, Digimon Tamers, Reaver, Fable, and by the fucking way, I'm a professional wrestling fan. The entire point of heels and other antagonists in other media. So guess what? I could go on. There are characters that you love to hate, you dicking chuckle fuck. And here's another part you seem to have missed. You can also hate a character for their position in the story without hating them as a person, thus indicating that you would want them in their own work where they could play a different role in the story. For example, on my end, Hinata Hyuga from Naruto. She's awful. She gets basically no development in my eyes other than, look at me, I have a Kikai Genkai, and basically only exists to eventually marry Naruto, a character she has zero chemistry with outside of her having a fangirl crush on him. Legit, if the relationship between her and Naruto wasn't as pushed in the story as it was, and she was able to do, I don't know, anything, maybe evolved into a less shy person during the story or something like that, or that relationship actually fucking developed on screen, I wouldn't hate this character, because she's a precious soft bean that could kill you, and I tend to like characters like that. But that's how Mishimoto wrote this shit, so I don't. And that's not enough for you. I've also got an example from Season 5 of Samurai Jack.
Before Boon gets all the Rabbit Tadakowski fans on him again, I'm gonna bring up your rants on Akai because they indicate proof of her hatred of Amy being similar to what you don't like about Blaze, the role that she plays. You notice how she actually, draws Amy here, and she's doing it here to point out the differences between the characters, and what you're saying at this point is that you don't buy her saying that the characters are different because she's basically adding a symbol hit to Under Pressure to make it Ice Ice Baby, but she keeps including the character.
Okay, look. You have a valid point about her not being willing to say why she hates Amy and then drawing a character with similar physical traits but more mature. She could feel that Amy's an immature brat that's way too emotionally unstable. I know I do. Maybe she finds Amy borderline stalking Sonic creepy. I know I do. And yeah, that's a whole different can of worms about her hating shipping Sonic and Amy that you seem to miss. But like I said, it's a different can of worms. Basically, while your point about you wanting Blaze to be in Sonic Forces sounds like it shows a lack of hatred for Blaze, it shows a, from what I can tell, less severe hatred of Blaze, which, given how fervently you appear to be defending Silver from criticism, can be a valid sign of you having more similarities to Akai than you're willing to admit.
Or the debut was so bad to the point fans hate them? Whoever said that they hated Shadow or Blaze in the first appearance and they don't want to see them again? It's actually quite the opposite. Fans want to see more from them, including myself. Although Silver was the victim for being very hated in a couple of years, but he's very likable now, so there's no way he gets barely attention from Sega, that is, because he's not likable enough or he had a bad debut.
Well, I mean, if anything, these Sonic characters were popular enough to appear in spin-off games like the fucking Olympic games and the car games, so I wouldn't say that they're entirely shelved to the background.
Spin-off is a separate canon and not the actual canon, therefore it doesn't count.
Then why in the flying hell have you been talking about Sonic Rivals and shit? Sonic Rivals is not in the main Sonic series.
so it shouldn't count as an appearance from Silver. For that matter, Shadow the Hedgehog was also a spin-off because of, you know, featuring a primary protagonist other than Sonic the Hedgehog. And if it's not, where the fuck has Black Doom been this whole time? Hey, fun fact, he was also the only major villain to not return in Sonic Forces or Sonic Generations. So, I'd say the games with literal returning villains ignoring the game's existence qualifies it for spin-off territory. This makes any argument about giving other characters their own games moot because they would be spin-offs, which means they wouldn't count.
What I'm saying is, these characters should have their own games. For example, Silver the Hedgehog. He's a 14-year-old hedgehog with a destroyed future. With his friend Blaze the Cat, Silver is an optimist, but also a realist, who is hopeful for a better future. Now, I mentioned Silver because he's a very important example of what Sega should do with their characters. What I'm saying is, give Silver his own game series. If you couldn't tell yet, Silver doesn't have that big of a fan base. In fact, he gets a lot of hate most of the time.
Oh my god! I couldn't disagree more! Why are people still acting like Silver doesn't get attention and love as before? And why are people still acting like Silver still got a lot of haters?
While people have definitely grown on Silver in recent years, it'd be unfair to say that Silver hasn't lived on through ironic means. I mean, would you want to be known as one of the most poorly programmed boss fights in a video game? I don't see why she's in such denial about Silver's popularity. It kinda gives me the vibe as though she can't accept or consider the character's flaws.
Yeah, Alduin, it's not like I'm the only one who thinks Silver's not underrated and people keep believing he doesn't get the quote-unquote love as he deserves. I mean, hey, even a hater of Silver admits that he's overrated. So,
Completely fucking irrelevant! A character being hated and getting tons of love are not mutually exclusive. The reason that both of you have evidence of Silver being loved and hated is because both of these things are true. The term I would use is divisive. And yes, people still dunk on Silver's original boss fights and debut. Is it fair? Well, yes and no. It's a bad first impression of the character, and it was legendarily bad. If I were making a video on top 10 worst boss fights of all time, I'd have to consider putting on there. That's going to color people's opinions of Silver, but does it reflect how the character is now? No. So like I said, is it fair? Yes and no. First impressions matter. It's basically the point here.
what exactly am I in denial of? I don't see how me acknowledging Silver's popularity has anything to do with me can't accept or consider his flaws.
Oh no, it doesn't. You saying he don't get hate does. Characters can be both hated and loved. John Cena sucks! John Cena sucks! What was that?
Oh god.
Rabbit Luigi can't save you now.
I don't see anybody.
Yep, that is in fact the joke. Bitch, say I suck again. I'll body your ass without even breaking a sweat. You don't know. I'm a cosmic being of 100% pure mean force. Don't fuck with me. Thugonomics, C-Nation, hustle, loyalty, respect, Fruity Pebbles. Why you sound almost exactly like me? Hey yo, shut up!
Sonic Hedgehog 2, more like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, much of a dunce, to include the quilting circle that is so integral to Sonic's backstory.
Because Sonic 06 was rushed, he was forced to have slow gameplay, and not only that, but Sega handled his character in a way that he came off as annoying. He was too optimistic, not to mention that annoying voice.
So, again with the whole, because the game was rushed, I'm blaming on Silver's horrible debut.
Yes, and that's perfectly fine. Silver's gameplay was significantly slower and more tedious than the other characters' gameplay. As stated before, he had a lot of physics puzzles to work with, like those fucking balls in the desert, and he was significantly slower when you compared him to both Sonic and Shadow, which made it feel 100 times more fucking slow than it should have been. And considering Sonic games are defined for their speed, that's not exactly a good thing, is it?
Maybe Silver's not supposed to be as fast as Sonic and Shadow? Have you ever thought of that? You know, given the fact that he's psychokinetic and it just ruins originality, if he was just another hedgehog who can run as fast just like Sonic and Shadow?
Okay, but you're kind of missing the problem here. I agree with you that Silver's gameplay didn't have to be all speed. There's a few problems. For one, you could actually provide evidence of slower-paced gameplay that worked well in a Sonic game. So allow me to do your job for you,
which is especially bad since this is something you said you had to do to call someone out. Sonic Adventures 1 and 2 had non-speed based levels where you play as someone other than Sonic, and in the case of 2, Shadow. You had the exploration themed levels for Knuckles and Rouge, the mech levels with Tails and Eggman, and that's just in Sonic Adventure 2, by the way. In fact, the latter are perhaps the best examples. Maybe you hated those too. I know a lot of people did, but the fact that they were associated with pre-existing characters instead of being someone's first appearance didn't stain their reputation as much. Sonic Heroes Team Mechanic takes the dynamic from these first two games of the multiple playstyles and basically brings them all onto the same level. You have Speed Mode for traditional Sonic gameplay, Power Mode for direct combat, and Fly Mode for... okay, Fly Formation is stupid, but still. You have the same concept, but within levels, meaning that the pace of the gameplay changes throughout. I mean, it's kind of supposed to anyway. So let's jump to Sonic 06's implementation to prove why Sonic 93's point is utter dogshit. Shadow isn't all speed. His gameplay is already slower than Sonic's, although not by as wide of a margin as the other characters in Adventure 2. Shadow's gameplay is an attempted refinement of what's in Shadow the Hedgehog, with more focus on vehicles and combat. It's, well, also awful, but that's beside the point. Silver has zero focus on speed, and even Knuckles and Rouge needed to travel great distances across maps quickly. Silver doesn't even get a chance to accelerate on foot, something that every Sonic character has. It was basically a testing ground for the Unreal Engine, a physics engine that the dev team butchered because they threw it in at the last minute. So the problem isn't that the central gameplay mechanic was not speed, it was that it was the opposite of what the series is about, and it was poorly implemented.
Besides, Silver wasn't the only slow character in the game. I honestly think Tails and Amy are way slower. Yes, he's slow, but he's not that slow that it feels like he's slow like a snail or something.
See, this is just a difference of opinion.
I mean, on top of the fact that Tails and Amy were only playable for part of the level and not literally a third of the story. Okay, is anyone really surprised that I played a Sonic game or two?
No, just wondering which one turned you into a furry.
Still on the furry thing, huh?
I bet it was Shadow.
Anyway, yes, besides that. You didn't find Silver's gameplay as slow as Amy and Tails. Fair, that's fine. I did, though. Now, I'm not going to say you're wrong for having a different view of the gameplay, but... well, the problem here is that you're using your own opinion to say someone else is wrong.
With the gameplay, how slow he was, and was too optimistic and annoying, and has an annoying voice? What the fuck? I have never heard a fan saying they don't like a voice of a character, or especially how his debut was. I love Silver, but I ain't a fan of his does-de-does puzzle part either.
Hey, you know, I'm a big fan of Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! He's got an edge to him for sure, but he's a very supportive friend after having learned his lessons about being a dick to people in the past. And I feel that having a character that uses a lot of luck-based mechanics is very interesting and allows him to be one of the most skilled at the game while still having good reasons to lose often enough. He actually kind of embodies the calculated risks that a pro Magic player takes with his playstyle. His voice is fucking atrocious though.
And I think Vector the Crocodile is pretty underrated, but I'd be damned if his voice doesn't get on my nerves.
Oh, it's Vector you had a thing for, wasn't it?
Let me know when you're done obsessing over my sexual fantasies.
Sounds like I hit a nerve.
I could hit a nerve too,
Can it?
Well, geez, maybe they like Silver for reasons other than his voice acting and gameplay. Have you ever thought of that? Oh wow, that is so hard.
Well, maybe he should say why is Silver his favorite character instead of complaining about his debut and voice so much, especially when he claims that he wants Silver to have his own game. Has that ever came to your mind of how his logic makes absolutely no sense?
Shame you don't show enough of the original video to prove he doesn't do that.
What? Yeah, the clip she showed, that's the last one she shows of his video. At all. Okay, so normally I'm not one who likes to say that someone should show evidence of something that doesn't exist because that's an impossible standard. But every piece of context surrounding your points here, yeah, that indicates to me that's reasonable to assume he did start talking about positives, but began by talking about
what went wrong in his debut in order to contextualize what could be fixed, since this video is a critique on how Sega handles the Sonic franchise.
Yeah, the next 3 minutes is pretty much just this point.
You can't be serious.
Do I look like I'm joking?
You know, it's kind of hard to read your facial expression when you're made of fire.
He's not, I can tell.
Okay, you're wearing a helmet. It's even harder to read your face.
He's not joking, fam.
Yep, that checks out.
So that I might excise sin out from the Sonic canon!
Unfortunately, the hypocrisy doesn't stop there.
Does you taking 3 hours to say one word stop? Because that would be nice.
Silver fangirl on DA from this poster who was stating a similar opinion. But the thing is, it's even worse than the guy from YouTube, because she just kept going on and on how she finds Silver annoying and fucking annoying.
So, we're not allowed to address if a character is annoying or not? Is that really a bad thing? Because I play Borderlands and Claptrap is my favorite character. And yeah, he's annoying, but I still love the guy. He has some of the best lines and quests in Borderlands too. But I guess because I think he's an annoying character, that means that I hate the shit out of him.
Finding your favorite character's flaw annoying is one thing, but going on about the things they don't like about the quote-unquote annoying part about their favorite character over the actual thing that qualifies them as their quote-unquote favorite character is another. And like I said, Melody Sugar Plum's points and logic are worse than Valak's. Hence my frustration and why I got so upset. And also, if Melody was the real issue of my video, why did you take this long to actually bring up the main topic?
Wait. When the fuck did she say that this person was the main issue? When did she ever give it any more emphasis than you gave it? Based on what's being said, my question is, why did it take you this long to get to the main issue? Is this even the main issue? What is life anymore? Are we human? Or are we dancer? Why am I quoting the Killers? Where's my...
Among other things that some fans are complaining about Silver. And she's supposed to be a Silver fangirl. Ha! Oh, please!
Who the fuck are you to judge who is and who isn't a fangirl of your favorite character? Did you honestly just make this video to gatekeep other Silver fans from having different reasons for enjoying the character? Or are you that protective of your fictional husbando?
Ah, yes. The first time I heard the word gatekeeping in my entire internet life.
Yes, you! Answer me, you maggot!
I find it funny how I'm supposedly doing something of the term I'm not even familiar with.
Miss 93, this isn't a valid defense.
Oh, yeah, you exist.
I do! Anyway, ignorance of the terminology for one's actions does not preclude you from taking those actions. If you kill someone, you can't just say that you don't know what murder is and get away with it, or say that you didn't plagiarize someone because you haven't heard the term plagiarism before. The action you perform is more important than the words someone else uses to describe that action.
Yeah, pretty much.
And honestly, when you laugh at someone for saying they're a fangirl when they have a critique, yes, that would be described as acting as a gatekeeper for who isn't allowed to like a character. I can't advise you to take such a weak defense against a charge like this.
Let me just look for the maximum sentence in here.
Here it is. You must roll your number to play again? Okay, I'm not sure what the legal definition of that is off the top of my head, but it sounds bad. Why do I get the feeling this is some sort of obscure reference?
My life is an obscure reference, honestly.
And And to answer your question, Alduin, that's the problem. None of them will make it very clear of why they like Silver if Valak didn't like his debut, which is, like I said, where you usually start to like a character from, and Melody wouldn't stop bitching about the things she quote-unquote hates about his personality.
Okay, I haven't even seen what Melody has to say, so I can't speak on that, but, no, you don't necessarily like a character from their debut. Jet the Hawk had a fucking terrible debut, need I remind you that he was in the first Sonic Riders, which was slippery, hard-to-control, trash-tier bullshit. After a lot of the issues were hammered out in later games, though, he's now one of my favorite characters. Then you have Espio the Chameleon, possibly my legit favorite character, period. His debut was Knuckles Chaotix, which is regarded as one of the earliest terrible decisions in the Sonic franchise's history. Fuck, Espio wasn't even on my radar as a character I would potentially like until Sonic Heroes. And that was 3 games in for him. In summation, stop making statements for what someone likes a character for that aren't fucking true.
I mean, she did say what she liked about him, but not very much, and she was complaining about his quote-unquote flaws too much that sound like a hater more than a fan whom has a problem with their favorite character. And from fangirl to another fangirl, is it really that weird to be defensive over your husbando when you're seeing them being unjustified? I don't exactly see anything wrong with being defensive over a character you like, especially when they claim to be a huge fan of them, but makes it clear that they're not.
Congratulations! Your defense against gatekeeping is to give the definition of gatekeeping as a description for what you're doing.
Okay, it says here that another of the sentences is, "You are banished to the black hole?" Okay, I'm pretty sure I don't have a license to practice where you're from, so I wouldn't be able to represent you on this one anyway.
Do not make me laugh.
I'm sorry, real quick. Did she just laugh in the middle of telling someone to not make her laugh?
Yep.
Wow. You know what? You're lame and you should feel lame. And I'm going to make that happen. When I kick you in the shins.
What's with you and the shin kicking thing? Babe, do you need to get something off your chest?
Aww, you call me babe in public!
This is really gay.
Shut up.
Just so you guys won't think I'm only saying this because, I'm a Silver fan of myself, and I practically want to be the best one has ever gotten.
Yes, that is the exact vibe I'm getting from what I've seen this entire video so far. You're just sitting here like, if you judge Silver, you can't be a fangirl of him like me. I fucking pray to night at him every day. I read my Bible of Silver the Hedgehog. You will never live up to my expectations about what it means to be a Silver fangirl.
My goodness, Alduin, can't you take a joke? Why you gotta be so serious all the time? Turn that frown upside down. And a little hintity hint, I'm a Muslim.
Okay, great, so am I. So what's your point?
No, none of this. Fuck you.
I mean, do you mean here, or did you want to get a hotel room? Isn't this like just a giant cliff with people's faces on it? I don't know who these people are. They a JoJo reference?
Not what I meant. You're gonna start an entire fucking chain because apparently responding to a joke with a joke means that you're taking it seriously, and it's gonna be a massive fucking chain reaction, and somehow B-Movie's gonna get involved, and I don't... No. Just no.
Okay, wow. Maybe you should just take me up on that offer.
I have a boyfriend?
Did I say it had to be one-on-one?
How is this video still monetized?
I'm gonna read it for you so you can see where I'm coming from. So, this is basically another reading from me, so I hope you enjoy it, folks! Alright, I'm gonna start right now. I'm personally a huge Silver fan, and there's a lot of things I love about the character, like his cuteness, his innocent naivety, is that even a word? And optimistic I have to save the world personality. I also really love how he's so sweet and saves others, but there are things that I hate about his personality. Wait, what? Didn't you just establish the things you love about his character? And then the very next sentence, you change it into there are things you hate about his personality? And I'm not saying you should view him as a perfect character, because no character is, nor should be, considered perfect and flawless. But you contradict yourself big time if you use the word hate when you just said what you like about his personality, and if you're a huge fan of Silver.
Quite the statement, Sonic 93. So you have to like a character's personality no matter how shitty they act? Does that mean I have to justify and agree with Eddie Gluskin being a serial killer who mutilates men to create brides? Do I have to condone Dylan Fuentes wanting to tie up people in his sex dungeon and can't disagree with it whatsoever? Do I have to support Reaper for committing acts of terrorism? This statement completely falls flat given the assortment of characters you could easily apply this statement that she made to. How is pointing out what you don't like or like in a character contradictory? Is this opinion that shouldn't even fucking matter to you? Everyone has their own feelings regarding their favorite characters, whether it be mostly positive or negative. Who are you to decide what we can and cannot like about our favorite characters?
Oh my god. All I hear is blah 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 and more blah blah. Alduin, you can't just say that you love a character's personality and then you say you hate it at the same time. That's contradiction right there. It's one thing to not agree with everything what they're doing. It's another for saying something and then saying the opposite right after. That doesn't go well with her statement of there's a lot of things I love about the character. And then she immediately goes to what she hates about his personality and focused at the most. It'd be better if she said there's some things I don't like about him or I think he can be improved.
See, maybe it could have been worded a little better? But let's take in everything this Melody person said. And you totally can primarily talk about things you don't like about a character given the right context, which you show none of. Okay, you show the poster that she commented on. Any context for the conversation? What about the description on the works page that may have steered the conversation in a certain direction? Were there a lot of comments before that were asking why he was so bad in Sonic 06? Or they were saying that Silver's fangirls can't recognize the bad parts of the character? With no context whatsoever, I can't say if it sounds like she's calling herself a fan but focusing on negative aspects. Even if she is. Who cares? I feel like I could say quite a bit here that belongs in my final thoughts, but to sum it up for now, it would really only be misrepresentative if what she was saying that was negative about Silver were, inaccurate.
That is why you would know at the same argument I said this. And I'm not saying you should view him as a perfect character, because no character is, nor should be, considered perfect and flawless. And the characters you just mentioned are not in the same franchise or similar genre of video games and personalities, so it's not a good comparison, nor is it anything related to Silver's personality that Melody was complaining about.
Except for the part where it is, because she's saying you're implying that you can't have problems with an aspect of your favorite character.
And her examples of characters that do evil things, just to... Yeah, that's gonna be relevant.
And if you still like the characters whom have done some really messed up stuffs, why can't Melody be okay with the flaws she states of Silver, which isn't half as bad as your favorite characters? Which, by the way, aren't even flaws to begin with, but it's just her being picky and incredibly unfair.
Which I'm guessing your original video is supposed to prove, but more importantly, that's exactly what she was saying. So, 93... why can't she be okay with aspects of character that she hates and still call herself a fan if you accept that Alduin is doing the same thing? That sounds, picky and incredibly unfair on your part.
And also, how is Silver not being serious when he confronts Sonic or Shadow? He defeats Sonic with an ease, even if he plays him and defeats Silver. He still gets back on his feet and pushes him into the wall, and Sonic pretty much got defeated. Not to mention the 2 times he stopped Sonic from rescuing Elise. Again, How is that not a serious character when he shows himself to be threatening?
Melody wasn't pointing out how Silver wasn't serious. If you paid close attention to what she said, she was pointing out how Silver's character is inconsistent. Being all whiny from one cutscene and being totally balls-to-the-wall serious the next. That's an issue someone can have with a character, is when they're not being in character.
How can they be out of character when they just got introduced to the franchise? And like in real life, you're seeing different sides of a character and not just one side of their personalities. That doesn't make them inconsistent or out of character.
Wait, fuck, was I supposed to put a skip screen there?
Oh yeah, she skipped over a bit of Alduin's video where Alduin played a reading a comment. It's the part with the red faces from earlier.
Oh. Well, yeah, he does act super serious when he's around Sonic and Shadow, and most other times he seems like a whiny bitch, specifically in Sonic 06. And you're right. Characters, like people, can have multiple aspects to them.
Like how Jacob has a massive fucking temper and tends to be more serious around someone he perceives as threatening, but when he's around someone he considers a friend, he's more relaxed and more easily flustered when talking about his love life. Nor sex life. Mostly sex life.
Dale, I don't know how comfortable I am getting called out like this.
See what I mean?
I mean, yeah, exactly. If he was just a murderous psychopath, we wouldn't be doing this. He's a good guy deep down, though, and even if he's, well, kind of quick to jump to conclusions a lot of the time.
I finally made your point, test passed.
That's what I thought.
But if that serious nature is part of his character, then why doesn't that come out when speaking to Mephiles or Blaze more? Honestly, I could see him as feeling the serious tone was built out of an obligation more if there were more of a depiction of a shift rather than him just being different. If you compare him to Sonic in the same game, he does act more lax around Elise or Tails or Knuckles than in a situation where he's in front of Eggman or something, but it's not as dramatic a shift, at least not by my estimation. Yes, a character can be written out of character when they debut, and that often makes it unclear what's out of character and what's not, as at that point it's primarily a descriptor for the character that is written with inconsistent personality traits. This is actually a frequent issue with first-time appearances of characters that tends to get hammered out down the line, though. But she's not talking about those.
It's just more about seeing different sides of their personalities, which I honestly wish that Sega would elaborate and not just keep making them act the same way in different situations.
Yeah! You know what would help with that? Giving them scenes that show how these aspects of their personality affect them. If Silver's got this duality between the serious demeanor and more childlike naive one, even something as simple as a sigh of relief when he feels comfortable dropping the former would make sense, as it would show where that depth comes from. Like, okay, that's just how I imagine it being written, but that could show that him acting like a tough guy is something he feels obligated to do. It's part of his duty to save the world that he feels rests on his shoulders. I've always seen Silver as a bit of a martyr at heart, pushing himself into this obligation to do something in order to change the apocalyptic future he's in. In his brain, he doesn't so much want to do this as he feels he has no choice. Although in reality, we all know he could be doing a better job of assessing the situation. I'll be going back to this interpretation later, I'm sure. But basically, that's why I feel like playing it off almost like a superhero secret identity without the mask would have worked really well and done a better job portraying that this was layered instead of just bad writing.
Even though it was really just bad writing.
Why do you think they didn't think of doing this in the first place?
And Melody didn't say he's all serious when he's around Sonic or Shadow. She says he's acting all serious when he's around Sonic or Shadow.
Okay, based on your proof against her being to point out how Silver can kick their asses, I get the feeling that you didn't pick up on this because she wasn't talking about his threat level. She was talking about the way he carried himself, or the way he acted. She perceives his other scenes as more of a reflection of his true personality, which makes sense when he has no one to make himself look good in front of during a lot of these moments.
I just find that really annoying. Silver's also very silly and gullible for believing a hedgehog with no mouth.
Okay, you must get very easily annoyed if someone who just simply get amazed by something annoying. And I have seen people stating on why they don't like Silver's because of how easily tricked he was by Mephiles. I've even seen two memes saying the same thing. It's like they have forgotten that he was desperate to save his future. And not only did Mephiles take advantage of that, but he also made it clear that he's aware of Iblis as a whole. So technically, he didn't lie to Silver, he only misled him from the actual truth.
You know, you'd think those memes that you showed would clear up why his naive nature is a bad thing? I understand that Silver wanted to stop Iblis from destroying the world, but to blindly trust Mephiles without even questioning a word he said, or asking other people about Sonic, or the history of the Flames disaster, or hell, even asking who Mephiles is might have made the whole act of preventing Iblis 100 times more easier than what actually happened!
What the fuck are you even saying? That troll music is so damn loud, I can't even comprehend what you said at the last part. The only thing I got was this, Silver should question Mephiles instead of blindly believing in him, even though Blaze did the same thing, but since she's a better character than Silver, I'm not gonna even bother questioning that.
Okay, valid. Yeah, Blaze also took Mephiles at his word, and considering he had no fucking mouth, there should have been a dead giveaway there. So Blaze already had an established personality before now, and we're not talking about Blaze. And here's something you may have noticed about Silver. Notice how any other time something about someone getting hurt for the greater good gets mentioned, he questions if it's necessary. But for some reason, murdering Sonic is just perfectly fine and dandy for him. Would probably not be as bad if this gambit of villain trick secondary hero didn't come up every fucking game. But details. Seriously, Nux, get your shit together.
And also, need I to remind this stupid fanbase that Knuckles has been tricked by the same person more than once? And I don't see people complain about that.
You know that Knuckles being a bonehead has always been kind of a present theme in Sonic, right? I'm pretty sure the fans are well aware that Knuckles acts on impulse because of how hot-headed he is. I mean, even when he does act irrationally, it really comes at the expense of the world getting fucked over.
If I understood what Alduin said right, you're basically saying Knuckles being a bonehead, acting on impulse because he's a hothead and irrational is better than Silver desperately believing in Mephiles because it's an expense of the world coming to an end. Well, in that case, shouldn't Knuckles know better to not trust the same person twice or more? I don't see how that's better than having no choice but to believe in a stranger whom is telling you what you want to hear out of manipulation, and out of desperation, you're going for it.
Well, for one, Knuckles lived in isolation and believes in honesty above all else, while Silver has been seen with at least one regular partner, and it's implied there are other people he deals with on a regular basis. For two, what I said earlier, it's the only time Silver doesn't question someone else getting hurt, which makes it inconsistent instead of multifaceted.
But one game and only time that Silver was tricked by and could even question Mephiles at one point is apparently an idiot because, Mephiles doesn't look believable even though he makes it clear he knows what he's talking about.
She's clearly talking about him having no mouth, an obvious abnormality when compared to literally every other character we see in Sonic 06, numbnuts. He looks suspicious, so there's good reason to question him off of that alone.
Did you also consider the fact that no one else directly states what happened in Silver's future, and yet for some reason, a dude he's never seen before coming out of fucking nowhere and telling him we gotta go back to the past, Samurai Jack, doesn't train as suspicious for someone who questions sealing Iblis into Elise or Blaze sealing herself into another dimension? And this point where he questioned Mephiles was after nearly killing Sonic for the first time and getting stopped because he refused to hurt Amy, who was standing in his way. If he was so desperate that he believed anyone who told him there was a way to change things, why wouldn't he just go after Amy too when he found out she'd protect him at all costs? After all, she's likely part of the problem based on what he knows, but him questioning after that encounter still doesn't make sense because at that point, he's believing a complete stranger from a timeline where the bad thing hasn't happened yet, over someone who, in accordance with his own logic, knows exactly what is going to happen.
There's also the wording of Silver's question, which doesn't really present the question of if Sonic actually does anything wrong, but instead asks a question on his motivation. Mephiles' answer to that question is who fucking cares? And Silver just drops it, which comes across as callous for such a supposedly kind-hearted character, don't you think?
And while we're on Silver's stupidity, isn't it weird that a character known for making poor decisions like this is a telepath? I mean, maybe it's just me, but I feel like based on his emotion-driven decision-making, it probably would make more sense if his powers were based on being an empath rather than psychokinesis.
I mean, well, they could be for all the game tells us about them, but still.
Hey, not to be the sort to get things back on track, but can we get things back on track here?
Oh yeah, right, Alduin hadn't made a point yet. Might be.
I find it silly when he says,
If I eliminate that guy, will our world be saved?
Silver, in my opinion, lacks critical thinking and believe anything people tell him without a question or finding out the information is actual. Especially coming from a hedgehog with snake eyes and no mouth.
This girl sure does love to repeat herself, doesn't she?
And so do you! Wow, you can't judge Silver! Stop calling him annoying! Silver's perfect and did nothing wrong! If you judge Silver, you aren't a true Sonic fan!
Well, Alduin, I guess that makes 3 of us because you're not adding anything new to the table yourself. You keep making the same speed-up jokes that you used 10 times so far, keep having the same music, which is louder than your audio, and you keep repeating yourself. And also, nice Yoshi 1 reference with the whole, if you don't like what Sega does, I guess you're not a Sonic fan. I'm sorry to say that.
But she was calling out you for saying that. Like, I don't know if what you're doing is the quote, or what she's doing is the quote, because I have no idea who Yoshi 1 is, but it doesn't even matter either way. Either she's not actually making the reference and you're saying she is because it's similar sentiment. She is making the reference and you just padded the video by feeling the need to clarify what the reference was but didn't want to sound repetitive, so you did it wrong on purpose. Or neither is the actual reference and you're just saying it's a reference because she's using a sentiment you've heard elsewhere. Either way, it's not remotely relevant.
Yeah, here's the part where I go on both of your asses. Alduin, I sure as hell hadn't heard a ton of repetition from Ruth. She explained why she felt the points invalid, sure, but repetition ain't something that I've heard a whole lot of. Of course, if you're talking about her reading a comment as quotation, and to provide the context that she's being repetitive, she needs that quote.
I mean, that being said, 93's original point about Melody repeating herself isn't great either, since Melody is just accentuating that Mephiles had elements of his physical appearance that indicated why he shouldn't be trusted. Kinda like what we already went over?
And as for her using the same music throughout, first of all, it's not louder than her speaking voice, at least not to me, and I can hear her just fine, although perhaps your difficulty comes from the fact that her mic isn't the best? I mean, it's not terrible, but it's definitely a little tinny, you know? That might be making it harder for you in particular to hear her, since those sounds can mix into the background audio very easily for some people. I've had some of my own audio that didn't come out as clearly as I wanted because of mixing poorly with the bass, but I made attempts to adjust. I don't really hear a huge problem here though, just, well, something you could have gotten from it that I didn't. And the speeding up isn't a gag, it's a way to shorten the video while still maintaining the context of what you are saying, because you're still very understandable even when sped up. So calling that out as repetition is, well, grasping at straws. At best.
On top of that, I hate how he was separated from Blaze. He was shouting, Blaze! Like he couldn't be alone without her, as stated by Blaze herself. That Silver's insecure while being alone. And I just find that a little annoying, especially from a hedgehog that's supposed to look cool and act all serious, like Shadow when it's available.
Okay. One word for this. Shallow! Seriously! Can you a Silver fangirl when you can't even accept his flaws?
She doesn't need to accept his flaws. Why are you treating a fictional hedgehog like a real person where you need to like everything he does to be a true fangirl? Everyone has their own reasons for liking a character, whether it be their looks, their personality, or how relatable their motivations are. Once again, who the fuck are you to gatekeep who can and cannot be a fan of Silver?
So, you mean to say that it's completely fine to like a character only for their looks and not caring for anything else about them other than their looks? How is that accepting whether it's fiction or real life? So, it's not okay for Yoshi 1 for being shallow to Amy, but it's completely fine if Melody is to Silver? Honestly, I wouldn't care that she only likes him for his looks if she didn't say that there's a lot about the things she likes about the character and is a quote-unquote huge fan of him. That's not gatekeeping. That's me not understanding how she can call herself that when she clearly has more problems with him than liking the way he was made to be and just want to be improved.
Okay, who the fuck is Yoshi 1? Seriously.
Yoshi Wii 1, actually. Somebody else Sonic 93 ran it on at some point.
Oh. The fuck does this have to do with Alduin? I'm looking for some kind of relevance here. Help me out.
And for that matter, when did Alduin say anything about only liking a character for their looks? They said it was a reason to like a character, but never even implied that anything was really the only reason.
But back to 93. You do have a partial point. There's a difference between calling someone out for basically lying about their own opinion and gatekeeping people for not liking a character for the reasons you do. It's a shame that the latter is exactly what you're doing. You're right, she does say that she likes aspects of the character. His optimism, his innocence, his kindness. Okay, but that doesn't mean that the things that she's detailing as problems counteract these. She doesn't like the tough guy persona he sometimes puts on in Sonic 06, for example. Yeah, he can still have traits that she likes without that. She didn't like that he was whiny. A character can be more innocent and naive without being whiny. The closest to contradicting we get is her talking about him being gullible and not questioning Mephiles, which seems to contradict liking his naivete. Here's the problem. She can like him being naive and still think he's too naive at some points. So although this sounds on the surface like it could be a contradiction, and it still very well could, don't get me wrong, it's easy to explain that it's too much of something that she likes.
I like my men tall, dark, and hot-headed, but if Jacob was like twice my height and went droid rage by so much he just breathed in the wrong cadence, then that'd be too much of a good thing for me.
What about the dark part?
Well, I can't exactly say burnt at this point now, can I?
And no, she doesn't need to accept his flaws, but, Alduin, weren't you the one who was talking about liking a character in spite of their flaws? That is a form of acceptance. You take the good with the bad, much like you do with Eddie Gluskin. And yes, there's a different degree to that when talking about fictional characters. Accepting your husbando as a psychopathic mutilator is a different idea with a fictional character as opposed to doing that with a real person, but the concept of accepting that the flaws exist is still there.
Silver is very mature, and when Shadow hit him, I hate that scene so much, you guys have no idea how much I hate it. Sorry, I'll go on. He shouted, "You!" As well as when Sonic said, "Silver, I can handle this myself."
Besides, he has someone to go, right?
Silver shouted,
You.
again, and I thought it was really annoying. I also really do not like how he acts all serious and tough in Rivals, but behind the scenes, he acts immature.
It's like she doesn't see the context of what Silver's doing, but focus more on how
Annoying.
he sounds like. I have never heard someone being this annoyed by how a character talks.
So it isn't annoying when a character can't properly convey a good reaction to what's going on in the environment around them? I don't think you really need context for Silver only replying with, "Ew." Again, they're also stating how Silver's character is inconsistent. Hey, maybe they also like Silver's appearances in the games besides this. It's not like you can always ask them why they like Silver. Oh wait, you totally could.
This is coming from someone whom wasn't asking me anything, but just trying to make me mad by spamming 2-3 times of
Silver's not fucking real.
And when I didn't answer, you eventually called me a hypocrite and then decided to make this garbage video you call a commentary and portray me as a dumb fan brat.
If it pleases the court,
There ain't no court here, Mang.
Fuck you! I would like to reintroduce Exhibits A and B, presented by Miss 93 herself as evidence of this alleged trolling. Notice how Miss 93 responds to these comments, but her response indicates a differently worded interpretation of what she was accused of.
I mean, yeah, she did reach out to you, callous as the way she did it was. That being said, Alduin, I fucking hate your point too. The whole point of why didn't you ask them really bothers me, because most of the time, it's coming from someone who isn't likely to ask for clarification to begin with, and is really just an excuse to have a point where you really don't have anything to say. You even pointed out that part of the issue was repetitive and poorly thought out dialogue that did a poor job of conveying emotion and just sounded, well, annoying. So it's not like saying to ask them like you've got Melody in the fucking Walls of Jericho and Sonic 93's The Ref is even relevant. See, that's the thing. Sonic 93 isn't the only one shitting the bed here.
Nah, but she's not the one getting doxxed.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I ain't listening to someone who misfound their own advice. It's just that simple. And again, why is Silver's flaws bothering you this much if you're supposedly a huge fan of him? I haven't played Sonic Rivals, I don't know much what's going on in those games, or what he's doing in there, but either way, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because I will always, and I mean it, I will always love him just the way he is. And also, from the little I've seen in the game, he might act more quote-unquote immature or whatever, but honestly, I couldn't care less. It doesn't change my mind of how I see in Silver. In fact, it makes me want to be supportive of him, and that's what you should do as a fangirl, people.
Well, I guess I'm not an Eddie Gluskin fangirl then, because I think him trying to cut off Waylon's penis is a no-no.
You know what you got yourself into when liking a character like Eddie Gluskin, so to be fair, you don't really have a reason to complain. And same thing goes to Mela Sugarplum with Silver. Your morals should have nothing to do with your feelings towards a character because you like them regardless of the good or bad stuff they do, which is what you do with Eddie Gluskin, Alduin. So why is it so hard for Melody to do the same with Silver?
Because, you know, as we all know, saying the things that you don't like is totally the same as not accepting them. Here's the part where Alduin is getting that you're saying that the person has to view a character as perfect in order to be a fan, because you're telling her that even acknowledging that the character has faults or has a reason they aren't a good person in real life means that you can't accept those flaws. You are telling her that if she says she doesn't like an aspect of the character, that negates the fact that she likes others. You are really... You're getting really fucking close to getting me to rant about Koichi, bitch. Don't fucking try me. I will do it.
Not what this faker doing.
I found you, faker.
This is the only joke I actually think it's funny. It's got everything. It's got the perfect timing, a legit joke, and it's very original compared to the other horrible jokes she has done in this whole video. No, I'm being serious. Alduin unintentionally gave me the actual entertainment I can truly enjoy. So, gotta give you credits for that, girl. But don't push your luck. That is the only time I will give you praise for.
Oh, good. The whole broken clock's right twice a day cliche.
Shouldn't we just skip over this?
Not really. Because there's problems with this, too.
How is there a problem with her saying somebody did something good?
Oh, lots. So, for one, humor is subjective. Yes, there are actual measures to how something can be humorous, but to say, this is the only thing I found funny, isn't really all that meaningful when it's your only real point. But it's not. You point out that this is well-timed, which... Well, the only other actual joke I've seen also used effective comedic timing, so what the fuck does that tell you? And you said it was unintentional. You know she put this here on purpose, right? She puts it right next to you calling someone faker. It's a media clip of Sonic saying, I found you, faker. It's an intentional joke. And then we hit on the other note of why it's good compared to others. Originality. So, So pulling a media clip out of your ass from a Sonic game that's been memed to death, that's what originality is to you?
I'm not saying it.
An example is when Silver couldn't find Espio, and he said, Espio, where'd you go? Well, fine, I don't need to anyway.
Fine, I don't need you anyway.
If that was the case, how come he was shouting Espio's name after that? I feel like he's a brat who doesn't get his way. An example is like Rivals, where he shouts at anyone who needs to talk to Eggman for personal reasons. Instead of talking things out with them and working together, and maybe he can help Silver if someone's so selfish and arrogant to yell and say, get out of my way, I got personal business.
Well, what can I say about this one? She clearly doesn't know Silver at all. If he's determined about something, you would know he wouldn't let anyone get in his way.
You know, like when he was gonna kill Sonic and Amy just standing in front of him made him stop. Fuck, do you know anything about Silver's character?
Which would explain of his quote-unquote arrogant, quote-unquote brat, and quote-unquote selfish behavior. And Sonic and Silver didn't even know each other. So what makes you think he's just gonna be all like, hey, let's cooperate someone I don't even know and just met?
That would make sense if he didn't freely share information with Shadow. Freely. Never mind the bullshit of just plain making Sonic 06 not canon within months of its release, assuming that Sonic Rivals is supposed to be canon to begin with. It's a spin-off. I'm assuming it's non-canon. But if you're assuming that it's canon, it's inconsistent, because that means that either Rivals takes place before Sonic 06, which makes no sense, because then Silver would know who Sonic is during 06 and wouldn't be out to kill him, on top of the fact that he would have had no way to time travel before the events of 06. Or the other interpretation of that is that Sonic 06 happened first, and Silver just has the worst memory, since he saved the world alongside Sonic and Shadow before, and now he's working against them. I mean, either that, or one of the two wasn't intended to be canon to begin with. And I have further proof that Sonic 06 is the more likely one to be canon, considering Sonic 06 directly references the Sonic Rush series, and Sonic Rivals is entirely self-contained. Yeah. Authorial intent, folks. It matters sometimes.
Look, just stop asking me already. It's no use. You're not going to get me to... Fuck.
Well, Silver being arrogant towards others and not listening to what others say before acting on impulse seems like a pretty agitating trait for a character to have.
Wait, Alduin. Hold up. Didn't you say this about Knuckles when it comes to acting on impulse?
You know that Knuckles being a bonehead has always been kind of a present theme in Sonic, right? I'm pretty sure the fans are well aware that Knuckles acts on impulse because of how hot-headed he is.
So, Knuckles acting on impulse because he's a hothead gets a pass, but not Silver, whom is kind of doing the same, but not because he's a hothead, but because he's such a determined character whom doesn't know any better is somehow different? How is Silver's character trait being agitated any different from Knuckles' trait being something similar?
The reasons behind it, Silver should know better. Knuckles has always done everything alone. He had no family and friends. Silver, as explained by Blaze, is insecure when he's alone. So it would stand to reason that he'd be less insecure with allies, and displayed with Amy and Shadow in Sonic 06, on top of Espio in Sonic Rivals 2. He's very quick to make allies. Hell, this would be a valid explanation for why he would trust Mephiles without asking a lot of questions. But now for plot convenience, he's all loner badass again. You don't see how people might call that inconsistent?
It's funny that you think Silver's justified when denying to cooperate with Sonic, but when Silver decides to listen to what Mephiles has to say, it's A-okay.
The difference with Silver listening to Mephiles and him not listening to Sonic is that Silver was desperate to save his future and could take any information he could get. But with Sonic and Rivals, it was all about who could get to Eggman first, and the game is called Sonic Rivals for a reason, where everyone is being competitive.
Well, I mean, except for the fact that there's nothing stopping any of the characters from racing each other and giving each other information, like is done throughout the story. In addition, this theming is pretty much ignored in Sonic Rivals 2, with battles being the result of small differentiations between the motivations of the characters, and actually having a story structure more akin to Sonic Heroes. Like, you know you don't have to have characters be antagonistic towards each other for them to each want to be the hero, right? You can have protagonists with different priorities, but this is actually pulled off better in Rivals 2, with Knuckles and Rouge primarily interested in the Master Emerald, Shadow and Metal Sonic intending to beat Nega to the Chaos Emeralds, Silver and Espio focused on hiding the Chao, and Sonic and Tails focused on just plain fighting Nega directly. Hell, Silver's interaction with Knuckles pretty much goes with Silver asking for the Chao he's got, and Knuckles going, "Oh yeah, dude, sure. I need rings anyway, later, brah." And they all have different means, but those branching paths end up leading to the same place through development of individual stories. So no, the fact that Sonic Rivals has a versus theme doesn't preclude Silver from being cooperative towards others. Which you should know because Team Sonic Racing exists!
And what happened to the spin-offs being a separate canon? If the gameplay in Sonic Rivals dictates that he has to act differently from normal, then shouldn't that make the case that Sonic Rivals is a spin-off, and thus not beholden to Silver's normal characterization? If you really meant what you were saying about spin-offs not counting because they're a separate canon, that's a way easier way of calling Melody's logic into question than what you're said here, isn't it?
Again, I don't know much about the plot of Sonic Rivals series, but I know for sure, however Silver's acting is not coming from the wrong place in his heart.
You've never played the game. You don't know what Silver does in that game. He might have fucking ate babies. You wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Maybe he did eat babies in that game.
I think you need a little break from playing horror games to understand that you don't need to play a different Sonic game to understand how the character would act.
But you just said that Silver acted differently in that game because of the gameplay, which you haven't played! Like, that indicates that you at least have to be aware of the gameplay aspects of the game to know how a character acts. You know Silver's a literal kidnapper in Sonic Rivals 2? That sure ain't something he does that's dictated by the fucking gameplay!
Ah, cut him some slack. You even said that he has reasons for it.
Exactly my point! He still kidnaps Chao throughout the game as one of his main goals. And it still comes from the right place in his heart, even if other people, like Vector, for example, would disagree. Your statement about the way he's acting being right in his view means nothing, because guess what, fuckface? Eddie Gloskin thinks he's right too. So does Thanos. So does Dio. So does Hitler. And worst of all...
So does Anders. Fuck you, my joke now, bitch!
It really irks me of how she just doesn't get that and make him sound like a bad character. And again, this is from someone who's supposed to be a huge fan of him. And FYI, Silver was wondering where Espio went, since Espio was spying him around regarding child disappearances. And I think it was also because he didn't know what he was up to. So him saying, "Fine, I don't need you anyway," does not make him sound arrogant, bratty, or whatever, as you claimed. Besides, that was also before they both decided to team up.
Except her complaint isn't even that he does that in the first place. At least not entirely. Her primary complaint is that he goes from not giving a shit about Espio in 1 minute to, by the end of the zone where he hasn't fucking seen him again, wanting to know where he is like a baby who doesn't have object permanency yet. And him wondering where he went later was also before they decided to team up. Like, you do need to have played the game, or at least read the fucking script, to understand the events going on properly. You sure you're not jumping on someone for having a different opinion from you?
And another thing, you're acting like Silver can't be cooperative, but once Espio believed what he said about protecting the Chao, Silver explained to him what was going on with the whole Eggman Nega wants to release Ifrit. Kind of like Mephiles releasing Iblis plot. Same thing can be said about saving Sonic and coming up with the idea of fixing the timeline to rescue Elise and Eggman from dying once he found the truth about Mephiles, thanks to Shadow.
Yeah, this is another hole in what you say about the difference in the Mephiles situation and Sonic Rivals that I was saving for right here, since this is confirmation that you know that the excuse is bullshit. In Rivals 2, he's trying to save his future from an apocalypse of a similar nature to Sonic 06, caused by a fire-based cosmic entity. Huh. So the difference between Silver being desperate because of his bleak future applies to Sonic Rivals too. So, why does he eschew everyone's help but Espio's? Is it because Espio has similar colors to Blaze? You still got that cat boner going?
Okay, seriously, how is this video still monetized?
I find that very disrespectful, especially saying that to someone you didn't even meet.
What the hell are you talking about? Am I missing something here, folks?
Because it totally wouldn't be disrespectful if someone told you they'd be better off without you or your help, right?
Alduin, you haven't played the game yourself, so how can you agree with what Melody Sugarplum is saying about how Silver acted if you haven't seen the cutscenes to make your own judgment? Aren't you kind of blindly believing her when you don't know yourself what happened in the game?
You just said you hadn't played the fucking game! How can you disagree without having made your own judgment? I know you can understand what's in a game's cutscenes without having played it directly, namely through reading through the scripts or watching online playthroughs or whatnot, but it's your logic that's invalidating everything you say about Sonic Rivals.
On top of the fact that she keeps getting context wrong and having it proven wrong.
Exactly! So, you know what this bullshit calls for?
Either Sonic is a god or could kill God, and I do not care if there is a difference!
Huh. No, that was shorter than I thought it would be.
Oh no, there's just something here I know you're gonna want to comment on.
Okay, this one is hilarious. Not only is she making Silver once again look bad, and again, she's supposedly a huge fan of him, but she also seems to forget of that Espio was the one who came up with the idea of stealing rings from Sonic and Tails because Sil was exhausted and needed rings to recover his energy.
Sonic 93, you do realize you're defending the fact a teenager just stole from an 8-year-old, right? Geez, I wonder if this wasn't the character you masturbate to every day, you'd think that this was a terrible thing for someone to do. Hell, they even said he didn't apologize for doing that. I don't get how this shit could easily fly over your head like this. You even acknowledged that Silver only did it because he yet again blindly followed someone. If Silver was really injured and exhausted, you think it would have been easier for him to ask for some rings? I mean, being friendly and kind has always kind of been something that Tails has been associated with, so I doubt he wouldn't hesitate to slide him a few.
Alduin, you have no right to talk about how Silver couldn't handle the situation or accusing him to blindly follow someone when you haven't seen the cutscenes yourself. Even if I haven't played the game myself, I at the very least looked through the cutscenes Melody was talking about so I can make my own argument. And, I'm defending a teenager stealing something from an 8-year-old, even though Espio was gonna do the same with Sonic to help out Silver gaining his energy back, and Tails didn't react the way Melody stated he did?
So, Silver's not guilty because Espio came up with the idea?
That's not how that works. Conspiracy to commit a crime is still a crime. In fact, it really just makes Silver on the hook for both his own theft as well as...
No, shush. I got this. This bitch don't know Espio.
Okay.
Is he going Super Saiyan now?
Still the wrong anime.
Ruth. The reason Espio came up with an idea like that is because Espio's the one who wouldn't ask for help. In fact, facing off against Sonic would likely be treated like a challenge to him. So, yeah, it does make sense for the stubborn and combative Espio to go with this plan. What doesn't make sense is for Silver, who just a little while ago had gotten help from someone else when he asked for it, wouldn't think of just asking for help, especially since, you know, he's not normally stubborn and combative. You say you watched the cutscenes to get the context, and sure, Tails didn't cry on camera.
And you're still defending Silver's actions, whether they were motivated by someone else or not. They don't suddenly not become a thing that Silver did. You think that Silver calling him half pint and straight up jacking his shit isn't a dick move? Oh no, of course not. Because silver-haired pretty boys can't be assholes, right? I'm a lawyer. Being an asshole is my job. Fuck you.
I feel like you're taking some of this a bit personal.
Hey, maybe you're not taking this personal enough.
Well, I guess guess that's worse to see past that than someone being a fan/fangirl of psychopaths whom claims to not agree what they're doing wrong, but still love them as if being a serial killer who mutilates men to create brides, a psychopath who has kept 2 people in hostage and is a sex addict, and a reaper committing terrorism. That is somehow more tolerable than a kid game making a teenager stealing rings for an 8-year-old out of competition and rivalry and taking that out of context and way too seriously.
Wow, you just don't get the point of what Alduin is saying at all, do you? The entire point of her bringing up the characters she likes that do monstrous things was that she still likes those characters even when she doesn't agree with everything they do, and that Melody should be afforded the same respect, which is what you're not giving her.
The only one taking Silver's actions out of context is you, considering the fact that you don't look at the rest of the game to see that Silver should have already known there was a better way to handle things. Or to know that Silver was looking for SBO immediately after having shunted him to the side. Which is what I'm going to do to your shit!
By the way, was this the part where you think I was contradicting myself because I stated that Silver got only tricked once and you think he quote-unquote blindly followed someone again because someone was willing to help him gather some rings to regain his energy? I don't see how that's contradiction where the situations and the concept of 2 different Sonic games are different.
You know, in the only other Sonic game where Silver travels back in time to prevent a future apocalypse caused by a powerful eldritch evil themed around fire. You know, because that's super common throughout the Sonic fucking lore. I hate this point so much!
And I forgot to mention this. Silver and SBO had the same goal of keeping the Chows in a safe place to save the world, so it wasn't like SBO was taking advantage on him like Mephiles did to him.
As a fan of SBO myself, I'd argue that he was. SBO likes to test his skills, and as I said, a good reason he'd do things this way is to test his mettle against Sonic the motherfucking Hedgehog. And SBO's not an idiot either. What I said earlier about him seeing a good matchup between Silver and Tails? Oh yeah, that's one possibility. Lest we forget that SBO was originally assigned to collect evidence of Silver hiding the Chow. Kidnapping. Evidence of kidnapping. You know what's a good way of getting that evidence when all is said and done? Blackmail. Silver stealing from a child is certainly a theoretical thing to hold over his head when he goes to get that proof. He's a ninja detective. You really think he's above lying to get the job done?
Hey, by the way, I just wanted to clarify for legal reasons, being an asshole isn't actually my job. That was a joke.
Okay, cool. The point I make with that is that SBO may have known Silver was going to have an easy time getting those rings and, well, could have been planning to use that against him. Or just didn't care about the implications of it. And note, I'm a fan of SBO talking about all of this shitty stuff that seems reasonable were part of SBO's motivations. Yeah, that's because I'm fine with the fact that SBO is kind of a terrible person. You see how that works?
Silver sometimes like Shadow, but on his bad days, he's annoying and immature. I really hate how immature he also acts in the Archie comics as well. It can get very annoying.
And she's not giving any example of that. That's just so lovely.
Okay. Whether the journal that Alduin is bringing up here came out before or after 93's original video doesn't matter, because that's not an example provided, you know, in the comment. This is one of the few somewhat legitimate criticisms that Sonic 93 actually has in this video. Then again, a lot of this boils down to who fucking cares. Everyone here is having a contest to see who can boil their piss the fastest, but deets.
I'm pretty sure I'll win that one anyway.
Yeah. So it's even more pointless.
My conclusion is, if Silver acted serious in the outside, like he does look cool, but also act mature, then he will be very likable!
Oh my god! your stupid points? Can you honestly say this sounds like the Silver fan to you? Or better yet, huge Silver fan to you?
I like how this whole video consisted of Ruth getting pissy at people with valid critiques over Silver. You think they're the toxic people in Silver's fandom? Well, you literally just made like a 40-minute video shitting on these people for pointing out why Silver has flaws in his characters that need to be improved on?
Now that is irony.
I have never stated Valak and Melody are the toxic of the Soul fandom. If you're going to make such statement, you need to provide proof and not just saying it bluntly out of nowhere or for no reason. And you might think that watching the whole video is proof enough, but skipping a lot of my arguments and just let it be when I'm being angry is not saying anything out of context at all. And you complain about how long my video is of me shitting on these people for pointing out why Silver has flaws in his character that needs to be improved on, when you have a similar and even worse made video that somehow you're expecting me to take you seriously because it's supposed to quote unquote call me out on what I did wrong. Your video is only 4 minutes longer than my original video, and throughout it all, it's all about you taunting and making lame jokes. How is that supposedly better than what you claimed I did to Melody and Valak?
Ladies. You're both pedantic.
Ah, there you two are. I knew that'd summon a couple furries like yourself.
I'm not a furry. I'm just a fan of nursery rhymes.
Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb.
This release was white as snow. You know, it just kind of hit me that a lot of nursery rhymes do involve animals, so I can see your point, but you're wrong.
And when have I ever... Never mind.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, I expected to summon TP, but it's a wonderful surprise that you're here too, Gale, because I think you two might want to see this video I found in a dusty old box called Year-Old Material.
Wait, yours is dusty?
What?
Nothing.
Anyway, you guys remember that trash video I made in 2016 on YouTube?
And Zara.
And Zara.
Yeah, I remember your trash video and my trash video.
What about it?
What if I told you it happened again?
Susie, what did we tell you about doing this again?
Oh, no, not me.
Was it me?
Try again.
Was it me?
Gale, do you even make videos anymore?
Was it me?
No.
Was it...
Oh my god, TP, it wasn't you. It was someone else. Anyway, here it is broken into 7 parts.
Aw, that wasn't me. That's not even a nursery rhyme.
Well, suck it up, Buttercup. This is what we got.
Wait, would TP even be the Buttercup of the group? I thought that was me.
Oh my god, I'm dealing with a circus act.
Oh, that means we can sing The Greatest Showman, right?
No. Anyway, would you guys like to help cover this hour and 40 minutes worth of commentary, or what?
What better way to get back into commentaries after, 2 years away?
Maybe for you, but I've been very active.
Oh yeah? When was your last video?
Today?
Yeah, this one doesn't count.
Shut up!
Alright, after a year of waiting, welcome to the stand, Lynn Dada, previously known as Lucario Aura, one of the younger members of the SCC, and someone who has been eagerly awaiting for this video to come out. Last year they did a video on a Bop Charm Christmas, a video that Master TP10, GaleForce3192, and Zerrick made on a top 5 dark and creepy things in Pokemon's list by Chaos Key 4013.
Judging by the length of the video alone, there was a lot to say about it.
Yeah, spoilers, it wasn't very good.
Yep, I don't think there's much more to say other than that. Go get some popcorn, maybe a soda, buckle in, turn your phone to vibrate, and enjoy the feature presentation.
Hello everyone on YouTube, welcome back to one of my videos. My name is Lucario Zora. And yes, I am Ginger. Get over it, I forgot to put my beanie on.
You're not Lucario Zora. You don't even have an S in your name.
Also, who cares if you're a ginger or not? I literally would not have even noticed had you not pointed it out.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that. I'm just waiting for Lucario to talk about the actual video.
That's the first draft of the video, I'm going for it. So, essentially, as you can see by the title, I am starting a new series where I commentate over a video. It's a series and not a single video, because the video I'm commentating on is a commentary that's over 40 minutes long. YouTube won't let me upload a video that's over an hour.
Verify your account then.
So, this is episode 1. So, essentially, the video is called a Bop Charm Christmas Commentary.
Does not change the fact that to him it was unsettling. Next.
Now, that in of itself is a problem because it was not Christmas when this video came out.
Merry Christmas, everybody! Christmas, a time of family, presents, white shit falling from the sky, and celebrating some dude's birth. I mean, don't you just love Christmas?
But it's not Christmas.
As I was saying, for this time of giving, I've decided to give someone I've commentated on once before a present. Another commentary!
Yeah, the late timing is lampshaded in the commentary itself. It's also explained further in the description of the video. Do you not pay attention to the stuff that you're commentating on, or are you deliberately trying to mislead your audience?
This is further exacerbated by the fact that you go on to never show the intro to Bop Charm Christmas, so anyone who had stumbled across this video, and not the one posted 3 years ago, would be totally blinded from said lampshading.
Now, before anyone asks, no, my video was not linked in the description to any of the parts of this commentary. I mean, I guess it's not mandatory to link to the source in the description. After all, Musha has managed to get by without doing so. But Musha also makes a note to not leave out context that would either hinder the video or create a dishonest narrative. If you had a problem with the lampshading or how such lampshading wouldn't excuse the title or something, that would at least be closer to a worthwhile criticism. But without even mentioning it, you're ignoring something present in the video that goes against your point. Please don't do that.
Careful, TP. They might give you shit for going on an irrelevant tangent.
Wait for it.
It's thoroughly retarded. But, even then, whatever. We're gonna commentate on it anyway, because it's a silly video with Gale Force in it. Of course I'm gonna roast it.
Oh no.
People who thought my hate for Tricky Wee was excessive back in the day ain't seen shit yet.
Wait, you're specifically quote-unquote roasting this video because of Gale? But why? All that does is make you seem annoyingly biased, which is gonna get hella relevant throughout this movie.
What happened? Did I doze off while editing?
Wow, he even bores himself. That's impressive since even Meta probably laughed at his own jokes.
And here's a problem that actually is being used multiple times throughout your commentaries, Eric. You talk over what he says. I know it doesn't really have much to do with the video, but that's just rude.
It's done to cut down the running time of the commentary. They do this because they have nothing to say regarding what's currently being said at that point of the original video, and the important stuff is what's coming up after that. This is not a real-life conversation.
Not even like this matters much, since in this case, the audio that Zara audio deducted over was Sean going for his phone because he got a message. Something that was also conveyed with his visuals.
Oh, you guys are definitely going to want to keep some things in mind during this commentary, because this interjection, including our own, is going to be really relevant later. What I want you to keep in mind is how they're complaining about audio ducking being, and I quote, rude, and how Gale here explained that it's to shorten the length, as a lot of this is going to bite Lucario Aura later.
Okay, Sean, look. I know from having to rewatch your Mario power-ups list an ungodly amount of times that you have a camera that isn't bolted to the floor.
Happy late birthday!
Why go the lazy route and just take a picture of your hand? I think I just answered my own question.
Why the hell bring up his Mario power-ups commentary if it has nothing to do with this one? At all. It doesn't relate in any way other than the fact that it was made by the same content creator.
Called it.
The callback to his Mario power-ups list, by the way that was a countdown not a commentary, was to showcase that at the very least, the camera he had was not just stuck to one place. Sure, it was a production critique, and one that isn't even that correct if Ty's point here in a TP Carol is anything to go by.
Look out, faggots! Twelly bitch coming through! Hee-haw! Let me try to advocate for this, actually. The way that The World Ends With You handles its cutscenes is sort of like a comic book style, in that there are multiple shots on the same frame, so that could actually explain the hand shit. But again, blah 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 bad, blah 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 could have been better, blah 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 butt cheeks.
But it was still a critique of Sean's video. Actually, can we keep a TP Carol in mind? You know, the commentary on my channel that covered the very same box charm Christmas video covered here. You know the one.
Speaking of lazy, you didn't even bother to try and get a close facsimile to the font of the world ends with you. I googled TWEWY timer font and found, as the first results, the goddamn font as a download.
Maybe his computer is not powerful enough to be able to download that, and maybe his computer decided to screw him over.
Did your recording cut off there? Anyway, I don't know how much memory font files can take up, but I highly doubt that even a font file download would be that system intensive. If it is, then his laptop must really suck.
Alright, now let me cover this really stupid timer font point, because, my god, Vicario, this dodging of the point is nothing. So I went in and found the font Zero was talking about, and I can tell you a few things. 1, this font is hella lazy as it only changes the numbers, and 2, its size is legit 6 kilobytes, with the download being 7 megabytes. That's really nothing for a computer that functions as an editing computer in 2015. And 3, TP didn't link it in his description.
Well, to be fair, the exact link one would need to go to was on screen and how to get there.
Yeah, and 3 interjections ago you told the kid to reduce legwork. You had the link, TP.
Well, you know what? Because I don't know what. Do you know what?
Furthermore, fonts don't generally take up that much anyway. I have like 362 of them, give or take. I'm very picky about what fonts I use in video production. It's a problem, I know. But combined, they don't even take up a gigabyte of space on my hard drive. Now, that's a lot less than if you were to download, say, footage for a countdown, which has actually destroyed my hard drive on numerous occasions. Chaos Key, I suspect, did the latter, and then further went on to render the video in whole with all that in mind, continuing to put more of a strain on Chaos Key's computer, which would have been more of a problem regardless of what problems he may have had with his computer overall. Now, I agree, Zera's point is more or less nothing and really nitpicky, sure, but this is still something that could have been used to further push the world ends with you reference to the limelight, and trying to excuse that by bringing up some hypothetical that you don't even elaborate on isn't going to do shit all in the department of debunking the point.
I'm glad you guys are here. I don't know shit about this stuff.
I literally get paid to do this.
I don't.
Didn't even try to properly center the text on your hand. Yes, that is a nitpick, but damn is it fucking annoying to look at.
I wouldn't say he didn't try. If you know it's a nitpick, then why are you making the nitpick?
Because nitpicks are still points that can be used to help people out. They're small, yes, but improvement is still improvement.
The small numbers add up. Why do you think I do it so much?
And speaking of nitpicks, here's one for you. Why the sudden change in aspect ratio? I don't know what you did, but it's very likely the footage used before was simply stretched out. With that in mind, why not increase the size of your video vertically so it fills the entire screen? At the very least, stretch this out so it's consistent with the rest of your footage.
You do realize how retarded nitpicks are as I mess with it.
Oh yeah, this small suggestion you're making to further enhance the video production of another commentator is clearly retarded just on the basis of it being a nitpick. Why are you like this?
If you're gonna reference something, you better not do it half-heartedly, or you will look like you're a, say it with me,
Lazy cocksucker.
YouTube ad services? Help me?
First of all, the video was made before the adpocalypse. Second, if you care so much, then you can censor our videos. Here, let me help. We didn't give a fuck about making money from ad revenue because we didn't make money from the videos anyway. Good luck censoring other videos you come across.
And I know just the topic to cover. Pokemon. The series where you capture and train these awesome creatures to become the very best like no one ever was.
To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause.
That is the most cringy thing I've ever seen, Gale. Even from you.
That's the joke.
Gale, you're really gonna suggest this?
I like dank memes, I don't give a shit.
Furthermore, I, generally speaking, hate this interjection because, where's the critique? You're calling Gale cringe. What is she supposed to take from that? Like, maybe this is a part of that roasting you talked about earlier, but with, like, no punchline, where does the actual roast come in? Because all this comes across as is just another person perpetuating hashtag bringbacktbullying with no substance.
Holy shit, he's actually playing clips from Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and acknowledging the Aura games here.
Haha. Gale of Darkness. Patronizing.
Patronizing?
Fun fact, we actually didn't catch that. We should have caught it. I feel bad for not catching it, but we didn't catch it. Anyways, counterpoint. Pokemon Coliseum, first story game. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, sequel to Pokemon Coliseum.
Research. Do some next time.
Also, if we ever bring up XD again, we have to emphasize Gale. BRB yelling at Brooke and Ty for not telling me to do that.
Can you not?
Already on it!
These are my top 5 dark and creepy things in Pokemon.
You were going to complain about Chaoski being lazy here, then why don't you complain that he was lazy in his intro slide? That's just about as lazy as you claim him to be.
If you want me to be frank, Sean's thumbnail conveys what's needed. It's his top 5 dark and creepy things in Pokemon. Like, maybe we could have said something about using a Pokemon font instead of his usual font, but it's not exactly as lazy as we claimed him to be with a timer font, or if it was, you don't exactly explain how, so why should I take your word for it? Even then, it's not required to critique everything, just what we want to critique. So bringing this up is more against him than it is against us.
We all just gonna collectively ignore how Chaos Key's thumbnail has nothing to do with the actual quality of the video, or is that just me?
How about that thumbnail screen cap not actually being shown? The way the text is worded in that block there made it sound like Lucario realized late during editing that, oh shit, forgot the screen cap. Never mind the fact that Lucario could have just gone back to YouTube, searched the video, gotten a screen cap, loaded it in, and fixed it up. It might have taken up more time, but depending on the editing software, it shouldn't have been a big deal.
So, just me then? Okay.
These dark and creepy things can range from anything in the series.
Anything?
Better see some manga action, maybe a little anime here and there, and if you dare leave out Explores the Sky.
Oh god, that goddamn toaster in Gen 5 freaked me out. It better be on here, or I'm subbing just to unsub!
Seriously? Like, what? TP, I didn't really think you were that kind of a disrespectful person who would disregard someone for their fears. Gale had previously done that. So I'd honestly expect her to say that.
This isn't about disrespecting fears. It's about covering bases and covering the subject as well and as in-depth as possible, which at this point, he wasn't really doing. Hell, in a certain video that I covered with a creepy list that you didn't name, the subject really didn't do that. Or so I thought. There's more I want to say about that, but I'll save it for later.
It also... joke. While I don't remember too much about 3 years ago, I'm pretty sure not even I was this dumb.
The pun doesn't get any funnier nor any more clever the more it's used. I have no idea how often it's been used, nor do I really care to find out. All I know is... Can I play the clip? That clip from my solo commentary, you know the one. Can I play it? Chugga Conroy, you are not. I rest my case.
First of all, Gale, this is once again evidence of you being hypocritical about video padding. I don't care about video padding, especially considering this video is 40 minutes and is almost completely full of padding.
Paddington 2 is a really good movie.
First off, this isn't like my usual tangents where I go on for a minute or more. I actually try to make a point about how a joke that he tried to throw in to add a bit of humor for what's otherwise supposed to be a creepy video doesn't work. I also tried to add a joke of my own, but it's easy to say that my own joke didn't work. Second of all, it's a commentary with 3 people with their own separate points and jokes spliced in throughout, including a few cameos here and there, covering an already nearly 15-minute long countdown. Of course it's gonna be a long video.
I'm serious, go watch Paddington 2.
Is that an enemy?
Get out!
Furthermore, we have arrived at the first of many contradictory points to that initial audio ducking is rude dude that arrived before. I won't entirely explain why at this exact moment in time, but what I am going to bring up is how this isn't padding, but had it been, audio ducks could have helped. That said, Gale is hypocritical for this interjection, but not at this exact segment of the video, and I suppose I can point that out when we get there, but here is just not the time nor the place. It's too early.
But considering the fact that you complain at someone like Tricky Wee for padding her video out for 6 seconds, when you padded out for 9 seconds.
Your sass is really funny when you realize how dumb this point gets.
Care to show that clip? No? Then I guess I'll have to do it for you.
Moving on to number 16, we have Spiritomb. I know this is random, but I honestly wish that its shiny form was its regular form because its shiny form is beautiful.
6 seconds of padding in the form of a tangent not even remotely related to its dex entry. I'd like to know where you got your numbers from. That first sentence took up just as much time as Tricky Wee's padding. Now let's see the rest. In a video in which the entries are just 31.5 seconds long on average, and several of the entries are even shorter than that. GG. That takes up a total time that's longer than what you said, but here's the thing. I was making an actual argument about why her addition was actual padding. It had nothing to do with why she considered the Pokédex entry to be creepy, because it had nothing to do with the entry itself. Since it took up extra time in an entry that's meant to take up so little time, that's a problem. I take up so much time in my videos with my tangents, and even I know that. That particular rebuttal took up very little time in comparison. Either you took my bit out of context, you have no idea of what padding really is, or you're trying to make my video out to be worse than it is, which is completely unnecessary. I'm more than willing to admit that my comment on Tricky Wee was shit, and I admitted a long time ago that I fucked up badly with that commentary. You want to see a good commentary on it? Watch Ponder Sprocket's commentary. You might learn something about how to properly tear me apart.
Guess I just don't exist then. It's okay, I always knew I wasn't good at anything.
Yours were good, but we need to show them one at a time, man.
And even then, name-dropping someone as irrelevant on YouTube as Chugga Conroy is not the most overused joke in the world.
Chugga Conroy. Irrelevant, excuse me?
I'd love to see how you react to the dank memes in this one.
Presuming they make it in and Postdoodle doesn't die trying to edit them.
No, I'm still stuck on the Chugga Conroy thing. Like, guy has over 1 million subscribers, has several successful LPs, he's a part of another successful LP group, that group gets high billing at MomoCon, I've been there! Like, I guess if you're trying to say that Chugga was irrelevant in relation to the commentary, you might have had a point there, but to YouTube, just, what are your standards?
The first generation.
He says while showing footage from the Gen 3 remakes.
Oh, for God's sake, Gale, how could you be so retarded and snobby that you would complain at him for that? How shallow could you be?
My emoting of that line left a lot to be desired, I'll admit, but the thing is that there's plenty of difference between the two, and it's not just appearances. It was impossible for Charmander to learn Metaclaw in Gen 1, for example. Just seeing the footage can make people think about those differences. Not to mention, showing actual Gen 1 footage meant that he could have shown some subtle differences between Red and Blue and Yellow. Yellow was never adapted to Gen 3. Not to mention that Gen 1 has so many glitches that were cleaned up later. Missing number! Glitch City! Excuse me.
Also, once again, nitpicks can help production. Sure, it may be more or less the same game, but if Chaos Key wishes to talk about how eerie the Generation 1 games of Pokemon can be, the least he could do is demonstrate that through show, don't tell.
Alternatively, after mentioning Gen 1, add something like, and their Gen 3 remakes, or something that more accurately justifies the use of remake footage above the originals.
Perhaps unneeded, maybe? Perhaps? But it wouldn't be considered shallow when there is an actual point to be had there. Anyway, that's the end of the video for part 1. We still got 6 more videos to cover.
Me, the Cariora, and today we are back with episode number 2 of our trolling around on Master TP's channel.
Aw, but I thought the hay wagon was for me.
Ha! Nah, just kidding. We're just going to be doing part 2 of commentating over a Bop Charm Christmas. But if you saw the title, then you're a little bit of a tard if you didn't figure that out.
Yes, because the title, I Hate Myself for This Self-Torture, clearly indicates to a passerby of your channel that TP's video is the one that you're covering. Couldn't have possibly been, I don't know, say a self-com, a commentary talking about self-harm, fucking Any video ever that you don't like?
Heck, with most people who do commentary episodes, each episode is a commentary on a separate video. Examples I can think of include Aaron Tempest with his digital dissections, there's Lunatic the Game, there's Ceradust, there's 8363 MTR, and then there's people who formerly did stuff like this like Keyblade Master and Mr. Sir Raven. At the very least, to people who regularly watch commentaries, assuming episode 2 would cover something different isn't that much of a stretch to make, and they shouldn't be condescended towards when no one else did episodes like you.
Yeah, it's not too often a series of commentaries is an episodic series of parts. It'd be much clearer if you had the same title as Part 1, but labeled it as Part 2 instead, but suggesting that just means that we're retarded though, huh? Couldn't be your lack of care to be clear, could it?
Guys, I'm doing the lighting exactly the same.
Okay, I'm assuming that whole part was supposed to be cut out. You really need to work on your editing.
Also, it's just not.
I'm gonna let Gale cover this.
Oh no, it's unknown spooky. Seriously, dude, if the unknowns creep you out, you spent way too much time watching the third Pokemon movie.
This is just comedy gold. Seriously, Gale. Once again, mocking someone for their fears. I thought tricky was enough. Well, you clearly disagree.
Expressing confusion is not the same as mocking someone. The Tricky Wee video overall was me being confused, which was sparked by my missing the point of her video, but this is not about her video. It's about Chaos Key's list. With the stuff in this list in particular, it's not the implication that he finds them scary. It's that he doesn't show why he finds them scary. He just puts them into the intro for jump scare value. If he explained why they're scary, there would be nothing worth joking about. The reason I joke about this, and yes, it was supposed to be a joke, is the fact that there is a dissonance between the games and the anime. In the games, you see the unknown individually, in which they're extremely weak. They don't get any better even after you catch and raise one, with the implication being that it's because you can only ever use one at a time. Even if you could use multiple unknown, you can only carry 6 in your party, so that doesn't help much. In the third movie, however, there's a large group of unknown, and they're absurdly powerful precisely because they're in such a large group. But because they can't control their power, everything falls apart. He does not bring this up. He doesn't bring up anything from the anime or the movies outside of a silly joke later on that has nothing to do with this. So we have no point of comparison at all.
Furthermore, and this was funny as hell to figure out looking into this, Gale's Tricky Wee video came out well after Bop Charm Christmas. So you're using information not chronologically in order to condescend and draw comparison from it as if it were relevant to the discussion. How in God's name do you... Wait, this is the commentary community. There's always going to be some oblivious or otherwise malicious nincompoop who finds a way.
This was earlier in the video than I left off in the last episode of this series, but I missed it out, and it was so painful that I missed it out that I just had to put it here, okay?
A non-chronological point for an out-of-order interjection. Yay!
Off-screen death. Explicit. Look, I know it was a joke, but what I'm trying to say is, your joke is shit.
Oh no, it's like that's a real life concept or something.
Okay then, TP, well, there's something you've got to say. If something is child-friendly because it's a real-life concept, then does that mean that torture, war, or what can I say that won't get me demonetized? Homicides, people reselling PewDiePie merch, that they're kid-friendly just because they're real-life concepts? No.
God, I sure do love that cut context to whatever TP and Zera are responding to. No, really, I love not being able to follow along to the video while you misconstrue what TP's point is so haphazardly that it makes me trudge through those February of 2016 flashbacks.
Wait. They killed the Cubone's mother. In a kid's game. Rated E for everyone? More like rated E for explicitness.
Yeah, off-screen death. Explicit. Look, I know it was a joke, but what I'm trying to say is, your joke is shit.
Oh no, it's like death is a real life concept or something.
Alright, so to better explain this to you because of what little we're given here, Chaos Key was making a supposedly bigger deal in a joking manner about Cubone's mother being dead in an E-rated game, and TP brings up, shortly after you cut in by the way, that death isn't exactly a foreign concept to kid-friendly things, especially given that the death of the Cubone's mother was off-screen.
Besides, they never show how the Marowak died or describe how the event occurred. They just said that Team Rocket was responsible for killing Cubone's mother. It's sad and admittedly dark, but that doesn't mean it's not kid-friendly.
Was this context that gives an idea to what's actually being said in TP's whole point and isn't secluding the first thing that TP says in a vacuum to make a point? Such a foreign concept, am I right? Now sure, with that said, TP's point isn't entirely valid. I think someone brought it up, but like, just because it's not a foreign concept to kids' entertainment doesn't exactly exclude the concept from being dark, which was the sole basis of the joke.
But death is still dark, and whether or not it's off-screen, up until Lavender Town, everything was happy-go-lucky to, oh, fuck, an actual death. Shit.
Point is, your retort to this point is trying to argue something that isn't being said. Furthermore, death may not be a foreign concept to kids-friendly entertainment, but I'm pretty sure genocide would be.
Just like, no, that's not the way it works, mate.
Maybe you'd find out what he was getting at if you didn't cut him off first. For someone who's trying to show me and others how to properly look at context, you're a really bad teacher.
Besides, they never show how the Marowak died or describe how the event occurred. They just said that Team Rocket was responsible for killing Cubone's mother. It's sad and admittedly dark, but that doesn't mean it's not kid-friendly.
I'm sorry, but is this the video you're commentating on? Is it the top 5 least kid-friendly things in Pokemon, or the top 5 most dark and creepy things in Pokemon? Which is it? Make up your mind on what you're commentating on. And Master, I thought you were actually pretty good at that. Huh. Contradiction.
Hear that, TP? They called you Master.
I'm not sure what to do with that. Drop and give me 20!
That was all in response to Chaos Key's rated E for explicitness remark. Pay attention and don't cut him off next time. You might actually get the entire argument and thus not miss context. Boy, doesn't that sound familiar. Anyway, regarding your logic of all that other stuff being kid-friendly because they're all real-life concepts, TP was implying that it could have been worse, but it wasn't because we don't know how it happened. There's a difference between Marowak died because of Team Rocket and Team Rocket tore out Marowak's heart and flayed its body until only its skeleton was left. And we got to see it too. Hence explicit. We don't know how Marowak was killed. We just know that Marowak was killed. This is why the death is the kid-friendly real-life concept, but the graphic nature of the killing is not. And finally, at the risk of Musha killing me, that's not a contradiction!
The contradiction that apparently exists is that I, someone who typically makes good commentaries, made a bad one. And therefore that's contradictory? Except, no, that's not how it works. Someone making a bad commentary does not negate nor prevent any good ones. At worst, it just means that the commentator had an off day. You even have the benefit of hindsight too, and later you bring up Bob Trump's Civil War, a generally better regarded commentary, so what gives?
And this was after you called him Master too. That's just rude, bro.
What gives?
Speaking of contradiction,
how is that shit explicit when that Marowak's death happened off-screen? You want an example of an actual on-screen death that messed with kids' heads, yet it happened in an E-rated game?
I'm a kid, therefore no.
Sean wasn't, therefore, yo face.
Here. Moral of the story, kids. Dark stuff can happen in an E-rated game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you'd be considered a little bit of a tard if you didn't figure out that dark things can happen in an E-rated game. So yeah, you couldn't be more thick if you thought that everything in an E-rated game needs to be unicorns and cotton candy and stuff like that.
You know, as someone who is vehemently out to destroy Gale with facts and logic, you sure are doing a good job at agreeing with the overall general retort towards Chaos Key's list.
Hell, it's not just games. There are plenty of G-rated movies where main characters that aren't villains die on screen.
Mufasa! No!
That, for example.
Last I checked, Mufasa's death was off screen too. And not only that, but The Lion King was an animated film, not a live-action film.
This is 2020's hindsight speaking, but this is a really, really funny point in hindsight.
Yeah, and neither was Pokemon. At least, not until Deadpool became Detective Pikachu, so, go fish. Anyhow, Gail never specified that it had to be live action. She said G-rated films, which The Lion King does count as. By the way, Mufasa's death is, by definition, explicit, since we do know how he died. He was thrown off a cliff into a stampede. Or Falcon punched off a cliff into a stampede if we're going to use the remake. To compare the Spoopy Marowak, the only explicit thing about it is that Team Rocket killed her, not how. And the only piece of media that might shed some light as to how, Pokemon Origins, Sean never makes reference to, so it might as well not count for the list. Now, I do think that the definition of explicit does hurt Gail's point, since it doesn't necessarily have to be on screen for it to be explicit. And the fact that we explicitly know that Team Rocket killed Marowak could work for Sean's joke. However, just because Gail was wrong doesn't mean you're right.
Also, since you're the one that specified animation, video games are CGI and sprites, meaning that they have their own animation. So what point are you trying to make here? They all have their own effects that people need to generate. Yeah, video games are something that you play versus movies that you just watch, but that doesn't change the fact that animated movies and video games are both animated.
Comrade.
Shit.
This town is also home to the Pokemon Tower, which is basically a giant Pokemon graveyard. The tower is haunted by ghosts, it's full of Chandlers who are possessed by ghosts, and before you can reach the top floor, you encounter the restless ghost of Cubone's mother, a Marowak. Only by defeating it can you calm this weary spirit. The music, at least in the original games, was a very unsettling tune.
Yeah, the only reason that music was unsettling in the original games was because it was 8-bit. If you listen to the song in the Gen 3 games, it's actually quite calming and nice to listen to, at least in my opinion.
You can't really say that the only reason that the Lavender Town music was disturbing was because it was in 8-bit. I'm sorry, but he did specify in the original games.
You can't just say it's creepy in the original games when Chaos Key specified it to be the original games. Why not? Gail's point was to explain why the song might have been creepy within the original Generation 1 games, given that the 8-bit nature retracts instrumentals, creates a sharper tone, and isolates the center point slow and monotonous, foreground? I'm not sure what to call it. The lead repeating 3 notes a piano would play. And it just overall creates a more creepy nature to it. It being 8-bit within the originals is actually a damn good explanation as to why one might find it unsettling, which is the whole premise of her interjecting.
Granted, Gail's point is a whole lot of nothing in hindsight, but this is an entirely different problem that you don't really tackle.
So yeah, your point is kind of nullified. I don't need the Yu-Gi-Oh community complaining at me what the word nullify means. Just shut up.
Yu-Gi nerd coming through. What in God's name does Yu-Gi-Oh have to do with the word nullify? There's only one card in the entire game that even has null in the name, and it comes from an Ally of Justice card that doesn't change any sort of meaning of what the word null is. There's not any particular usage of the word in any special circumstances. I mean, we have negate, but not nullify.
How about counter?
That also wouldn't be it because it's not nullify. And nowhere in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a special usage of the word nullify actually used, so I'm very confused. I'm ready to just get on your case for the oddly hostile and out-of-left-field comment on its own.
Even when I played the original games as a kid, I never found Lavender Town's theme to be creepy or unsettling, just grating on the ears.
Okay, so honestly, what the hell does your child experiences a time when you were probably numb to a bunch of creepy things because you just didn't notice got to do with any of this?
Why would someone be less prone to being scared as a child? If anything, they're more likely to be scared due to a lack of understanding of how things work and less knowledge on how to react properly or anticipate these things. Yes, there can be cases where children are numb for any particular reason, but that wouldn't have been the majority.
We're talking about a list of dark and creepy things in Pokemon, a game series meant for kids. If you didn't notice a lot of dark and creepy things as a kid in these games, then I'm guessing you didn't watch a lot of horror TV or films. When I was a kid, I watched stuff like Are You Afraid of the Dark, The Witches, and Casper. Despite the scares, I watched them over and over again because they were still enjoyable. The more you watch a horror movie or TV show, the less of an effect it has on you. It's still scary, but it doesn't scare you anymore. This gets me back to the games. I played the Gen 1 games a lot as a kid, when all I could focus on with the Lavender Town music was how much I did not like the sound when the song started, rather than how creepy it was supposed to sound like, then yeah, I'm not going to think fondly of the Gen 1 version of the song. It made the Pokemon Tower track rather refreshing in comparison.
And the ghost sprite from the original is kinda creepy with that disturbing derpy face. Ugh.
Derpy equals scary. Duly noted, DDD is now the scariest Kirby boss.
I just don't know what went wrong.
Oh no, not this again, not this again! Just because something is derpy doesn't mean it necessarily isn't scary or necessarily is cute. You know? Like, seriously, if you want to see something that's derpy that is at the same time scary, or in this metaphor pathetic, then take a look at this.
Burned! I'm the insult master! Even the pot shots don't work. You had to turn scary into pathetic, which I don't see how. Maybe you meant that derpy could be seen as pathetic, but with how you stuttered, no. And it still doesn't explain how the thumbnail is either. How is it scary? How is it derpy? How is it pathetic? You show, but you don't tell. Why is this something that keeps happening with me?
Honestly, I just love how they had to turn one argumentative pot shot at how something could be scary and derpy at the same time into something being derpy and pathetic. Really hits home how wrong Gale TP and Zera's pot shot at Chaos Key is. Smooth.
But the reason why it's so low on the list is because in later games, the town's creepy factor kinda went away.
That would be because in the Johto games, Lavender Town is no longer a cemetery town. The Pokemon Tower is just another radio station, and all the graves were moved to Mr. Fuji's house. The creepy factor wore off in Gen 2 because Gen 2 Lavender Town wasn't intended to be creepy. Yeah, that's basically just a place where you cut into the video to pad the runtime out by saying, I agree with you. Even though if you're trying to disprove some of the points he made in his video, you shouldn't really be saying that.
I get where you're going with this. I do, but shut up. You don't understand the difference between an agreement and an explanation towards the differences between generations. Similarly to Gale's Lavender Town is creepy and 8-bit point, it's not really anything of substance, but it is not an agreement.
Plus, I really wouldn't say this is the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Wait, the number 5 entry on a list of creepy things from Pokemon isn't the creepiest thing from Pokemon? Well, color me surprised. Okay, so if you want to be this way, go ahead. It doesn't really affect me unless I actually meet you personally. But the thing is, TP, why do you have to be impulsive, sarcastic, and annoying, and overall just retarded?
Have you tried looking in a reflection, mate?
Lucario's done it plenty of times in this video already.
So I get called impulsive or whatever because I poked fun at the fact that he called the number 5 on his top 5 dark and creepy things in Pokemon not the most dark and creepy thing in Pokemon. At most, I was just being critical of the script for how obvious that would be. Like, what's the actual problem here? Was I being impulsive about it? Is it that I audio ducted? Because that realistically should mean nothing except for less video runtime. As for sarcastic, I mean, I can see that, but that has its own question. What's the problem with being sarcastic? For what it's worth, I can see annoying. Not for any self-deprecating reason either, just because I know you don't like the video and it just gets on your nerves, and I get that. I'm not even touching the last one, I just want to ask about the first two.
Like,
seriously, no need to be that disrespectful.
Oh, so now you're having a bit of a giggle at your reflection.
Actually, what was the last thing you called me before?
But the thing is, TP, why do you have to be impulsive, sarcastic, and annoying, and overall just retarded?
Okay, so I was wrong. I am touching that comment. This was completely uncalled for, meaning to keep in mind that my point was about Sean's wording, which you didn't even argue against. How is that not disrespectful?
Did you even watch the intro to the commentary? He didn't intend the video as a personal attack. I guess people like you are why commentators put text at the beginning of every one of their commentaries to state that their commentaries are only meant to criticize the videos themselves.
I mean, seriously, you know what someone who's more popular than you, but at the same time looks just as disrespectful as you? Logan Paul.
What was the disrespectful thing I did? Talk over Sean? Criticize his script? Though it wasn't present in this point, I'll add making fun of Sean's fears just to be safe. And that puts me on the same caliber of being disrespectful as someone who's known for... what exactly was Logan Paul known for at the time?
Vlogging in the suicide forest where he laughed at a dead body.
Apologized for it in the most backhanded way he could. 3 times.
Harassed numerous Japanese people within a trip there.
Attempted scamming a store by complaining about a Game Boy he broke.
Tased a dead rat on camera shortly after apologizing for said suicide forest video.
Joked about eating Tide Pods to a young impressionable audience.
Vlog about some stranger's car crash.
Tried to go camping in a national park, unregulated.
Supported the flat earth movement, which is the lesser of his deeds.
Sexual objectification of women.
Literally pretended to be gay for the views.
Arrested for flying a drone.
Okay, you two, I think that's enough.
No, I'm not done.
Ding! So anyways, guys, I think that's where I'm going to round the video off.
On a worse aspect ratio than before.
Because I've been working on this video so incredibly hard. I've been trying so hard to squeeze content out of this video to get it to 10 minutes.
But you didn't even do that. Whatever. We still got 4 parts left to go. Now with gameplay footage. Hey, Susie, they turned into one of your commentaries.
TP, I hate to break it to you, odds are I've probably been doing that style on and off this whole video. It depends on what post Susie decides to do.
Susie, don't break my fragile heart like this.
In Black and White, if you go to the Marvelous Bridge, there's a chance you'll encounter a mysterious ghost girl. An old woman tells of a girl who used to play with her Abra during a time before Marvelous Bridge was built. Fast forward to Black 2 and White 2, you'll come across the Strange House, which is a house known for a sad incident that is said to keep people away. The inside of this house is an absolute wreck, making you ask questions like, why is this house in ruins? What happened to the people who lived here? Why are the bookshelves downstairs talking about Dream Eater Pokemon?
Must resist urge to make Hypno's Lullaby reference.
And for good...
So, this is a problem with my video, not exactly the subject here, but the pacing here is really bad. The least I could have done is speed up Sean's footage so that I could not have had it drag to all hell. Now, again, not exactly their fault, but the Lucario didn't do anything about it, so I don't know if it makes it their fault by proxy, but regardless. Susie, can you fix this, please?
What? Sometimes I get lazy. It is a long video after all.
Oh, hi, Ruined Tone. Seriously, you set up a perfect tone that actually kept me invested. Strange for a Chaos Key video. But nope! Screw audience investment. You had to shoehorn in a reference to Josh because you can't make your own jokes, and anytime you try, it's nothing more than shitty puns or some shit.
Even if it wasn't meant as a reference to Josh, it still breaks the creative investment due to the sudden and jarring change of tone in your voice and attitude. By making the changes less severe, even if investment to the overall atmosphere dropped, it still would have flowed better and not killed the tension you were creating. Also, Gail, what the fuck are you doing? I am pretty sure that the background is not This Is Halloween.
So you question what the hell?
You know what? Fuck it. Finish up with what you're doing.
Children, you were not clever. Now you'll stay with me forever.
Alright, because Lucario isn't actually going to finish that half-baked point, much less actually cover the video itself, I guess I'll come in and expand on what a TP Carol might have and talk about how the rapid change in tone, past TP, is to emphasize the joke. not kill it. Having to keep a consistent tone throughout a joke like this wouldn't work because the shift is supposed to be used to subvert the expectations of the audience, taking them off their feet. Take Gail's little reference to Hypno's lullaby in your exact video. Obviously played for some form of background gag, but in my opinion doesn't work considering Gail announced to the audience she was previously resisting making that gag to begin with, so the audience is able to predict Gail's awkward punchline. You know, outside of the fact that she never really capitalized on it.
You know, the more I think about it, that was also the point of Josh's part that we claimed that Sean was copying. With that in mind, no, I don't know why we decided it was okay for Josh but not for KSK. Any ideas, Gail?
Don't look at me, I was too busy reciting a creepypasta to watch any of Josh's videos.
Regardless, back to the half a point you were making, Lucario. Yeah, TP would only then ask Gail what she was doing to play off the gag as Gail was fading more into focus with her creepypasta reference. It's a part of the bit.
So you question what the hell Gail is doing now?
Oh, now they finished the point.
I mean, seriously, why don't you look at the rest of Gale Force's career, and then you question her now on what the hell she's doing?
Simple. At this point in Gale's career, she hadn't done any of the more notably infamous things that Gale would go on to do. Why would I have questioned her now when, by this point, I would have little to no reason to? Plus, this commentary is also my doing too, so that's another reason why. I was too busy agreeing with her.
Well, you're not wrong. The shit that I went on to become infamous for, my tangents, my nitpicking, etc., they were present even before this BopCom. Remember Not So Fab 4? Yeah, that's one of my longest solo comms, yet it's my most viewed and one of my most well-received commentaries. So that gave me the impression that it's what people wanted to see. I'm not excusing my quality. The reason I'm bringing this up is that the only comms of mine that have been brought up thus far are commentaries after the comm that started all that. You'd think that for someone who's given the impression to have done so much research, Lucario would have gone on to what started the pattern to begin with.
Or at least, what shed light on it. Ponder.
And also, seriously, Hypno's lullaby reference? Really? I mean, seriously, that song is one of the most overrated things ever.
Personally, I never heard about Hypno's lullaby pre this video, so maybe that's just me. Regardless, this critique is weak sauce.
I mean, seriously, it wasn't even an original backing track.
And that's an issue because... I don't know. But what I do know is that it likely stuck because the backing track wasn't original. You don't have to like it, but that doesn't make our use of it a problem because of your distaste. I mean, what are you, a Bob Charm Christmas?
Must resist urge to make context reference.
I want to make like 2016 Doodle and die drinking bleach.
As you explore the house, furniture that was blocking your path earlier suddenly moves out of your way for you to explore more. And then, you find the ghost of a girl who rambles on about an everlasting dark dream. And then she asks where her mom, her dad, and her... Wait, Abra? Don't tell me. Is this the same girl? Yep. And when you run into the girl again, she'll talk about how she supposedly heard her father's voice, telling her to stay with him and forget about the lunar wing. Lunar wing. You mean the thing that has to do with Cresselia? So you reach the final room and discover a lunar wing, only to have the ghost girl appear again, explaining to you that she was waiting on Marvelous Bridge to return the lunar wing to Cresselia. And then she vanishes. So, what exactly happened here? It's obvious the girl died before she returned the lunar wing to Cresselia, but how did she die? Well, while it hasn't been confirmed, it's assumed that Darkrai killed her with its power of inducing nightmares in people's sleep.
Darkrai killing a little girl? Not E for explicit enough. Needs more creepypastas and hyper-realistic blood.
Too hyper-realistic!
Oh my god. This proves that you had no cooperation at all. Because earlier on in the video, not too long ago, Gale Force had said that the joke is not more funny the more it's used, and making that whole, Chugga Conroy, you are not meme. And while that's true, the thing is, you criticized E for explicit more than once, and the thing is, he knows that using a joke over and over again makes it less funny. So why don't you?
Because the way Zara poorly implemented that joke was in a different way than what had previously been done. It's utilizing a similar punchline, but now with the focus on the placement of where the mysterious house is on the list and how, as he sees it, a girl being killed by Darkrai is only at number 4. Like, yeah, the joke is dumb because that doesn't change what Chaos Key would think of the other things on the list, as he may have found the other things on there specifically creepier. But, you know, pointing out how a joke is similar to another previous one is quite clearly more important than the objectively problematic usage of subjectivity, regardless of how inhumor it was.
Running gags work for some, but not for others. We just thought we could pull it off with our own running gag. Obviously, we didn't. You make it sound like it's hypocritical. How is it?
Can I just say, it's also really funny that a single repeated point is apparently enough to warrant being called out for a complete lack of cooperation, when I can point to literally any interaction between the three of us in the video to provide evidence to the contrary.
And also, that proves that you are hypocritical for never having any cooperation, because in both Bob Charm's Civil War and Here Comes Bob Charm, both of those videos you criticize your opposition for not cooperating a lot in those videos. And while that's definitely true of them, it's true here of you as well. Because you had no cooperation at all. I mean, seriously.
Find better examples than Bob Charm's Civil War, please?
Do you even know how chemistry and interaction are supposed to work in co-op and group videos? If it's just the people talking about their separate points without any interaction between the two, then they might as well make their own separate videos. Like what was argued in the first Bob Charm video on Tamahiro and Brandon's Top 10 video. That's why these jokes with the people interacting are interspersed throughout the commentary. It's to show that everyone's actually interacting. Whether the humor works depends on the viewer, but the main point is that there's actual chemistry between the commentators. In both videos, it was argued that there was little to no interaction between the people making the videos together. With Brandon and Tama's video, it was just 2 top 5s artificially put together to make a top 10, because there was no sense of Tama and Brandon actually interacting with each other. In my commentary with Manga Comment that TP, Digital Tie, and Doodletones commentated on, and that you uploaded your commentary on during the time we were scripting this...
Wait, I was in Bob Charm's Civil War? I don't remember that.
Manga Comment and I only made a couple of jokes with each other, but otherwise, we really didn't interact with each other throughout the video like what's seen in A Bob Charm Christmas. The scripting that Manga and I did for our commentary was pretty rushed, whereas the scripting for A Bob Charm Christmas took quite some time. Their arguments had a good amount of substance to them. I should not have to spend so much time explaining all of this.
Now, I wouldn't expect someone who wasn't there to know about the process in which we made A Bob Charm Christmas, and to be fair, we don't entirely know the process behind how Tamashi's collab lists with Brandon were constructed, but there's a lot that can be inferred or implied by the end result. The reason we assumed that Tamashi and Brandon had no cooperation was because their lists lacked that collaboration. The reason we called Gale and Common out for it was because all they had in terms of cooperation were a few jokes, whereas some points in that video were directly contradictory to a point the other made. Example, Common criticizing Dobbs for using Smogon during the segment on Mega Rayquaza, but later having Gale bring up Smeargle's viability in battles based on Smogon. The only thing you have to go off was the one time where we repeated the point because Gale said repetition could suck eggs earlier.
That's not exactly what I said. Viewers know how foul-mouthed I am. I'll have to remember that one, though.
No, I'm not saying that our collaboration attempts can't be criticized, but there's a difference between that and saying there was none.
Platinum's Darkrai event did it better. Yeah, it's a special event, so unless you were able to get the member card item that triggered the event in-game, or you have an action replay and use a cheat to get said item, you won't even be able to see the Darkrai events in Platinum. But even if you can't do that, there are videos of it online. Seriously, there's a link for one in the description.
Still counts as anything, by the way, so no you.
Shut the fuck. Wait, doesn't that count as some sort of cooperation? Building something I had to say based on what my partner said? Literally right after your point about us having no cooperation, there was visible cooperation. Oops.
Or capture Darkrai in order to find out the truth about it. The truth? Darkrai isn't actively malicious. What makes the whole Darkrai thing even worse is that it's implied through the "though you don't will it" quote after capturing or defeating Darkrai, that Darkrai doesn't even have full control over its power of sending people and Pokemon into eternal nightmares. You seem to imply that Darkrai is actively malicious in what occurred at the Strange House, when the member card Darkrai event in Platinum shows that Darkrai can't even control its own power. How is that not any worse than the Strange House event in Black 2 and White 2?
Because maybe Darkrai had learned to use its power. And you could say, well, you have no evidence for that. But A, there's no evidence against it. And B, you don't... When you actually show quotes from the game that are supposed to show that Darkrai had no control over its power, well, the quote you used didn't really back up your point at all.
There's a lot to cover here.
Oh boy, it really is Christmas. Time to unpack. Let's start with your lack of proof. You're probably right in there being no proof to the contrary. However, as you were the one to bring it up, the burden of proof is on you. In order for your theory to hold any weight, you'd have to provide some sort of evidence to back yourself up. Complaining about how the quote we used doesn't apparently work all you want, at least we can say there was something.
I would also like to cover part of this screwfest, particularly focusing on your claim that the screenshots don't provide evidence to Gale's very subjective claim. I don't want to harp on the continual lack of elaboration on your part, but I really can't help but feel like this is only half of a point. The point about how this doesn't provide a substantial groundwork to how the event Darkrai has more of a tragic backstory of having the inability to control its nightmare-inducing abilities, it's still missing from the equation.
I fully admit that I messed up my original point. Not only was my tone disjointed between explaining why the event is better and criticizing Chaos Key's point, but I didn't fully explain what the member card event even is and simply said, here's the link, watch it yourself. To sum it up, the member card event involves taking the member card to a house in Canalave City, which by the way is also where you have to take the Lunar Wing to wake up a boy who is also plagued by Darkrai's nightmares, so it happens another time in the Sinnoh games. Anyway, after you take the member card to that house, a man tells you that the house has been reserved for you for a long time. Next, you head over to the bed to fall asleep. You then wake up at New Moon Island. There's nothing there except for a cave where Darkrai is hiding. The implication here is that the only way to leave the island is to either defeat or capture Darkrai. In story, if the trainer is defeated, they're stuck in the nightmare, never able to wake up. Depending on when in the story this occurs, Team Galactic can very well be free to bring the world to high hell. Of course, gameplay and story segregation is in full swing, but just imagine the implications this has in-universe. This was the original point that I tried and failed to make.
I mean, seriously, it did not back up your point whatsoever if you read it. And even then, you don't give direct, credit in your video to the clip. Like, you do leave a link in the description, but you don't say in the video, this is by this.
Given that the video is linked in the goddamn description, we shouldn't have to. If you're that curious, click the fucking link. Citing sources in a video is not the same as citing sources in a goddamn paper that you're turning in for a school project. If the video was not linked, then we'd have a reason to do so. Even so, several people had posted video footage of Platinum's member card Darkrai event over time. Hell, for my previous point, I had to look up the video to refresh my memory to make sure I was watching a good enough quality video for reference. That's how many people have uploaded videos of that event. And before people bring up burden of proof, I know. I already brought up how I fucked up in my previous point.
Gale even explicitly stated in the commentary that a link to the event would be in the description. Now, I guess the point might be that it's better to show some of these things in the video, but you really don't make a solid case for why, especially seeing as there was credit in the description and said credit was made present in the video,
etc, etc. So the thing is, like, at that point, maybe I'm just lost for words because this is so incredibly cringy.
Yes, because cringy would be the word used to describe an issue with not crediting a source.
And even then, you go off on a tangent about how you can see the member card event. And I'm sorry, but a Pokemon fan who would be interested in watching a Pokemon themed video would probably already know that an event from a few years ago is over.
I feel like I should say something about the noobs, kids, and casuals starting off at a certain point in the series. Even with portable gaming being so far ahead of the DS nowadays, there's still an interest in retro gaming. And kids and those who know little to nothing about the Pokemon series thus far may not know better and have to ask about what that's all about first.
Furthermore, it's just generally a good idea to explain to your audience how something works on the off chance that they're not into the games to begin with. Mind you, yes, I'd imagine a lot of TP's regular audience is familiar enough with Pokemon to understand the Darkrai event in question, but TP's audience isn't entirely consistent of regulars who would be familiar with his usual brand of work. As any content creator, no matter how big or small, can attract outsiders who may know nothing at all about the topic or even be normally, and I do mean keyword normally, invested enough with the topic to look it up themselves.
Even with regulars, not every Pokemon fan's gonna know everything about Pokemon. There are plenty of people who likely never knew about the event, just as there's probably a lot that I don't know about Pokemon myself. You're acting as if everyone would know about the event when acting as such in a commentary is typically seen as a bad thing. And if you're specifically talking about the event being over, that still doesn't change the fact that the event existed in the first place.
So, no you? Yeah, just shut
Speaking
up.
of the street, nice editing there, bud. What was that you said earlier about not talking over the person who's currently talking? Now I'm talking over myself. This should emphasize that this is a goddamn video and not a real-life conversation. To tell the truth, I really don't have much to say solely about the Strange House event. I haven't played Black 2 and White 2 in a while, but seriously, I really don't remember much about my experiences checking out the Strange House when I played through Black 2 and White 2. When I don't even remember much of my own experiences going through that event, then it must not be all that creepy to me. Think about that for a bit.
It makes sense.
Okay, so I know I screwed up the cut there, but that was put in there for comedic relief.
Well, not only does it seem like an obvious mistake you acknowledge, but it doesn't even make sense for a joke. Good going.
But either way, I'm just going to say, Gail, that you use the phrase I a lot. And first of all, there's no I in team, and B, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, you weren't the person who made the list.
Okay, so I'll acknowledge this point as, for once, mostly correct. Grant you I'm a little confused by where the no I in team point comes in. That doesn't really make sense to me. But the rest of this point about this ain't your list is fine. At this point, I just really want to point out they're first of all followed by B when listing off their reasons as to why Gale's point doesn't work. Come on, kid, don't do this to me. I had enough of this with Umbrus.
Said it would be Darkrai since the girl says everlasting dark dream. And the voice that the girl thought was her father's could have actually been Darkrai trying to keep her away from the Lunar Wing, which is said to get rid of nightmares. This is easily one of the darkest and most disturbing moments in Pokemon I've seen so far.
Yet it's only number 4. GG on the wording there. G motherfucking G.
It's shocking to even think what could actually happen to this innocent child. May she rest in peace.
Who got the whiplash? Look, your normal transitions don't usually bother me. They're not really out of place in your other countdowns, and they do their job. But for this list, I take issue with them. Why? This is supposed to be a list about the creepiest shit the Pokemon series has to offer, and the tone you try and go for, the imagery, and the music all try to create this unsettling atmosphere. And for brief moments in your countdown, they can actually happen. Then you try and go to the next segment, and what are we greeted with? A clip ripped from Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories, and a guitar riff. Neither one complimenting the atmosphere, but rather taken away from it. This sudden and jarring change is further highlighted by your lack of fading out, making your transition come seemingly out of nowhere. You could have easily reworked your transitions, or how you led into them, to make them seem less awkward, while still keeping the tone you tried to create. Instead, we get certain Keanu Reeves.
Hello?
Gee, I mean, I wanted them to shut up, but this is ridiculous.
Can we go home now?
Now, obviously, I have a lot to say here.
Which is why you said nothing at all.
But the first thing is that I'm sorry, Zerric, but what you just said was pretty rude and condescending. So shut up.
First of all, that's rude. Says the bitchy snub who swears like a sailor all the goddamn time.
But I didn't say anything, Gale.
Second of all, that might have been a slip of the tongue while recording, but that was TP, not Zerric. You might want to keep better track of the voices and who's talking. If that was a simple slip of the tongue, you can always do retakes later on. Also, how was what TP said condescending? I could see how someone would call that rude, but condescending?
Actually, Gil, maybe he waited until after Zero's comment about Sean's wording to address Zero's comment. Now, no, this is not typically a good thing to do. If I'm right, why was Zero's comment condescending? You don't actually explain this, and if it's for the same reason as earlier about audio ducting, you did so in this very part. Going off of that alone, wouldn't that make you condescending? I mean, there's reason to believe you were otherwise, but, you know, your logic.
And also, I'm sorry, Master TP, but unfortunately, if you have an opinion that goes against what he did and you didn't like what he did, fine, but how is that proof that it's an objectively bad video? It's just what you think is bad, not what is objectively bad.
Hey, remember when you got into Gale for using Hypno's Lullaby because it was apparently overrated? Yeah, me neither.
So, yeah, your opinion on how bad his transitions are don't really add anything to the video at all.
Aside from a production criticism that could help keep Chaos Key's tone better consistent and helping him by providing advice for the next time he attempts to do a list in this caliber. But, you know, barring that.
He didn't say that it made it a bad video. He's saying that it hurt the transitions, which hurts the mood and atmosphere. When one aspect suffers, that means the video could have been better. Saying that the video could have been better is not the same as saying that the video's bad.
Plus, this was a critique of Sean's production. While many criticisms, including ones about how to make a video, are subjective at the end of the day, this is far less worthless than a simple difference of opinions. This actually has a point and isn't targeting Sean's opinions. It's targeting Sean's editing, which would be more legitimately susceptible to criticism than a mere opinion is.
So, next time you actually want to have an opinion against someone, just use when you actually have an opinion against someone, don't use it in a civilized attack.
He said in the beginning of the video that the commentary was meant to be constructive criticism overall and not an attack at him or the video. Please quit twisting his words around, thank you very much.
I mean commentary, because that's what commentaries are. They're just diss videos.
No, they're not just diss videos. Commentaries are a way to respond to a video whilst giving out constructive criticism and potentially counteract points of debate against someone who is misinformed on a situation to better correct the information presented. They're not simple diss tracks used to throw shade at the next target for the sake of making them look bad. Positive critique exists and wouldn't fall under the concept of dissing. Try again.
With how you view your commentaries in mind, why then are you constantly getting onto our case for being disrespectful when the first definition of diss, according to Merriam-Webster, is to treat with disrespect and contempt?
Furthermore, commentators like TP and even Zarek have stated in almost every one of their commentaries that their commentaries are not meant to attack the people that they're commentating on. I've mentioned in a video that my commentaries are meant to criticize the videos and not the people themselves. And my mentality for a long time was that I shouldn't have had to put that kind of disclaimer in every commentary of mine. But I guess I should have done so, because not only was the majority of people who came across my videos only going to watch a video or two here or there at best, but even people like you who apparently watch so many of my videos, if your reaction is anything to go by, completely missed the point of how commentaries in general are supposed to work. Now, I don't know if I'm the only commentator that you watch so many videos of, and thus I gave a bad impression. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. But since you watched this group commentary with TP and Zarek, you really should have watched at least the first Bob Charm commentary to see that Zarek stuck by his usual disclaimer as well. Yes, Zarek edited that one, so there were some jokes of his own that he put in during editing. That's how research works. You can't look at one person's work and style and assume that the whole field works that way and is like that. That's like saying that all films from the 1950s suck because of how poorly made Ed Wood's films were. It doesn't work that way.
That are just called commentaries, simply because that's what Pokemon does. They do commentaries, not diss videos, because otherwise it's just not innocent enough.
TP, what's a Verlicify?
I don't know, but don't let it near... That's the end of the sentence. Don't let it near.
Hello everyone on YouTube, welcome back to all of my videos. My name is Sicario, and today we are back again with the Bob Charm Christmas series, because I'm really determined to finish this series before the end of February. So that's what my goal is. So each episode is going to be part of the list that they commentate over. So today we are going to start commentating over their comments of part number 4 on Chaos Key's list.
No, this is part 4 covering number 3. We just got through the number 4. I don't want to do the number 4 again. Please don't make me.
The lack of pre-preparation for this video is only going to get worse from here.
It wouldn't be a dark and creepy Pokemon list without bringing up the Pokedex.
You know, that encyclopedia of Pokemon entries that many fans have reason to believe are written in-game by kids?
You could literally make a top
Not gonna interject here. Not gonna skip over this. Cool.
Freak me out the most.
Oh no! Someone who you didn't need a name drop got to a topic before you. I guess it means you can't do it anymore. Isn't that right, Top 15 Mario Power-Up?
I'm sorry, but name-dropping people doesn't ultimately matter unless it's done in the title, which it wasn't. So, to use a phrase you used, no you. So, yeah.
Does no you even work here?
How does this even debunk his point? TP's point was that Chaos Key was implying that because someone else beat him to a topic that's worth making its own list for, he shouldn't be spending time making a list for it. Not only was TP implying that it sounds completely stupid, but he was also showing that it didn't stop Chaos Key before. Your rebuttal is completely irrelevant.
I will say here, there is a minor point of hypocrisy to be had, considering Gale earlier name drops Chugga Conroy, while TP is here complaining that Chaos Key drops Jaywitz, who is an unrelated party here. But like, it still doesn't really do anything here, considering it had nothing to do with TP's original point.
Ooh, pardon me there. So, and also, as to what Gale had to say, you discredit the entire Pokédex because of a fan theory. You know, a fan theory that had little to no evidence to speak of.
There you go, Susie. They finally address a point that they didn't skip. You happy?
No.
Damn it!
Say what you will about how I was using a fan theory. I'll admit that theories shouldn't be used to debunk theories, or anything for that matter. In my defense, that didn't come out of nowhere. Plenty of Pokédex entries contradict themselves or otherwise make no sense. I guess either the curse continues on to the afterlife, or AZ must have pissed off a Ninetales somewhere along the line. Complete nonsense if you know what IQ actually is. Does that mean that it never stops to eat? A fire rock type's skin easily breaks when it's touched. Sure. And that's assuming it could be cool enough to touch in the first place. I think this nonsense speaks for itself. Then how come they're a wild Medicham? Yes, apparently sound alone can send an opponent flying across the room.
And then something, top 11 Pokemon that could destroy the world and some robot here.
And that's just a very small sample of pre-Gen 7 entries. Say what you will about most of the entries shown being from Gens 1 and 2, but those entries were reused in their remakes, as were the Gen 3 entries. Ninetales' entry was even reused in Pokemon Y. Hell, X and Y reused a lot of the older entries for the older mons, so don't tell me that the theory is complete bullshit.
Now sure, as a TP Carol helped to demonstrate, there are Dex entries that are supported in-game, such as Clefairy dancing around in Mount Moon and Heart Gold and Soul Silver, like in its Dex entry. But that doesn't mean that there aren't Dex entries that are as easily supported.
That doesn't excuse my having used it, but there was a reason that I used it, and that so many others have used and are still using it.
Bandit's Dex entries still drive me up the walls.
Damn it, I forgot!
Am I the only one who finds it kinda funny that he's using an obviously hacked Pokédex? I know in the long run it doesn't matter, but this feels out of laziness that could easily bleed over into the rest of the list since it only takes a few seconds to turn on the shiny code in the emulator of your choice. Or hell, just find a regular completed Pokédex.
Specifically, the Pokédex entries of the Chandelure line.
Aura, you gonna cover this either? Come on.
Because they are optional things that most people are at most going to glance over after they caught the mod. There's also this whole thing of them never happening on screen. Ever.
Clefairy.
Also, isn't this a cop-out since this is more than one for an entry?
No it isn't, because that's not what a cop-out is. A cop-out is something that is made intentionally obvious to the point where it is cringy.
Cop-out. Noun. Avoid doing something that one ought to do, an instance of avoiding a commitment or responsibility.
Given how Chaos Key gave a tie seemingly to avoid choosing a single entry for what's supposed to be a top 10 list, then yes, it's easy to call this a cop-out. No, you!
I mean, whether it is or not is more up for debate, as is whether it being a cop-out matters, but if you're gonna say it's not a cop-out, know what a cop-out is.
And that's not what just happened, so no you.
Now I just think you're using it because it sounds funny, which, to be fair, it is.
Now you know the pain of having a catchphrase used against you in a pathetic attempt at a gotcha point. Now you know the curse that was try again.
This just makes me glad I never tried any sort of catchphrase.
Do you want no you?
As well as the fact that you do realize that people don't always gloss over Pokédex entries as soon as they caught the Pokemon. If they did, you wouldn't have been able to hear him say the Pokédex entry. So, shut up.
And speaking of Star Wars, way to make Xeric out to be a Sith when his point about people reading Pokédex entries wasn't an absolute. He said most people would gloss over Pokédex entries. Now, is this true? I don't know, but it'd be weird to say that no one ever looked at them when we also recently acknowledged Sean talking about Jaywitz doing videos on the topic of creepy Pokédex entries. Now that still goes against Zer's point here since, well, there was at least a market for people doing videos on Pokédex entries, which implies it might not be as low as Zer made it out to be, but still he never said no one ever looked at them.
I am also incredibly confused by the correlation of being able to hear a Pokédex entry and having a market of people who, you know, look at Dex entries. Like, perhaps this is just abysmal wording on your end due to your lack of script, but that just sounded like Scrabble letters to me.
Pokédex entry states that it pretends to be a guide in the dark, when it's really just absorbing the life force of those that follow it to fuel the light on its head. Considering the Celestial Tower and the previously mentioned Strange House are full of Litwick and a bunch of trainers, yeah, I don't want to think about what could happen. Lampent appears right when someone dies and takes their spirit away. They even so much as hang around hospitals for patients to die.
At least they're waiting for the patients to die first instead of killing the patients themselves. I can think of other Pokédex entries where the mons in question are much more malicious than that. Frostlass, for example, freezes its victims and puts the resulting frozen statues on display. Dino eats anything that moves, and its fully evolved form of Hydreigon will attack, consume, or destroy anything and everything it comes across.
Well, it clearly doesn't. Because if you catch a Hydreigon, it doesn't try to eat you. And you could say, well, that's just the Pokédex. But sure.
Or Wild Hydreigon. Yeah, players weren't able to run into them in the wild until X and Y, but that doesn't mean that Wild Hydreigon didn't exist as a concept in-universe before that. It could certainly explain how Getsus was able to obtain an underleveled Hydreigon for his team. Besides, the fact that trainers are able to run into Wild Hydreigon gives even more credence to the idea that certain Pokemon that are native to one region are extremely difficult to find in the wild in said region, if they could be found at all, but are easily seen in others. Exotic species are a thing.
Secondly, God, Aura, this only supports the aforementioned theory that the Pokédex entries aren't absolutely canon, because if Hydreigon doesn't go out and eat the trainers that catch them, then obviously it shows a discrepancy within the descriptor of said Pokemon. Like, if you're gonna sit here and argue Gale's point about the Pokédex entries being faulty to follow along to at best, then it would probably be a splendid idea to not sit there and later affirm that very belief.
Because the Pokédex had also talked about Cubone's dead mother, which it had actually proved in-game to be a fact because of the whole Marowak situation.
Yeah, and assuming that the Dex entry really is fact, that would imply that every Cubone's mother dies and leaves its skull for the Cubone child, which it keeps after evolving into a Marowak itself, including the Alolan Marowak, which also possesses another bone that belonged to the mother. It makes for a nice bit of folklore for both the Kanto and the Alola regions, especially the Alola region, but to say that it's fact? Really? If it was, then how would Cubone as a species get the care that they need to survive as they're growing up? Cubone still appears to be pretty young compared to Marowak when it gets the skull, so one can only assume that it's got growing up to do. Therein lies a problem I had and still have with the Pokédex. Given that it contains facts like the Pokemon's height, weight, species, and where the Pokemon is found, that implies that the Pokédex is meant to contain scientific information. When the Pokédex contains contradictory information, complete nonsense, or bits of what otherwise sounds more like folklore than actual fact, then it ruins the credibility of the Pokédex as an informational tool.
Tiny Raylord, Tiny Raylord.
What reasons do characters have to take this information seriously when it mixes in folklore with scientific fact and the facts contradict themselves? Short answer, they don't. Even when folklore is turning out to be true, like with some legendaries, the legendary Mons are stopped by one trainer and their team of regular run-of-the-mill Mons by being captured or defeated in a regular battle, meaning even the folklore didn't mean much anymore thanks to so much time having passed, and one trainer and a team of 6 or so Mons who are supposed to have so little power in comparison to the power of the sun itself. Screw you, Groudon! Brendan's the real Sand Guardian! Guardian of the Sand!
Kyogre quivers before him! Fuck off!
I know that it talked about that in entry 1, but still. As well as the fact that, I'm sorry, but it's honestly a lot more creepy that it just waits to die. For me, personally.
Good for you. But, just like Gail's point, that doesn't really mean anything when it's Chaoski's list, now does it?
And you could say it's not your list, so you can't put in your personal opinions when doing a commentary video, but you did that when talking about the Strange House event and Darkrai. So, no you.
Hypocrisy doesn't make it right. Now, that feels weird.
Why is it okay for you, but not for me?
Well, it's not, but...
If it's because my talking about why I didn't find the Strange House to be creepy followed my talking about how the Darkrai event was creepier because that one actually specified Darkrai not having control of its powers, and the idea of Darkrai having an influence on the Strange House has no real evidence other than the Lunar Wane, and I gave a reason earlier in this commentary for why that's flimsy. Makes me feel pretty stupid for not thinking of that during the making of the Bobcom, but anyway. If that's where you were coming from, then fine, I can understand that mindset. Here's the problem. I can only assume that's where you're coming from because you didn't specify. You get on my case for going on for too long, but I can just as easily get on your case for not going on long enough. There will be times in which you need to spend time explaining yourself. That was one of those times.
And furthermore, hypocrisy doesn't make it right.
That was my line. Get your own.
Fine. Furthermore, hypocrisy doesn't make it right. Try again.
You win this round, Susie Doodletones.
You're saying that a Mon that waits for its victims to die first is creepier than Mons that actively pursue living victims?
This is just funny now.
This certainly aged well.
Oof.
So you're telling me the light that people see when they die is actually this lamp with arms? Man, no wonder people say not to go into the light when someone is about to die.
Lamps? No!
And we just killed our punching bag.
Well, maybe this wouldn't have happened if you two used your damn psychic powers.
I'm sorry, but A, psychic is weak to ghosts, so that'd be risky. And B, I'm sorry, but Zoroark can learn psychic type moves like extrasensory as well. And not only that, but Dark type is a better type position to go up against a Ghost type with.
This is just explaining the joke.
In retrospect, Zero's comment just implied that commentators take the powers of the avatars that we use, which would be absolutely cool if that turned out to be true.
Why didn't I ever get Sukuna Hikuna as my persona?
Ranma becomes my main avatar in that case.
I want to be an anime girl.
Yo, mood?
So, I'm sorry, but your video padding, which because Gail was in a video with this video padding, of course she had no problem with like, it's a Gale Force video with video padding in it. I'm sorry, but she hates padding when it's done for 6 seconds, but this is done for 8. So, stop being hypocritical, Gail, and get on your friend's case when they do something wrong.
Yeah, Gail, why didn't you get onto our cases for making jokes, huh?
You're taking this entire joke at face value. Besides, you didn't even play the full joke clip. You think our joke clip was bad? Pay attention to the clip between Wambu and Chaos Key. fuck are you talking about?
You're both fucking psychic types!
So we didn't even need Oro to point this joke out. Great!
This is what you get from jumping the gun too early. Seriously, what is this, a circa 2016 Doodlecon? Jesus.
I still want to be an anime girl.
Still a mood.
Your username references Kingdom Hearts, for frick's sake.
Oh look, Kasky is such an egotist that he made his cameo follow his own bullshit ideology of the no swearing club.
In fact, to everyone watching, what's wrong with some of us not wanting to swear? Maybe we're just trying to show more decency than the average person. Maybe we're just trying to set a good example for the youngins. And besides, it's like what Stuttering Craig said in that one Top 10. You don't need to cuss to get your point across.
How childish. Even Josh let Alex swear in their co-op instead of forcing him to oblige his ideology.
I'm sorry, but you call him childish for not wanting to swear, when complaining about swearing in and of itself is honestly more childish, and if you can't see that, then you're childish.
Before anyone asks, Wambu did clarify in the comments that it was his decision. Sean didn't do anything to change it. The only thing that influenced him at all was that Sean doesn't normally swear. It wasn't Wambu being forced, it was Wambu being considerate. Now, in the context of the video, yes, it was wrong of us to get onto Sean for all this, when the only thing that happened was that Wambu said frick.
Wambu didn't say the fuck word, so we go on a giant tirade.
Your name references Kingdom Hearts. For frick's sake. Oh my gosh. I am so flipping angry. You're a darn mother fudger, I tell you that for free. Chaos Key. More like Chaos canonically is a cool guy. Damn it. You've brought me into the no swearing club. You've forced your ideology on me, Sean. Not swearing is an ideology that you have forced on me. Now look at me. Look at me. I can't stop setting a good example for the youngins. I can't break out. I can't do it. I'm a ghost now. I'm actually a Chandelure now, after it's crazy, because he said that he was afraid of Chandelure. And then I became a Chandelure. It's because of him. It's because of him. It's because he forced me into his ideology.
But to say it's more childish without explaining why doesn't work. I'm not even saying you're wrong because I agree in hindsight. But I want you to be able to present this in a better fashion than this sucks because I say so.
Josh, that's a big fucking cake. That's a big fucking cake.
Now, just for clarification, that was meant to be censored, and in fact, it wasn't simply meant that Josh overlooked it when editing. That said, it also tells me that Alex doesn't have to tone himself down whenever he does something for Josh. I do not get that after your cameo. Why do I know he has to tone himself down? How about we take a look at the countdown he released 4 days after your own?
I don't think a Sonic game has consistently made me say, oh shit, more than this one. Oh shit, what is that? Oh shit, there's another. Oh shit, they're everywhere. Oh shit, they have spikes now? Hey there, you're looking pretty fancy, fuck.
So it's clear to me that if you didn't write your cameo's lines, your cameo's script was influenced by your ideology and cussing. And if somehow it wasn't, how you acted there doesn't help convince me otherwise. Oh, and while we still have this here, I want to say a couple of things. Namely the why for that rant's existence. According to Miss Anna's story, she was being made fun of because she was using Shu as a substitute for swearing. Have you considered the possibility that they were making fun of Miss A not because she refused to swear, but the way she went about that? So, not only were you being condescending as fuck, but it could have been unwarranted.
Well, your little rant about swearing, which was approximately, actually no longer than his, was just as condescending and just as unwarranted.
Yeah, but just because it was condescending and unwarranted, it doesn't make the fact that it's no longer a problem.
We acted like dicks because Wambu didn't say the funny swear word.
Yes, but my point is that length alone isn't the problem. Everything else kind of blows, though.
If not more. So, once again, another Gale Force video that's hypocritical in what it has to say.
So, my issue somehow translates to it being a Gale issue. What?
Didn't you say you liked the element of light?
Well, yeah, but...
Have you been a sham all along?
No, I am the Keyblade Warrior of Light, Chaos, and Shout.
You just called yourself a giant key-wielding soldier of bright shit, disorderly conduct, and speaking really loudly. That must be the most ridiculous thing I've heard someone call themselves unironically.
But when Gale calls herself the Espeon who specializes in commentaries on PokeTubers, that's not condescending enough for you to talk about.
Implying I hadn't talked about the title before.
And I'm Gale Force, also known as the Espeon who specializes in commentaries on PokeTubers.
Wait, people call you something other than Gale? What other secrets have you been keeping from me?
That was one time!
Human confirmation bias at its finest.
Now you're just throwing logical fallacies at a wall to see what sticks. This isn't confirmation bias. That would imply some form of point to have been made with evidence shown targeted specifically to push one's own ideology or narrative. For example, let's say that someone holds the belief that left-handed people are inherently or genetically more creative than right-handed people. If they were to stumble upon someone who is left-handed and creative, they would put more weight into that evidence to support their theory and may even seek out extra proof of this being the case, whilst discounting evidence that goes against their theory. TP saying Chaos Key's title of being the Keyblade Warrior of Light, Chaos, and Shout is absurd isn't trying to push a narrative beyond. He just finds it silly.
Not silly enough to make a bigger deal of it than I did, but still silly.
With that said, even if we were to go under this belief that TP's potshot had more weight behind it than merely just a nudge at Chaos Key, it still wouldn't be confirmation bias, because then at that point he's not using this title as better evidence that supports the claim whilst discounting anything contrary. What TP would be doing if he were using this interjection as a viable point is, at best, an ad hominem, or maybe a form of double standards considering Gale's nickname. However, since this is not the case, there's still no real ground to stand on.
I am the Keyblade Warrior of Light, Chaos, and oh no, a lamp! It's scary.
Okay, I think you've overstayed your welcome. Goodbye.
Aw, but he was the best part of the video.
He's the best part of all the videos. What the fuck are you on, TP?
And originally character was never heard from again. May he rest in spaghetti forever.
And yet, you don't get a copyright claim for that, and you don't get demonetized for breaking copyright law, yet Philip DeFranco gets demonetized for reporting the news.
How's that breaking copyright? Not only was the song pitched, thus making it somewhat transformative, which qualifies under fair use, but the song was used for the sake of a joke and not just me playing How to Save a Life, let alone the fact that the song was only played for like 8 seconds, which is well under the time limit that copyright law usually looks for. Even if it did break copyright, maybe YouTube didn't notice because I didn't monetize my video. As for the comment about Phil DeFranco getting copyright struck, while I do agree that it kinda sounds like BS on YouTube's end, it's irrelevant to all this and further makes it sound like things suck because it's not what you like.
And there's Chandelure. Its white Pokedex entry says that being consumed in its flame burns up the spirit, leaving the body of that person behind. So let me get this straight, Dexter.
Don't you just love when someone talking about the games references something that's only a thing in the anime?
Dexter, why the hell are you carrying a serial killer in your pocket?
Dee, get out of my laboratory!
I'm sorry, but if making a commentary about, making a comment about how it's bad to make an anime reference in a video that primarily focuses on the games, I'm sorry, but maybe it was something called a joke. And if it was, the point of a joke is something you don't have to take seriously.
Hit the deck!
Doodle?
The E. It could be anywhere.
What E? Ow! That was super effective!
Also, how the hell is a Pokedex a serial killer?
That still hurts. Anyways, Dexter's the name of a TV show about a serial killer that hunts down other serial killers. You can take a guess as to what his name was. Also, immediately after telling the three of us not to take jokes seriously, you go ahead and question a Ow! Heck!
As well as the fact that if it's okay to, like I said, make a commentary about how it's a problem, talk about to make an anime reference in a video games video, then how is it not bad that in a Pokemon video that mainly focuses on a YouTube video about the main series, is it bad that you talk as if you're from the Detective Pikachu video game?
Excuse me? Okay, let's forgo the fact that Detective Pikachu wasn't even released yet. How were we? What similarities were there between our writing and the game's writing?
But what if they were talking about the movie?
The movie came out after their video. How would they have known about the general rating there? Plus, even if we were, how would that be a bad thing? If you were right, that simply make what we were doing an homage, not just a simple reference.
As well as the fact, laboratory? And people say that Nathaniel Bandy can't talk.
That's literally how the word is pronounced in British English.
And in the show I was referencing?
And when these spirits get burned up by its flame, they lose their way and wander the world. Forever. Yeah, suddenly I don't want this Pokemon on my team anymore.
So you're dissuaded from using a Pokemon because of a Pokedex entry, something that not only never happens in-game, but if it were to happen, is easily preventable. Do you by any chance sleep with bubble wrap on?
First of all, how on earth is it easily preventable?
Don't touch. Like how you would keep your hand back to avoid touching actual fire from an actual candle. It shouldn't be that hard to comprehend. Even with this being a sentient chandelier, just don't stand so close to it.
Of course, one can argue accidents happen, but even to that, an accident is an accident.
That sounded way more threatening than it had any right to.
Second of all, how the hell does he sleep with bubble wrap on, yet you don't?
Who said I didn't? Pop pop. But whether I did or not, this was about Sean sleeping with it, not me.
Even then, TP was rhetorically asking that in regards to Chaos Key's fears of something that is easy to avoid and isn't even proven to be true within the games, whereas your counter-rhetorical doesn't even really have any similar ground to stand on with what we have seen. Now, no, his rhetorical does have the unfortunate implications that Chaos Key would have to be somewhat overly sensitive to have these fears in mind. Though I don't want to believe that was the intent, it still doesn't really give you any real ground to stand on to effectively make yet another know you argument.
Besides, that's my job. Pop pop.
And as far as what Gail said, correlation doesn't always equal causation.
What is this in reference to?
It's when I said the Hydreigon line was more consistently malicious in their actions than the Chandelure line.
Good, this is why we script, so it's easier to not get lost and not accidentally fuse two interjections together.
So, it doesn't need to be consistent for it to always happen, is what I'm trying to say.
I feel like a lack of elaboration along with poor wording hurt my original argument, but refer back to my earlier argument about how contradictory entries, especially in the same region, is what hurts the credibility of the Pokédex. The contradictory entries in different regions is what I meant when I was referring to inconsistent entries, so I will say that, yes, it's my own fault that my argument wasn't as good as it should have been. You know why I'm bringing this up? Because Lucario doesn't explain why my argument was bad and only said that it was bad. Lucario brings up correlation doesn't equal causation, but in regards to the Dex entries, that honestly supports my overall stance of why Dex entries should be refuted. Yes, I did state in the original video how the Dex entries of Dino and Hydreigon were more consistent across the games in stating how malicious they are, but there's nothing to back up those entries in-game. So really, how does Lucario's argument hold any water here?
So, in other words, yeah, sure. So, I'm gonna close the video off there. My final thoughts for that were, hey, Chaos Key, they're making petty points at you again, just like the rest of their video. Seriously, this should be called, that video that you just posted should be called Petty Insults in all caps.
That's a lame name.
You're not even paying attention anymore, are you?
Nope, next jar of sauce.
So if you want more information on how this series works...
No, thank you.
When you think of Johto, the word scary isn't really something that comes to mind.
When I think of Pokemon in general, the word scary doesn't come to mind.
Okay, that was pretty smug of you to say, and I remember in Bopcharm's Civil War, you complained at Gale for, like, saying that manga made good points, and while that is true, and how it was smug too, it was a bit hypocritical, so, and I know you were doomed to eventually become hypocritical having Gale as what you call a close friend, but still.
Care to show clips? Examples? No? Then you have no substance to your argument. Also, how does TP considering me a close friend make him a hypocrite?
Because something Bopcharm Civil War, which, if I may remind you, is a video that came out well after Bopcharm Christmas and shows that TP may not stand behind the tone or ideals shared in this video. You know, TP Carol be damned and all.
I mean, I'll fully admit that what I'm about to bring up is anecdotal evidence, but By the time Bob Charm's Civil War came out, I was already working on a TP Carol with Ty and Brooke. So, no, I didn't. But hey, the more you know.
And that even on its own is playing off the idea that TP was being smug. Because honestly, I don't see it.
Neither do I.
Maybe I was, but even then, that was the only thing that would have been needed here. Any attempt at hypocrisy regarding Bob Charm's Civil War is irrelevant.
With the exception of one area, the ruins of Alf. Now I know what you're thinking.
Still don't.
No, you don't.
Aquaman ejaculate on your granite countertop? You just earned yourself the Jumbo Mighty Thirsty.
The ruins of...
Oh my god, that was such an unnecessary cut for a stupid joke that A, isn't funny, and B, pads the video out.
Would it be lazy to just leave it at humor is subjective? Because I feel like we've been on this point before.
Higher on the street.
Holy shit! You actually didn't take a joke at face value. You were still overly critical of what was meant to be a stupid joke in the first place when, as Doodle just said, humor is subjective.
And hey Gale, where's your padding video complaints again?
You do realize that I was commentating with TP and not on TP, right? Also, even if I was to point out in our commentary how the joke was taking up unnecessary time for the sake of adding on to the joke, that would just take up even more time, thus making the joke take up more time.
But I'm not having things getting silly.
Alf's scary? It's more of a tourist site than anything else.
Technically speaking, you don't have to be scary to be dark or creepy.
See, The Last of Us. Dark and creepy game, but not scary.
Well, whether or not a game is scary is really up to the person playing it. For example, PewDiePie thought Slenderman scary, but would you consider it? I wouldn't.
Horror is subjective, yet jokes aren't up to the listener to find funny. Apparently. These are back-to-back interjections, people.
But if you ask what really creeps me out in this area, it's this.
Ah! Oh wait, sorry, jumped the gun.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Oh, good. I was wondering when you were going to say something else. I thought you were lost in the sound of silence.
That was the joke, though? Like, it was just pointing out where Sean started the clip? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused here.
We are 36 pages into the script, by the way, and probably well an hour into the video when I actually get around to editing this monster. And you may have noticed one of the very annoying recurring problems that shoot up within this video. And if you haven't, jokes! Learn what they are. Please.
Look, I'm upset I didn't make the joke before, alright? This just goes back to what I said about Lavender Town's music. The only reason it sounds so unsettling is because it's in 8-bit.
But does the song being in 8-bit prove him wrong? No? Then shut up.
I remember when I made this point. But does the event Georgia having speed boost prove him wrong? No? Then shut up. You even got the thud down! Congratulations, you're a plagiarist!
Actually, in defense of Gale Force here, I want to better elaborate on the point she was making, as I feel you may have misunderstood. See, Gale, once again, isn't trying to necessarily debunk the point here. She's explaining why Chaos Key might find the mysterious transmission to be spooky, being that it is, once again, in 8-bit. And in fairness, yeah, an 8-bit sound gives more of a mechanical vibe to it, and when combined with the few amounts of instruments played at once, the sound may come off as more eerie to an average listener. This technical limitation plays into the atmosphere that the game wanted to give, and yeah, at the end of the day, I do think the point maybe shouldn't have been used to linger on, and Gale's following subjectivity doesn't work in her favor, but the explanation of the sound being in 8-bit leading to a darker vibe is very understandable.
What would have been nice is if you played the version from Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver to see if it still sounds as creepy. In fact, allow me to play that right now! Nowhere near as unsettling if you ask me. Really, I think it just sounds weird.
If we're gonna...
Unnecessary video padding just to give an opinion in a video that's supposed to be about facts and proving someone wrong.
I'm pretty sure all top 10 lists are about opinions. Informed opinions, but opinions nonetheless. I'm fully aware that I'm not supposed to debunk an opinion with an opinion, fine, but your point does not debunk mine.
And why their video sucks, but now I just realized that it really doesn't, and it's that yours sucks. Just kidding, I didn't just realize that.
Oh, I knew my video sucked for a long time now. I didn't need your condescending attitude to tell me that.
Gets on the Triop's case for using pot shots at Chaos Key, yet continues to take your own pot shots at the Triop. Bah.
Bring up scurry music, then why not make reference to Giratina's boss music?
Or the Distortion World theme, let's not forget that one.
What about New Moon Island's theme?
Ooh, you got me there.
I'm over here. Why did you scroll through all the radio stations when you could have easily just started at the unknown radio broadcast? Or
Why didn't you just start at the part of the video where you actually were making a point?
These are points, though. They're not particularly great points, but the points do exist. Gale was making note about the 8-bit sound adding to the atmosphere of the Mysterious Transmission and then comparing that to the later remake where the higher quality sound doesn't play off nearly as well, whilst adding in her own subjectivity as to what would have been a better placement onto the list. Zero was adding on to that particular list by adding in his own 2 cents as to what could be a subjectively better placement onto the list, and TP, the one that you're directly cutting in after, was doing the same as the latter with his own additional point of how the radio making its way downtown walking fast to the Mysterious Transmission was superfluous to the overall video, and could have been less unneeded drag if Chaos Key had just started at the transmission that he intended to talk about.
A point does not cease to exist if it's bad. It just means the point is bad.
Oh yeah, because if you did, that means the video would be like 5 minutes long, and that's not going to get you enough revenue, is it?
Not the money I don't make! No!
Well, by your logic, your video would be even shorter than that.
Yes, because a 40-minute video with 3 people working on it to make jank pot shots with about a third of it being relegated to humor means the video would only be 5 minutes in length if they took out that third. You know, I'm no mathematician, but that doesn't add up.
What even is this? Is this supposed to be the unknown? If so, what are they chanting? Is it some sort of message?
Did this guy go to the Tamashi School of Literary Analysis or something? Let me repeat myself from that video. Curtains blue!
Once again, why don't you just cut to you saying curtains blue, or hell, not be lazy and just say curtains blue again?
Zera is making a distinct referential callback to a previous video he was a part of, where he had made a point similar to this towards another individual, trying to connect the scenarios in a way that would make sense to a returning audience. If we were to just play it without any build-up, the context would be erased and we would just have a vague callback that wouldn't make any sense to anyone who didn't watch the aforementioned video on Tamashi. However, if Zera would be to say it himself, then the callback portion of this reference would be revoked entirely, leaving it to just be a repeated point from a previous video. The connection between the two situations would also be severed, isolating the point to just Chaos Key's video. Which, in hindsight, would have probably been for the better, since the Mysterious Transmission is straight up a subliminal thing within the game that a player is supposed to decipher or interpret their own meaning. You know, since it is a mysterious transmission. Whereas calling the curtains blue straight up implied that there's nothing deeper than skin here, so whatever Tamashi was talking about to earn such a point against her, it definitely is not what Chaos Key is talking about now. So, Zera, try again.
Hooray! Susie's finally doing a commentary on me!
Except, that was a point against Zera.
Still my video, so shut up.
And it's still pretty unsettling today.
That's it. I'm taking Spell of the Unknown away now.
Then how are TP and I supposed to commentate on Captain Underpants?
A, get over yourself, 5-year-old, 20-year-old, whatever you are. And B, video padding. Gale, get on their case for it, please, if you got on Tricky Wee's case for it. And Arizo's case for it, I believe, as well.
It's joke. It's a fucking...
If I had a nickel for every time Lucario, in this part alone, got onto Gale for not calling out hypocrisy or padding, I'd have an unnecessarily sizable amount of nickels right about now.
I'd have $7.
You what?
And you know what? I don't know what this is, but I don't like it. Changing the channel now. Ah, that's better.
Oh god, it's the moon whiplash!
Good points. Yeah, I don't think you know what they are.
Same could be said for you.
Man, this is just gonna be one big shit-flinging contest between groups of hippos by the time this video is done at this rate.
You calling me fat?
Oh, calm yourself. I'm also calling me fat.
And I'm really trying to remember my script really hard right now. But either way, just so you know, this video is garbage because you didn't even make any points at all.
No, we didn't make any good points. There's a difference.
I would also like to bring up that, you know, if you can't remember parts of your script that you totally have, by the way, then maybe you should have had it close by during the recording so you could just go back to it whenever need be. Like, this isn't even that hard.
Or just read your script. That's what I do.
Or have a take, or multiple takes, with you reading your script, rather than just one take where you're floundering about trying to remember, and then just using that.
So, read your script, basically.
And you complain at him for not cutting to a specific point when you should have cut to a certain specific point in your video when you were actually making a point.
Haha, remember that joke from literally 2 minutes ago? Remember that sick burn? Remember?
No.
What sick burn?
Well, fuck.
But he was all at the same time making a point. So, shut up with your hypocrisy again, Gale.
Oh, be quiet. If that was anyone's hypocrisy, it'd be mine. I was the one who called out Sean for not cutting to the part I said he started from. Gale did not make the point, ergo, this is not Gale's fault or her being hypocritical. Or, at the very least, this isn't just Gale's fault. Stop appropriating these things to her when she isn't even the most guilty person in the tribe in regards to what you're taking issue with.
Just... Can you stop acting like it's my commentary when it's not even on my channel? What else can I say about that? I'm not even angry about Lucario repeatedly putting the blame on me. I'm just getting tired of it.
Hey guys, it's Lucario here, and today we are going to finally do the last episode of this stupid commentary series. So, I hope you guys are willing for the pain to go through with me, because this video's got Gale Force in it. I mean, you might as well put Velicify in it at this point.
One does commentaries, one is Velicify. Maybe we shouldn't have scripted this part on April Fool's Day, but who cares?
Like, other than the fact that they both cover Pokemon topics often, what is the comparison here?
I don't remember ever covering the competitive scene and bitching about how someone hacked just because a Mon came out of a dream ball.
I can't recall a time where you chewed someone out for loving the crap out of Rowlet before Sun and Moon came out for reaching for content.
Fuck you, Velicify. Rowlet's best starter.
I mean, I like Poplio more, so...
But Rowlet's a little beach ball!
Should we go back on topic? Maybe Lucario just have the two on comparable levels of this taste, but that personal issue is kinda just that, and it's absolutely not the partner I want. Gale's a nice gal who I could reasonably share a secret with. Meanwhile, I wouldn't trust Velicify with the color of the sky without making it a clickbait thumbnail.
I don't trust Velicify with my actual dreams.
I don't trust Velicify to know about the game Dream.
But anyway, hello. It's been far too long since I've uploaded, I know. And I'm sorry for having stupid, unrelated Garden Warfare 2 footage in the background that I recorded a few months ago. But at this point, my capture card won't work anymore. And stuff like that. So, leave me alone.
I mean, while it does suck to hear about the capture card and what have you, why did we really need to know this? I don't think anyone was going to question you for having Garden Warfare as your avatar, as it's just background footage to give your audience something to look at if they're paying close attention to the video instead of just having it as background footage. It doesn't really matter where it came from at the end of the day, and this only really exceeds that is padding out the video, if albeit slightly. And coming from someone who wants to get on the Triops case for padding, well, I probably don't need to explain how this is hypocrisy now, do I?
So anyway, let's get into it. Roll the clip.
I think now's as good of a time as any to address the general editing. It's not good.
Like, we have previously pointed out a few things here and there, what with your overlap of your audio and your forgetfulness of screenshots used to prove your point, but just in general, there have been kind of some jank edits throughout, especially in regards to where you cut your points and place your audio. This is something that definitely would need to be worked on over the course of time, and that's fine, you're allowed to take that time. But if I can put some advice here, Typically, what I do when recording is make sure that all of my points are within their own audio file, so that way when editing I don't have to worry about cutting out long pauses like this, or stutters like we have been politely holding back on for as long as we've had to. So there are ways to fix this production really easily, though I'm unsure what editor you're using, so I can't just throw out a tutorial or anything.
Way to steal my thunder, Susie.
By now, you can see just how dark and creepy the Pokemon series can be at times.
Yeah, radio station, creepypastas, and alphabet soup.
Oh, so scurry, guys!
So yeah, mocking people for what they're scared of. Low.
If he doesn't explain why they're supposed to be dark and creepy, then how will people know how it's supposed to be dark and creepy? Yeah, sometimes people find stuff scary for no reason. Phobias are a thing, but that usually applies to a more extreme type of fear. I don't see that applying here. What even is your point?
I think their point is that Zera and TP were more mocking Chaos Key for what he is afraid of, but like, I'm still unsure if that's exactly the case. Sure, Zera's tone is kind of harsh, and perhaps it definitely can come off as such, but TP certainly isn't doing that, as when all Chaos Key says is, look at this, you can see how scary the Pokemon series can be, TP points out instances that he personally wouldn't agree with on his own. And so without reasons that can be grasped and understood, at least to the trio, like, don't look at it doesn't cut it for a point.
I mean, should this point exist? Probably not, but it sucks for other reasons. Namely, he has explained why, and whether or not we agree doesn't change that. One can understand where Sean is coming from based on his explanations.
So what could possibly be number 1?
It's me. I've got my Mystery Dungeon team with me.
Well, look what we have here. We've got a few charges here, mainly fighting people using excess illumination, disorderly conduct using anarchy, and being really fucking loud. Oh, what's this last little charge I got on my list over here? Oh, it's nothing major, it's just a little baby thing we in the business like to call arson.
And loitering, don't forget loitering.
While the previous entry made me feel uneasy, at least you can change the radio signal to something else. Whereas number 1, it has to be seen in its entirety if you find it. And it's something that legitimately creeped me out when I saw it.
Prefacing this by mentioning how you can at least change the radio station so you cannot listen to the unknown thing. Keep that in mind because that you can avoid it factor will bite him in the ass after he shows this next one.
Well, I'm pretty sure that your negative attitude will bite you in the rear end, Gale. Especially when I get to you.
Don't bite her, that's unsanitary.
Sure, I'll happily keep this in mind.
You're not gonna bite her either, are you?
I'm Ace TP, I'm not gonna bite her even if she wanted me to.
Ace Ventura has nothing to do with this, you don't bite.
This isn't an argument. I don't even see how it's supposed to be a joke. All I see is a personal attack. Also, you already pointed out how I padded out previous videos when I actually did have arguments to make, even if I am infamous for tangents, or that I allegedly should have stepped in when TP and Zarek were going on for too long, when your segment here adds nothing of substance to the video at all. How are you not padding out your video?
What the f just happened?
Oh, nice job killing the mood. Again!
Hey look, you have your own censor. So why couldn't your cameo swear again?
Because making up someone's censor is stupid.
But why though?
Ugh, not even gonna... Anyway, at least I was able to hear that last part. Care to explain how that's stupid? Are you going to say that every YouTuber who uses a unique sound as a censor uses a stupid gimmick? I guess you're going to say how the way I censored myself earlier is the dumbest way I went about it, despite the fact that I took inspiration from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, so I guess that show's stupid too. But hey, I don't give a fuck what you say about what's funny or not, because I guess you don't know about what's supposed to be a joke or not, since all you've done so far humor-wise is take jokes at face value.
Plot twist, she was saying heck the entire time.
TP.
Look, I've gotten like 1 point in this entire part. Let me have this.
Furthermore, I have a point.
God damn it.
Again, I ask, why is this a problem exactly? Like, wouldn't that wind up being a point against Chaos Key at the end of the day, since he's the one that is using the censor to begin with? Like, Gale's only point here is referring back to that censorship tirade that Zera and TP went on for God knows how long ago at this point, referring to Wombu's cameo. If Wombu wasn't allowed to say the fuck word back in this point, why is Chaos here not only implying that he's saying shit here, but actively using a censor here to still keep it family friendly? It seems like a double standard. Now, of course, Wombu cleaned up his language due to his own volition at the end of the day, so that's one thing. But just saying because it's stupid doesn't really bring that point to light, nor does it actually argue the point in general. To nobody's surprise.
And also, Gale, wow. Complaining at people for killing the mood. You kill the mood whenever you talk.
That's a compliment coming from you.
This has to be another violation. But before we call the police again, shut up. This ain't how hypocrisy works. Your disliking of Gale does not actually abruptly change the mood like how we were getting at Sean for. Now, we were wrong there, since there was at least some time in between the Ghost Girl and Sean saying something, but assuming we were right, the point was that Sean ruined the mood he was trying to set up intentionally. You saying that Gale ruins the mood is you simply disliking her. That doesn't inherently change the mood any of us were going for, it's just petty. Furthermore, I finally got a point in.
I was just exploring the city, seeing what I could find in every corner and building, only to stumble upon this random building and enter the elevator to reach the next floor.
You say this goes higher than the unknown radio broadcast because you have to experience the scene in its entirety should you find it. My issue is, if part of why it's higher is because you have to see the whole thing, why isn't Lavender Town higher? You have to come across it, climb the Pokemon Tower, and defeat the deceased Marowak in order to obtain the Pokeflute, which is essential to continue with the game. Say what you want about it not being extremely dark or creepy in comparison, but Lavender Town's the only mandatory thing on the list. You never have to traverse through the Strange House, never have to read Chandeler's Pokédex entry, never have to visit the ruins of Alph, and you never have to use an elevator in a hotel in Lumio City. I'm just saying, if experiencing the whole kit and caboodle is one of your judging criteria, Lavender Town should be higher, if not number 1.
Except you don't have to experience Lavender Town at all, just turn the game off.
Same can be said of all the entries. Point is, get a life.
How on earth is the point get a life?
The point is, it's a joke.
Yeah, Ghost Mills Kohai circa 2016 made a probably on purpose stupid counterpoint. TP argued it, saying that it could be applied to every entry, and then told the ghost to get a life. The joke is very tongue-in-cheek like that.
Now, my inflection there could have been better to convey that joke, and the point it's attached to is trash for a number of reasons, none the least being the get a life comment can apply right back to the commentators in the video, but there is a reason, and saying why did you do this isn't the right question to ask. Our reasons may have been dumb, but they're reasons nonetheless.
If anyone should get a life, it's you, because you are the people harassing a grown man on the internet as if you're 13 years old. Like me. But the difference is I actually am 13 years old, so shut up.
Commentary equals harassment. That's rich. By your logic, you're also harassing me, TP, and Zarek. Especially me, given all the content you've made. Also, are you saying that your age gives you a reason to act immature?
I mean, it definitely gives a reason for it.
Not an excuse, though!
That's too hard. I'm going back to playing Payday.
But Ryan's dead.
Well, I'll just have to get my friend to replace him.
Hey guys, I'm your new Ryan. It's not the same. It's not the same.
I am going to say that whenever people say, hey Lucario, why don't you make a video on someone other than Velicify for a change? It's
a giant llama.
Yo, are we gonna ignore how this 6-parter is on someone who's not Velicify?
But Doodle, Lucario did say that I was Velicify.
It's not the same.
And then this happens. The music stops, I can't seem to move, and then this Hex girl creeps the freak out of nowhere and says, "No, you are not the one." Yeah, quick question. Who even is this Hex Girl? And what is she even doing here? Actually, why is she even here?
Can you say sequel hook?
There's a Hex Girl.
Good to know. I can bait sequels now. As well as the fact that, was the Hex Girl ever in, like, Sun or Moon or Auras at any point? No, not the same one. At all.
This was made before Sun and Moon, and while Pokemon Z was still a distinct possibility. Who is to say that the Hex Girl might not have been just a throwaway gag if that wasn't the case? Maybe you should learn to check upload dates in the video description.
This is arguing with information that wouldn't have been known to the audience at the time of the video, and thus isn't a viable counter to what Gale had to say, because there's no way Gale would have known about the future or something, especially when judging based on how Pokemon has worked with third versions in the past, and the then actually public knowledge of Zygarde's 100% form. See, this is what we in the time traveling business like to call a felony.
Can it be a crime? Please?
In Hotel Rich, whatever you call it.
Dear God, these videos just give me so many pedantic word nerd moments. Is Rishi Sim that fucking hard to pronounce? Like, seriously, what the fuck?
Okay, that's really, really condescending, because that's like me going up to someone with a lisp and saying, oh my god, is the word slip really that hard to pronounce for you?
First of all, you're comparing a simple English word with the name of a hotel in the game inspired by the French language, for a game with a region inspired by France. Second of all, you cut off the segment before Zeroric could back me up. Yes, it wasn't me talking, but guess what? He still provided additional context.
Secondly, they're different. One refers to the pronunciation of a word, one refers to the ability to pronounce a word. Sean isn't held back from saying the title because he couldn't do so, it's just him giving up halfway through. Sure, we go off on that harder than we need to for something that was likely meant to be a joke, but Sean could say the name of the hotel if he really wanted to. If he physically couldn't, we wouldn't have made the comment.
To go off of TP's point, looking at your hypothetical comparison of a person with a lisp versus Chaos Key who mispronounced a name in a video game, depending on the list, be it frontal, lateral, nasal, strident, or palatal, there's probably some sort of functional displacement in tongue placement or physical deformity that causes it. And so in an instance like this, it would be very unfair for a person to get onto their case for being unable to pronounce certain words that require being able to speak as if you never had it. However, given how well enunciated Chaos Key has shown himself to be leading up to this point, it's pretty fair for me to say that he doesn't have a lisp of really any kind. What happened here with Chaos Key could be what is known as a Freudian slip, or parapraxis if you're more for formal terms. And parapraxis is just an error in speech, memory, or physical action that occurs when a person's train of thought has been interfered with. This is something that is easily fixable in recording by merely just re-recording your line to have the proper word or pronunciation within your video, and that's what Gale was getting onto Chaos Key's case about. Yes, it's a fairly small detail in the greater problems that Chaos Key might have had within his video, but regardless, this isn't comparable, and doing so borders on hyperbole at best.
Who's listening to the elevator? Is this girl gonna do the same thing to another person coming out of the elevator? Wait, is this the same girl? Or are there just a ton of these Hex girls stalking people coming out of elevators?
Meh, my headcanon's better.
Better be sure there's no love in that elevator.
Yeah, Gale. Complain about video padding even though you put something in the video that does not need to be there whatsoever.
But Gale wasn't even saying anything about padding, unless it's the same case as your previous instances about pointing out padding, which... I'm tired.
She's going off of Zera's initial joke. It's the continuation to it.
Lucario, you didn't even get my joke. Am I the only one who grew up listening to classic rock radio? Aerosmith? Love in an Elevator? Anybody?
What really creeps me out about this is the Hex Girl's model isn't even animating. Combine that with the fact that the music stops and your character doesn't move, it gives the impression the game is glitched. And we all know how creepy glitches can be.
Yeah, but the problem here is that glitches are unintentional.
But does that prove him wrong? No? Then shut up.
You know, you can get away with not plagiarizing me twice, please and thank you.
Furthermore, it actually kinda does. Like, hear me out. Perhaps it doesn't particularly invalidate his opinion on glitches and how they can be creepy, but the thing is, this is stuff pertaining to dark and creepy moments and things that actually connects to Pokemon in a way that goes beyond something unintentional. If, say, the girl in the elevator not moving was a glitch, then it wouldn't really make sense to bring it up here as a main factor to explain how creepy the moment is, because that would exclusively relate to Chaos Keys' experience playing Pokemon X and Y, and not something that's typically within the moment itself. Gale is saying that the lack of movement here combined with the lack of music would have been a conscious decision on Game Freak's part to troll players or bait a Pokemon Z into the mix. Which, we all know didn't happen, but keep with me here.
I'm keeping...
The point that Gale was trying to make pertained to correcting Chaos Key's glitch remark, not the creepiness factor in of itself. And if Chaos Key was correct in calling the Hex Girl's lack of animation a glitch, then that might not be something everyone experienced and might not make sense to those who didn't. A proper argument against Gale's counterpoint here would be correcting her on how Chaos Key merely said that this is comparable to a glitch, and therein talking about how glitches are unintentional is trying to counter a point that was never actually made. And furthering on in this point with what you cut into here, that regardless of whether Game Freak was trolling or sequel baiting or not, does not particularly change how surreal this experience might be to a player. However, just leaving it at TP's reference and leaving your point does that change anything doesn't properly bring up that argument, and it's misplaced at best.
Can I stop keeping?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Almost broke a sweat there.
You mean to tell me that Game Freak didn't make that Hex Maniac just to troll players and or leave a sequel hook of some kind?
Yes, because we didn't see it in Sun and Moon. At all.
Z was still a possibility at the time the comm was made. Just because ORAS was already released doesn't mean that a third version of X and Y was completely nixed. The comm was being scripted in December of 2015. Chaos Key's video was released in October of 2015. Sun and Moon wasn't even announced until February 27th, 2016. In case you've forgotten, gaps between third versions and sequels have had 2-year gaps. And there was a reason to believe that there would be a 3-year gap due to working on the 3DS as opposed to the DS. Hell, even with jumping from Black and White to Black 2 and White 2, Japan's release date had a 2-year gap. So with looking at that, we've had even more reason to suspect that we might have had to wait longer. Do your goddamn research!
Also, trolling players were still a possibility, so hey ya!
Also, wow, repeating the same point over and over again. Manga common co-op, anyone?
I added the point of it being a possible joke. Also, didn't you just repeat your point of how the Hex Girl didn't come back in Sun and Moon?
This is tedious and hypocritical when you realize how many times prior Lucario Aura has already brought up the aforementioned co-op with manga common.
Or that padding point that I keep hearing being taken out of context to try and make it look worse. Also, she repeated it once, not over and over again like you said. If you think the redundancy is a problem, fine, but it was still only once.
It's been about 20 years since Gen 1. Maybe you should join us in the new 10s.
Well, here's the thing, Gale. It's been a few months of that, like, since I last heard your voice. But does that mean get any less annoying? No, it doesn't.
Does this count as something being said over and over? Like, it feels like jabbing at Gale for being Gale is just that, and all just bleeds together.
I don't know what else to say here. This event came the heck out of nowhere, and it is by far the most disturbing and downright creepiest thing I have seen in Pokemon.
That reminds me, how's this moment even dark? Because nothing about this moment was explained, it doesn't come off as tragic or pessimistic, just creepy. Unless you're referring to dark as mysterious, but several comments you made throughout the video imply a different meaning.
There is some weird, dark, and creepy stuff in this series that makes me question just how kid-friendly it really is.
Okay, first of all, you can use multiple definitions of the same word in a video. There's no rules or no laws to stop you from doing that. It's not a problem if you actually know how to use your brain.
So I guess I can get behind this point conceptually. However, the problem is that Chaos Key's aforementioned criteria doesn't particularly give much leeway with which definition of dark he's using. Like, technically you are correct, it's not a crime to use more than one definition to a word, but contextually it just doesn't fit.
Funny how you cut in after Chaos Key to say that, because that applies very well to Chaos Key.
The problem with this is while there are multiple definitions, not all of them go well together. That's why TP made his point.
Because there are multiple definitions to dark, it then becomes more important to define what you mean. And going by Sean's introductory statements, it can come off as weird to describe one definition of the word and then focus on another. Does that make the ghost girl not dark? Well, no, at least not by at least one definition of the word, but that wasn't the point. It's consistency. Here, let me give a more practical application of this. Sean's number 5 was Lavender Town Gen 1, and focused on how depressing it was, well, with a dead mom and all, compared to the number 1, where he's questioning whatever the hex maniac there was. Both are still dark, but not under the same definition, which, when you spend most of your opening on one such definition, it could use some work.
And second of all, I think that's it. The rest of it is just meaningless comments that, to be honest, about meaningless comments, I think I've already made my point to these people, and I'm not even going to bother anymore.
Is it because you won't, or because you're gathering a shred of self-awareness?
So, final thoughts on this video. If I had one word to say about this video, it's condescending.
I could say the same thing about your video.
It is so incredibly hypocritical a lot of the time.
Aside from, well, what I pointed out regarding the name drops, which you didn't point out, so you are face, there wasn't any actual instances of properly valid points to hypocrisy, because literally all of your points of hypocrisy stemmed from videos that wouldn't have even been out by the time of a bot term Christmas, or your straight up spite against a marshmallow.
To the point where, like, seriously, incredibly hypocritical. Like I said, maybe Gale and Velicify should do a collab.
But I thought you said that I was Velicify.
No, I still want to trust Gale with the color of grass, please.
So that's the 6-part series, and while I would scream to the heavens, thank fuck, but we're not done yet. Because after this, Lucario Aura made an apology video regarding the situation, and, yeah, we're commentating on that too, which means if you were expecting an end to this nearly 3-hour-long commentary, then, well, you're close, so just sit tight, but I did want to acknowledge and address this video too.
Well, guys, hey there. So, I was just checking out my YouTube channel to see how the channel was doing recently, and I had read the comments on my latest Let's Commentate video, and let's just say, the response wasn't exactly positive. But I've got to say, essentially what I'm doing today is I'm making this video to address this, because, I'm sorry, this video is really not scripted. I really just wanted to get this together.
Smooth. It's not like you were gonna start anytime soon anyway.
Sounds like you didn't take any time to learn anything while you were gone. Is this even legit?
But anyway, guys, first of all, I am unlisting this video. Wait, no, sorry, no, I'm not. I thought I was going to unlist it then. I'm trying to think so hard right now of what I actually want to say.
Hence why you script.
But that takes work.
And I'm tired.
But either way, what I have got to say is that essentially, when I was looking in the comment section of the video, I think what might have happened is people were taking, I'm sorry to pull a Keemstar here, but I think people were accidentally taking my opinion out of context.
What context would they have taken out when you blatantly say throughout numerous times in your 6-part video that you hate Gale? What else could there be?
Maybe Lucario meant Velicify.
And I have got to say that I am sorry if... Okay, so the first thing about that kind of thing I wanted to say after the intro is that this video was criticism. I personally did not like the video in the series that I was commentating on in the Let's Commentate series. So I've got to say that ultimately I was doing it for the sake of criticism. And I don't mean, and essentially, while it was criticism, it was at the same time throwing in quite a lot of satire.
Oh, really?
A satire of what? You can't just say, it's a satire, and just expect to get away with it scot-free. I demand an answer. I demand sacrifice!
The only thing I can fathom is that it could be poking fun at my multiple commentaries on Tricky Wii. But that's the problem. Those were single videos on 2 separate videos, one of which was a co-op on a co-op between Tricky and Dobbs, by the way. I didn't make multi-part commentaries on either of those videos, and Lucario decided to make a 6-parter on the first Bob Charm commentary to make a commentary with a total running time that's over an hour long. Not even if you put my 2 commentaries on Tricky Wii together would the running time of the 2 be that long.
And if it's not that, then Lucario, you really should explain what you're out here to be a satire of, because as it stands, this really sounds like a deflection from the critique you got.
And while people might not normally see that fused with criticism, like, look at, for example, Paracynical. Like, that's one of the things, I'm not going to lie, my channel style is inspired by him, having in a lot of satire jokes, while also delivering criticism. That's one of my channel's main goals after I moved on from being a Let's Play channel, after my capture card stopped working.
From the sounds of things, it appears to me that by satire, you mean humor. I'm not sure if Pyrocynical does actual satire, but I do recall that he does inject his videos with humor, which satire is often paired with humor, but they're not one and the same. Humor is just something added to be funny, while satire isn't required to be funny, and typically has an underlying message. What was the message supposed to be here? That you didn't like Gale Force?
I mean, I guess you could be using satire in the context of Horatian satire, named after the Roman satirist Horace, but, like, this kind of satire requires wit and lighthearted mockery, which, given your tone and reactions to just about everything Gale Force had said, was, well, not really shown to fit under that definition. But regardless, I'd like to add on to the fact that even were your jokes just that, bouts of attempts at comedy towards your target, both how you present those jokes and what you were saying can be vital to those jokes. Because jokes can hold a point hidden within them or give off an opinion that an individual holds, and, trust me, with how many spiteful shots of venom you aimed at specifically Gale in your 6 parts, kinda would give off the implications that your choice to make these videos were very Gale-centric spite-filled.
What did Gale even do?
Tricky Wii commentaries, I guess.
And I only made 2 of those. And one of those was a co-op that wasn't even on my channel.
What I have got to say is that one way I am actually going to address the fact that it is criticism, I would like to play this clip from the video I was commentating on, and this message delivered by Master TP. So roll that clip.
Given some of the reactions to my previous commentary, regardless of what I think of the people I commentate on, regardless of the motivation behind the commentary, and regardless of what I say about the people I commentate on, the purpose of my commentaries are, and have always been, for the purpose of criticism and entertainment. How harsh you think I come off as, or how comically driven the commentary is, should not distract from actual arguments or legitimate criticisms directed towards you. Furthermore, criticism given in a severe manner can still be constructive. It just means the criticism won't be sugarcoated. If I ultimately come off as harsh, it won't be for the sake of being harsh. It'll just happen that it came off that way.
So basically, what Master TP is trying to say here is that he was attempting to be civil in his commentary against Chaos Key, and to be honest, I do agree with him. He was trying to give criticism in an entertaining fashion, and that was the main purpose behind my series. However, guys, I have got to say, if you guys had, like, while this is true of my commentaries too, I will admit that I did not explicitly say this.
Even if you did explicitly say it, that doesn't stop things like spite from getting into the video. I should know. Despite this forewarning, spite's still linked into that commentary.
Funny how you never acknowledged the intro of the video until now, when it benefited you. Also, TP didn't use personal attacks and insults toward the maker of the video, Chaos Key in this case.
Yeah, if your videos are for the purposes of criticism and entertainment, you don't particularly need to say anything with that in mind, despite how many people, myself included, do. It would help just keeping any negative reception you have towards that individual out of the video entirely. Like, anecdotally speaking, I make it a point to not cover anyone that I don't like as a person, because I know the minute that I do, there's going to be a massive amounts of spite thrown in. I know myself better than that. It's why I never cover a bunch of people who had issues with me in early 2017. Like the Alt-CC, just as an example.
In any of the videos. So, essentially, what I've got to say here is that if I came off as just trying to slander the name of Gale Force, I'm sorry. I personally have the opinion that I personally dislike Gale Force, as most of my viewers know.
People don't need to be regular viewers to see that. You mentioned my name specifically in your channel description. If I had known that you'd make a video for this, I'd have taken a screen cap of what your channel description was before you made this video, but thankfully a link to your channel in a Discord server that was shared a long while back shows your channel description as it was then. Quote, "I am not very good, but I think I am like Gale Force except not awful," end quote. You all but flat out stated that you think that my videos were awful. Even after the description was changed so that you're not dissing me and instead deprecating yourself further, you still mention me specifically.
Furthermore, with this in mind, if your regular viewers should have known prior how much you don't like Gale Force, would you not think that would further muddy your jokes so people would believe further that your videos on the Tri-Op were made surely due to the spite against Gale? Like, this logic isn't that hard. You'd have to be able to make a distinction between your jokes and your honest opinions, otherwise, well, here we are.
And there are definitely criticisms against Gale Force, especially the hypocrisy.
The hypocrisy! Which wouldn't have happened by the time of the video you covered and doesn't actually exist in the way you presented it. You know, that hypocrisy.
But I've got to say that combined with the fact that video was not scripted at all, once again something that was also my fault, is something that I've got to say. If I came off as just trying to, make... I remember reading one comment and it said that my video series seemed like it was purposely made to, make Gale out to be the worst person in the world. And if I came off that way, I am sorry, but what I essentially have to say here is that if I came off that way, I'm sorry if I did to you, but that was not my goal in the commentary series. My goal was essentially to criticize a video as well as, entertaining my viewers, as well as entertaining myself, because I'm not gonna lie, I was really bored.
It's fine to want to entertain. Trust me, that's basically been me this entire commentary, because some people keep on taking all the points.
Sorry.
But intentions and results are not always going to coincide, especially with a commentary that turned Gale into your walking punchline, often citing her as the problem, even when the problem stemmed from either myself or Zerrick, and coming from a channel that has dissed Gale prior to, it's unfortunately not difficult to see why anyone would think you had some sort of grudge against her.
And at the end of the day, as my phone just gone off then, shut up. Oh my god, so, yeah, and I also remember saying one where it said that I told you guys that I was going to commentate more on Gale in the future, God help us all. Okay, you might have a point there. Well, my criticisms weren't really delivered well against Gale Force, and that definitely took a toll on the video quality. And because of that, I do not intend to pursue Gale Force any further. Just make sure that we're all on the same page. So, I've got to say to everyone in the comment section to that video that I'm pretty sure those people are going to hopefully come to view this video. But I've got to say to you guys, if I had come off as mean in that video, I really am sorry, etc. And I hope I didn't offend anyone.
I really am sorry, etc. Yeah, one hell of an apology when you barely even put in the effort to half-ass that part.
And I hope you can understand my position. It's just the fact that ultimately, I'm trying so hard to remember my draft of what I had to say. If I offended anyone, I am extremely sorry in that situation. And I hope that this video wasn't intentionally trying to, I hope this video doesn't come off as intentionally trying to call out those people in my comment section.
Well, given how you directly responded to whilst subtweeting Slayer and Umbrus in your comment section by using their comments verbatim, I can see how someone would see that being the case. Grant you, I don't, but, you know. Look, I plan to come back to these points and I just didn't want to disappear from the commentary, so sue me.
But I remember going to, and I don't mean to, like, offend anyone here, but I remember going to the channel of one of my haters, as the cool kids call them, and seeing a lot of videos hating on Shoe on Head. And while you might, and essentially in that situation I feel our positions are quite similar. We both believed that, in my case Gale Force, and your case Shoe on Head, had valid, like, things to criticize on. We both, like, used our platform of YouTube to criticize them. And ultimately, to be honest, I hope I didn't come off as, like, trying to call them out specifically, which is why I'm not going to name them.
I don't get this point at all. Are you trying to compare me to Shoe on Head now?
Wait, I thought you were supposed to be compared to Felicify or something.
No, Lucario is trying to compare their distaste for you with his anonymous source's distaste of Shoe on Head. But with that said, the anonymity here muddies context to a rather absurd degree. Like, I get you don't want to call them out directly in a way to move the goalpost or anything like that, but, like, we don't know what Anon has a problem with regarding Shoe on Head, for one, and two, bringing this up to begin with in the manner you did felt very deflective, I guess? Like, what was the purpose to address this person directly when you're not only going to not directly talk to them with a name drop so we know who you're referring to, but also just bringing that up so arbitrarily? It kind of reminds me of when Icy Hazard, circa 2017, arbitrarily brought up the situation with Medicare and I in her video responding to her own backlash. It just feels like you're bringing this up to brush off the criticism one person had towards you.
And just in case, if this anonymous source did have similar levels of spite towards Shoe on Head as your videos did towards Gale, that'd still be a problem. The only reason why no one would have called them out on it, at least in comparison to you, would likely be one of two reasons. One, you, intentionally or not, exaggerated that person's distaste of Shoe on Head, or two, no one has seen the videos where they've displayed their distaste of Shoe on Head.
But I've got to say, I am extremely sorry to you guys if my Let's Commentate video series upset you. However, I'm not going to lie, I will keep it up because, to be honest, I haven't really been able to provide much content that on my channel that I can still watch today without cringing out of my soul. And, well, I still do cringe a little bit, of course. Still, I do cringe at my current content too. But it just comes down to the fact that I really am sorry to you if, like, we had misunderstood the purpose behind my video.
One, mood. And two, you're not even sorry that you might have come off spiteful towards Gale or misrepresented her in a way. You're sorry that other people misunderstood your video. Am I the only one? Was I literally the only one who caught that Lucario was apologizing for misunderstanding on other people's behalf?
Lucario's response in short: I'm sorry you feel this way. Grade A apology.
That's it, that's the end of Lucario's follow-up video, and we're done! After nearly 3 hours. So, who wants to start us off on final thoughts?
Remember what I said about the subject of creepy lists I covered in solo comms? The commentary I did on Tricky Wee's creepy Pokédex entries actually showed that there was a theme to it, and I just wasn't paying attention. And that wasn't the only thing wrong with that comm of mine. Ponder did a good job explaining just how much was wrong with it. I fully admit that I fucked up, and I do not look back at my comm on Tricky Wee fondly at all. You're making it sound like I'm an egotistical jackass when even in comments and videos I admit when I fuck up. The biggest reason I brought up that list, though, was to show that sometimes it helps to explain criteria up front and at the beginning of the video, just what you find creepy, and that it will skew the list, and that one could say, if that's not what you're here for, then don't watch this video. Nothing else I could say without repeating myself, but there is one thing that I feel is worth repeating. The reason people both within the commentary community and outside of it believe that commentaries are little more than people hurling insults and personal attacks at each other is because of videos like yours. Think about that.
TP final thoughts here. Oh, shit, that wasn't supposed to go there, wasn't it? I was supposed to... Do over! If I can go back to a TP Carol one more time, I want to bring up something I pointed out towards the end. A Bob Charm Christmas, at least in part, was made in spite over the reactions Sean and his friends had towards my co-op of Doodletones on his and Fawn's Mario Power-Ups list. That's also why I didn't hold much of a positive note towards my disclaimer. It was basically used to try and save face when the commentary was made during a time where I was upset at him. In hindsight, it's unsurprising that the commentary only made things worse between us for a time. So, no, I wouldn't be up for a commentary made as a result of spite. So, why would I be up for your commentary when it was so blatantly spiteful towards one of the people in it? If you felt that one of the people involved with the video had more faults than the rest of the participants, that's one thing. Taking every opportunity to make it about said person when that realistically wouldn't and shouldn't be the case, that's another thing, and typically not a good thing either. I'll agree that Gail wasn't good in A Bob Charm Christmas, but neither were her co-op partners. It was a team effort of suckage, backed by my vindictive attitude. Making it about Gail, arguably the least spiteful of the trio, just doesn't really work. At least not the way you presented it. If nothing else, hopefully both of our videos can be used to showcase why spite-fueled commentaries are really easy to mess up. I do think that your apology was trying to be sincere, albeit not presented well. So all I can really ask for from you is to try and keep your word. At least long enough to where you can cover a video with Gail in it and not call it bad or her bad within the video because she's Gail. Or Felicify, I forgot which one she was.
Alright, so I kind of wanted to save mine till last, not only because this project was pushed almost purely off the fact that Lucario Aura wanted to see me tear into this video themselves, but also just because between the two of us, we have spoken in DMs plenty of times to the point it's given me a lot to think about over the year-long production time this fucking beast took. So I think to start, yes, this video wasn't good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it when I say that because let's face it, we're at this point now, there's no turning back to do so. But I'm not going to say that you can't improve, because the discussions we've had in DMs shows that you are very willing to do so. You know, despite how you labeled your video on OmniZoa as your last com, and I guess it wasn't given the game theory commentary, but details, as I said, a lot changed during this commentary, I'll tell ya. But I think for starters, if you haven't already, I would sincerely suggest writing a script. If you can take away anything leading up to this, that is most certainly a first step. And feel free to reach out to other commentators for advice or script checking. I will admit, not all of us have the ability to consistently do so. I don't. So don't bank too hard on your scripts to be checked 100% of the time. But it does help way more often than not, especially for newer commentators, to at least attempt to get your scripts checked at least to some degree. And it's way more important to write them to begin with above all else. Not only because it's important to be able to properly organize all your thoughts, but being able to research things and know what you want to say beforehand can up the production a ton. Maybe you can also do what I do and try to avoid covering people you don't like as a step. It's not a requirement, mind you can still cover whatever within reason, you know, I'm not gonna stop you, but like, it might help you due to the fact that having that negative bias out of the gate might cloud your judgment and can often lead an individual to making rash judgments or trying to make a point about a video that may not even be valid just sheerly due to wanting to tear into a person over actually trying to critique and help an individual's content. Mind you, not always. Some can do it better than others, but I find it easier to not have that bias outright. But once again, not gonna stop you from covering what you want. I will say though, I watched some of your other videos, and yeah, being condescending to your target seems to be very common with you, and while it doesn't like ruin the videos outright on its own, it does get hard to watch sometimes. Third piece of advice I can give is don't rely on like the same 3 talking points. I know it seemed very repetitious on our end too, but 1, not only did we not stick to just repeating the same counter arguments again and again, but 2, I personally wanted to demonstrate how tediously repetitious this video was, regardless on if the points were correct or not. The fact that this is an hour and 45 minutes of the same 3 points about padding, hypocrisy, and this joke wasn't funny, bordered on a monotony that I haven't seen since my video on Mr. Enter. And while yes, sometimes videos have very recurring problems throughout, this does happen, being able to properly elaborate on your points and build upon them in a way that doesn't sound like the same point can help a lot in of itself. Especially if the contexts are differing problem to problem. Like, as an example of one of your other videos, your video on OmniZoa would kill me if I made a drinking game off of how many times you tell Omni this isn't how life works. or the amount of times you railed on Dark Titan Enterprises for having a bias leaning on Magic the Gathering over Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially when the latter was strictly talking about why she prefers Magic over Yu-Gi-Oh! But with all these problems in mind, I want to make it clear that these mistakes aren't unhealthy ones to make. In fact, I'd argue that these mistakes need to be made in order for you to learn from them. As I said, you can improve. You're what, 14 now? 15? Maybe 16 depending on if this takes longer? You've even got the time to do so as long as you keep at it. While these are my suggestions to what could help you in the long run, growth does take time and no one should fault you for not immediately grasping it when you're just starting out. This doesn't just go for you in particular either, though you are our example today, but I want to extend that to just a general discussion point. Change takes time, willingness, and effort, and you've definitely shown you're willing to put into each category. So with that in mind, I hope Gale, TP, and I were able to help, and despite how we may come across, I don't think any of us think less of you. With that said, you had some of your own words to say, and I believe this would be the absolute best platform for those words to be on, so take it away.
First of all, there's a few things I want to clear up about this video in question. The first one, I'm bringing this one up because it's quickest to state, because the reason why this was in 6 parts was simply because of the fact that it was in 6 parts because I was transitioning from Let's Playing to commentating. So if I was going to go back to Let's Playing, I probably would have wanted it to not stick out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of my gaming content, which is why all my stuff is done with gaming footage actually, because it just respects where I came from. And then second of all, I'm also making this video to apologise in a more public fashion so people know about it and they'll be able to take it seriously. So Gale Force, first of all, I am extremely sorry about how this video was 60% ad hominems towards you and your videos, so gotta say I'm sorry for that, just so everyone knows it. TP and Zarek, I'm extremely sorry to you for taking almost everything that you guys had said at face value and not going further into things I could have said. So yeah. So I'm not making this video because I want Doodles to go easy on me, because quite honestly I don't. Just go absolutely all out, because otherwise it's just not going to be any fun for anyone to watch, me, my friends, whoever. But still, I just wanted to put this out just so people actually see it and they know that I'm sorry for this video and I'm trying to move on.